Chapter 51. The Danger of Pride. But when he came up to Mathael, he, Uran, said, "Today one cannot talk to the Lord." I asked him very modestly whether the high guests that were announced were arriving. But I received such a strict lecture for my words that I will certainly remember them all the better, since they were just so harsh and dry. Today the Lord is like another person. Yesterday he was love and kindness itself. But today everyone that comes near him will receive a very measured lesson. I don't understand it at all. Mathael says, "But I do. How could it ever occur to me in my dreams to ask the very highest, Almighty Lord, which high guests are coming from somewhere or other? What are we people, and who is he? And he makes nothing of himself in our presence, is full of love and humility. And we wanted to speak before him about some high guests?" That, my very dearest father-in-law, was truly a little too strong, and the Lord could not possibly give you another answer to this question. For if you had asked me the same thing, I hardly know whether my answer would not have been even coarser and harsher. But the Lord, as the constantly gentlest person, dispassionately allows a mistake only so that we should recognize that we have erred. Go over there and admit it, and you will immediately receive other words from him. Uran says, "You are completely right again. Oh, if I have erred, the mistake must be made good again immediately." With these words, Uran immediately left his tents again, headed over to me and said, "Lord, I made a great mistake earlier with my vain question before you. Forgive me, for I did not do it through my own will, but, speaking honestly, through my habitual foolishness, as you, O Lord, will have seen quite accurately." I say, "My friend, whoever recognizes his mistakes and repents is forgiven forever, and whoever then turns to me is doubly forgiven. But whoever recognizes his mistakes, but keeps them in his nature, he is not forgiven, even if he came to me 100 times. For I tell you, whoever comes to me and says, 'Lord, Lord,' he is not my friend by a long shot, but instead only he who does my will." This will, however, does not want you to elevate yourselves above other people because of a position. Yes, you should always be faithful to your position, act well and just, but never forget for an instant that those over whom you perform your duty are completely equal to you in birth, and are thus your brothers. True love for your neighbour, however, can be learnt through the true love that you have for me as little children. When it is necessary, make use of your reputation and the honour of your position. But you yourselves, be full of humility and love. And your judgment over your brothers and sisters who have gone astray will always be just according to my order. I told you what I have told you only in order to show you my order and my will. For I tell you, whoever does not get rid of every smallest mote of arrogance will in the future not have my kingdom revealed to him in the Spirit, and he will not go there before he has removed the very last mote of arrogance from himself. Now go and tell this to everyone who you discover has any trace of arrogance. After these words, Uran bowed again deeply, according to his custom, and quickly headed to his people. And Mathael asked him how I took his words. Uran then says, "The Lord was very merciful to me, and showed me the truth, and the order and the justice in true humility. And I am as happy again as before." Mathael says, "Yes, father and brother in true humility." Our position is truly an eminent position in comparison with millions of our brothers and sisters, but also a difficult position in the face of the Almighty God. One must be very careful that one does not get caught up in the eminence of the high position, where one then becomes very proud and arrogant and considers oneself to be more than a person who has been anointed by God to serve his brothers as best he can, and so in a certain way to be a servant of servants. And whoever exalts himself because of our position and standing will be easily humiliated, as we can easily see in the whole line of kings of Judea. But how it was then will remain also until the end of the world. It is very difficult to rejoice in gold and jewels, and nonetheless be more humble in the heart than any of one's servants. Only the mercy and great compassion of the Lord can keep a king in the middle of his earthly splendour at the same point in the order of heaven. Uran says, "Yes, you are right. But now the 3 ships are coming very close to the shore. Let's go there so that we can greet the arrivals." Then everyone hurries down to the lower berth. Chapter 52. Happy to meet again. When the arrivals step onto the land and immediately catch sight of me, they all spread out their arms wide and weep with joy to see me again. Cornelius also immediately greets his brother Cyrenius and says, "Yes, if you are all here, There will certainly be no other job for me to do than to rejoice head over heels to be blessed to be among you again. Faustus, Kisjona, and Philippold, however, cannot yet pronounce a single word, but the servants are also amazed to meet me again here. Cyrenius asks Cornelius when he had heard about the fate of the city of Caesarea Philippi. Cornelius says, "I actually didn't hear it from any messenger. Instead, I only strongly suspected it myself. Yesterday was a spectacular day in every respect. First, a full solar eclipse, which gave us a complete night for a good 30 moments in the middle of the day. But in the evening, when it should actually have been night, it pleased the sun to remain a few hours longer over the horizon, which naturally made an indescribable impression on the Jews, Greeks, and Romans. If the present leader of the Pharisees, who is now a great friend of our old Jairus, was not a very wise and sober man, and his neighbour in Nazareth likewise, both cities could have been consumed by flames. But the leaders gave very clever speeches to the outwardly anxious, excited people, and they accepted the lesson and for the most part calmed down. I had those who were too worked up brought into custody, instructed them and set them free again this morning. But while I established peace again in Capernaum, and Faustus in Nazareth, Faustus soon came to me in Capernaum out of breath. For in Nazareth he discovered a strong glow of fire from this direction, and thought that something might have happened in Capernaum. But when he arrived in Capernaum, he found everything at peace. Nonetheless, he came to me and gave me the news of the strong glow of fire. I went with him and with many servants on the most significant hill in the vicinity of Capernaum. We saw the redness increasingly better and stronger from there, but it was impossible for any of us to determine which place the misfortune had befallen. Only this morning, when the sun allowed us to recognize the area without a doubt, and I, although from a great distance, recognized from the heavy smoke that it must come from the area around Caesarea Philippi, I decided to steer in this direction, per mare, across the sea, with Faustus, and to find out what had fallen to the flames here. Just as I came down to the sea and wanted to board a ship, our Kisjona arrived with Philippold and brought me the message that he had unmistakably seen Caesarea Philippi in flames from a significant height in his mountains. At this news, which the temporary seer Philippold also confirmed, we hurriedly boarded the ship of a friend of Kisjona and sailed straight here, as well as was possible despite a headwind. On the way, I convinced myself many times on the rough sea that it was Caesarea Philippi, and was greatly afraid of what would have to be done here. But now here, this unexpected holy meeting with the Lord of all magnificence, with his disciples and with you, my dearest brother. Ah, now all fear has gone, for everything has long been in the best order. But now to you, my all, my greatest friend, my holiest master of eternity. Oh, my best friend, Jesus. Look, now all your omnipotence is of no use against my too great love for you. You must now let me smother you in an embrace. I have done it many times every day in the Spirit, but now I am finally doing it also in physical reality. With these words, Cornelius embraced me, pressed me almost painfully to his heart, and covered my head with the warmest kisses and tears of the highest joy. After he had satisfied the desire of his noble heart in this way, he gently let me go again and said, touched through and through, Lord, Master, God and Creator of infinity, spiritually and materially, do tell me what good things I should do now. You know my heart. I said, you also know my heart. Do what your heart tells you in my name, and you will have then done enough for you and for me. But since because of the desire in your heart, you have done such a powerful thing to me, as no one has ever done to me before, I will also do another powerful thing to you on this earth, soon after my ascension, as a consequence of which neither you nor any member of your house shall ever see or feel or taste death in the body. Your display of love has cheered me right into my innermost being, and you have thereby shown me something, the like of which eternity has not yet shown until this moment, except by small children, who sooner recognize the Father than adults. But now let me embrace you in return. Cornelius, crying with joy, says, Lord, Master and God, I am eternally unworthy of such endlessly holy mercy. I say, well then, I make you worthy of it. Come to me. Cornelius came to me, and I embraced him. At this he began to cry loudly and sob, and many thought that something was wrong with him, since he was crying so. But he got control of himself again and said, Be still. Nothing is wrong with me. Instead, everything is most right with me, and the joy unleashes these tears. Now Kisjona steps up to me, asking me quite sadly, Lord, are you also considering me, and are you not annoyed with me? I say, My brother, how can you come to me with such a question? You love me above all else, and I love you to the same degree. What more do you want? Don't you know then how I said to you in confidence that we will remain friends and brothers for eternity? And look, whatever I say remains so for eternity. If you also remain as you are, this will apply to you too. Are you not satisfied with that? Kisjona says, O Lord, I am indescribably satisfied with that, and I am truly blessed to hear once again a most holy word from your holiest mouth. I say to Kisjona, you will hear a lot more. But look at the 50 Pharisees, and you will recognize some who were there at the great event which befell you. Kisjona, Cornelius, and Faustus observed the 50 intently. And Kisjona, who had a particularly good memory for facts, immediately found 8 men who had been with the great transportation across the mountains, and then said, Well, what are they doing here? Are they here as prisoners, since they were perhaps caught at another transport or other rogue activities? I say, none of that. Yesterday's late sun and the following fire in the city, for which they, of course, bear the greatest blame, brought them into our hands. but they are now completely ours and are full citizens of Rome. For look, I have been staying here about 7 days, and that is simply because of the good fishing spot. Here one gets the noblest fish from the natural sea, and likewise also the noblest spiritual fish from the spiritual sea. And we have already really reaped a highly remarkable and notable harvest in this time. Just look at the 50. That is today's catch, and no bad ones among them. Furthermore, you see there another group of 30, all in perfect health. Yesterday's catch. Then you see 12 at the table, also very healthy. Likewise a catch from yesterday. There by the tents you see another 5 of the most exquisite type, also from yesterday. Tell me whether that is not honest work. Kiss Jonah says, "Yes, truly. If these have all been won over, then the kingdom of God on this earth that you have announced has taken a great step forward, and all the more so because they seem to be almost all sheer Templars, among whom the older ones are very difficult to transform. Naturally, once they have been converted, they have a conviction as firm as a rock. But I notice also the upright Ebal from Gennesareth with one of his daughters. Does he not belong to those who were captured?" I say, "Certainly. But he already came into our net at the great catch in Gennesareth with his whole house. And the girl was one of the noblest little fish among them." You will get to know all that better, and will take great joy in her. As far as the purest wisdom of the mind is concerned, and also the purity of the heart, very few people here can equal her. I bear this witness of the girl. Do you want a better and more believable one? Kiss Jonah says, "Oh Lord, your witness supersedes everything else. But I am looking forward to being able to talk to the girl at all." Faustus asks me, "But are those king's tents over there?" The old man with the completely regal clothes. Also the young man who is now speaking to the young woman. Do they also belong to the captives for the heaven of all love and all light? I say, "Certainly, that is a king from the Pontus. His kingdom is big, and he has led his people very wisely through mild laws, which nonetheless must be extremely strictly followed. He became aware that in order to make a great nation very happy, one must first recognize the truth, and the only true God oneself. He set off and moved south, since he had heard that such a thing could only be found in Jerusalem. On this journey he came to this inland sea and wanted to cross it in order to reach Jerusalem. But he was in great danger because of yesterday's eclipse, from which I had my angel save him and bring him here. And so he is now here. He and his daughter Helena were the only ones who came here with their small crew of servants. But the young king was formerly also a prospective Templar, and as a very talented person he had to go out into the world as a missionary. But on the border between Judea and Samaria, he and 4 companions fell into the hands of robbers and were obliged to become possessed by them along with his companions. Sunk into anger and desperation, the souls of the 5 hid under the wings of their spirits, and their bodies were taken fullest and most active possession of by the extremely most stubborn, worst spirits of infernal background. Only the significant power of punishment by the Romans succeeded in capturing the 5 devils, as the people called them. Only under the strongest cover and thoroughly bound with the heaviest chains could they be brought here the evening before last. According to the strict laws of Rome, they expected nothing other than the most humiliating execution in Sodom. But I saw their souls and their spirit, purified their bodies from the terrible spirits of hell, and you can now talk to them in order to convince yourself with whose children you are dealing. But namely Mathael, now the husband of the daughter of the king, and now himself a king, is a person before whom every respectable citizen should remove his hat. He is, as far as it was possible so far, fully reborn in the Spirit, and will be an effective instrument for me against the heathens of the great north. If you speak to him, you will learn yourself what kind of a spirit he is. Cornelius asks, "But Lord, who is that youth then?" Not Joseph, whom we already know from Nazareth, but the other, who is talking to the girl right now. I say, that is the angel about whom I said that he had saved the old king along with his daughter yesterday. He has now been among mortal people almost 3 weeks, and I have given him particularly to the girl as a teacher. However, he is at the disposal of all who are mine. Philippold asks, "Who is the innkeeper here, and what name does he bear?" I say, he is a Roman veteran, an extremely faithful and truth-loving soul. He has 6 children in all, 2 sons and 4 very dear, dutiful daughters, and likewise a model good wife, who knows no other will than that of her honest husband. Therefore it pleased me also to take accommodation with this previously very poor family. And you will see how these 8 people now will prepare a midday meal for hundreds of people, in which you can take a real joy. Look, the old innkeeper is already coming towards us in order to announce to us that the midday meal is completely prepared. Chapter 53. Predictions about the reincarnation of the Lord. Once I had said this, our Mark was also already there and said that the midday meal was ready, and asked whether he should have it brought out. For it was already around the 9th hour of the day, 3 p.m. And I said, "Have it served, for the expected guests are already present, and everything is in the best order." Cornelius calls old Mark and says, "Well, old brother-in-arms, don't you recognize me anymore? Don't you remember how you were with me in Illyria and Pannonia? I was then more a boy than a warrior, but since that time 45 years have gone by, and I am almost 60 now." Mark says, "Oh, High Master, that is still very fresh in my memory." A lot of seriousness was required to keep those quarrel and strife-loving people in a bearable order. In the beginnings, things didn't go too well for us on the Upper Ister, the Danube, in the area of Vindobona, Vienna. But in a few years we had done it, and we experienced very happy hours there. The customs and traditions of those Germans were truly somewhat rough for us Romans. But once we gradually managed to give them more open-minded education, things were then quite bearable. The wine they made was truly weak and bitter, but it was drinkable once one was used to it. But not far from the area of Vindobona, Vienna, upstream on the Ister, Danube, where we hunted boar and also, I believe, caught about 40 of them, we found a long-bearded German seer and priest who sat on an oak during our boar hunt and watched us fighting with the boars. This man said something in the Roman language and also said to both of us, when we were slaughtering a boar under his oak, "Remember this well, both of you brave boys. In Asia, in the land over the waters, something great is waiting for you. You will see something there that no mortal eye has ever seen before. Here reigns only death. As the powerful boar met his end under the sharpness of your lances and swords, so everything meets its end in this land of death. But in Asia, life is blooming. Whoever is there will never see death." Then he fell silent, and when we pressed him further, he gave us no more answer. And we went on, looking for more boars. But look, the old man prophesied in full seriousness, and we are now experiencing what the old German prophesied. Cornelius says, "You know, I had almost forgotten that old German. Correct, you are right. We must talk in more detail about that." Old Mark went to lay the tables with the dishes, with the help of Cyrenius and Julius, and Cornelius said to me, "Lord, what do you say then to the prophecy of the German, which was actually made many years ago in Europe to me and to old Mark, who must be about 10 years older than me?" I say, all the nations who have been scattered across the wide earth have been given a prophecy about me and my present coming to the people of this earth, right from the first man of the earth. And their priests always knew how to beat a certain path to spiritual enlightenment through myths and the inner desire in their hearts, and often prophesied in very confusing images, which in the end even they themselves did not understand. Only in repeated ecstasies of enthusiasm could some sometimes achieve a clearer sight, and then explained their previous visions a little closer. It was the same with the Germans. And this German found himself in a clairvoyant ecstasy on his oak, whose vapour, along with the fear of your lances and spears, helped him reach this state. And then he prophesied to you. When he awoke from the prophesying again, he did not remember anything that he had said, and could not give you any further answer to your pressing. You see, that is the essence of such prophecies. If you want to accept it, the witch of Endor was also in a clairvoyant ecstasy in those days when Saul forced her to evoke the spirit of Samuel. Although she generally was only connected to the unnatural being of the terrible spirits, and therefore prophesied lies and guile and deception. No man is so dead and evil that he would not bring forth a correct prophecy at a certain time. But this is no reason for every prophecy of his to be true, but instead is only true for this one instance. The oracles of Dodona and of Delphi often made very wise prophecy, but after every true one followed 1,000 false and untruthful ones. So it cannot be denied that certain clairvoyants and prophets even worked miracles. But at the same time, others invented a large number of illusions through the influence of evil spirits and through the worldly understanding awakened by these beings. And they then led whole nations astray for thousands of years. And they lived well and quite carefree until some enlightened seer pointed out and stopped their crafty deeds. But that was never easy. For a once mistaken nation does not easily let itself be brought back to the correct path, and their false priests least of all, because their great worldly advantages are put at risk. You all have the opportunity to convince yourself now how difficult it is even for me, and yet I speak as no seer has ever spoken before me, and I do deeds that were never heard of before me. All heaven stands open. Angels come down and serve me, and bear witness of me, and yet there are even disciples who are now always around me and see, hear, and experience everything, but their belief still resembles a wind vane and a weak pipe which is turned in every direction by the wind, from wherever it comes. Well, I am not even talking about other worldly people here. Chapter 54. Guiding People and Nations. The Lord. I could certainly convert all people in an instant through my all-powerful will, of course. But where would that leave the power of sustenance and freedom of their spirit, which can be gained on its own? You can now easily see from this that it is no easy task to deal with the mistakes that have crept into the nations effectively, and without damaging the freedom of their will and its spiritually necessary self-determination. But it is also just as difficult to prevent such mistakes returning again. For true and false, and good and bad, must be presented to the spiritual part of a person for his free investigation, recognition, and choice. Otherwise, he will never be brought to clear thinking. He must find himself in an ongoing battle. Otherwise, he will fall asleep, and his life must constantly have new opportunities to exert itself as such, and thereby maintain itself, strengthen itself, and in this way achieve its perfection. If I did not allow mistakes to ever occur among the people, but only truth with its determined and fully necessary effects, people would resemble a very richest boaster and voluptuary, who finally take care of nothing other than dumbly ensuring that his belly receives its fill at the right time. If we only provide what is best for a person's body, you can be completely sure that there will soon be no priests, no king, no soldiers, but also no townspeople, no peasants, and no workers or artisans anymore. For why should he work or be active in anything, since he is already supplied anyway in abundance with the best of everything for all his life? Therefore, there must be need and misery among the people, and pain and suffering, so that man does not die in a most inactive lethargy. You now see from that why everything must be just so among the people, so that they are encouraged to take on all sorts of activities. And for this reason, it is then just as impossible to prevent mistakes creeping in as it is to get rid of the mistakes at the end. And the constantly bad consequences which follow the mistakes are, finally, the most useful means to drive out the mistakes and to spread the truth. Man must begin to feel deeply and actively the screaming necessity of truth and seek it fully and seriously through affliction and misery, which stem from lies and from the various forms of deception. Just as old Uran from the Pontus sought it, then man will soon find the truth as Uran found it, and only then will the truth, which has been sought under all sorts of necessary afflictions, be truly useful to man. But if he, man, found it as easily as the eye finds the sun in the bright firmament, it would have all too soon no value for him any longer, and he would chase after a lie in order to amuse himself, just as the wanderer seeks as much shade as possible during the day, and the denser he finds it, the dearer it is to him. The people of this earth are just as they must be in their foundations, in order to finally become a human being. But then all their outer circumstances must come together so that the person, forced by these, will become a true person. But the full, naked truth cannot be given to man in general, not even by me now, but only hidden in parables and images, so that he, man, can work it out from these images by seeking. I only speak to you few without retention, but those you tell it to should also not receive it completely naked, but also a little hidden, so that they will have the opportunity to think freely and act freely. And so that you yourselves do not become lukewarm, I also say to you, I have a lot more to tell you, but you would not be able to bear it yet. But when the Spirit of truth comes over you and your children, it will lead you into all truth. And so you will then do the same for this earth in all truth, and will then receive the key into your hands to the endless many truths of heaven, through which constantly new and deeper unfolding you will also receive more and more to do in eternity. But now Mark is calling us to the table, and that is also a truth, and we want to follow it. Chapter 55. Seriousness is better than laughing. Cornelius throws himself around my neck again at this speech and says, deeply moved, "Yes, only a God, and never a person, can say such words to the people." I say, "Yes, quite right, and in all order you bear me a good witness, and it will bring forth the best fruit for you. Your flesh and blood does not give you this, but your spirit, which is of God, just as mine is, and therefore you are a true friend and brother to me. But now, since we are in the flesh, under the cover of external need, let us follow the call which goes forth from the flesh. Everyone complies, and we go to the tables on which well-prepared fish of the noblest sort are waiting for us. At the table where I sit down, Cyrenius sits on my right, beside him Cornelius, and opposite us sit Faustus, Kisjona, Julius, and Philippold. On my left sits Jara, then Raphael, the boy Joso, and then Ebal. The lower long arm to the left is occupied by my disciples, and the upper right arm by the royal family of Uran with Mathal, Rob, Boz, Misha, and Zar. The 50 Pharisees take another very long table. This runs parallel to my table, and is before my eyes, and Stahar and Florin sit right in the middle so that they can see my face. The 30 young Pharisees and Levites occupy a third table, behind me. Their spokesmen, Hebron and Risa, sit directly behind my back, but with their faces turned towards me. Beyond the left arm of my table, which is beyond my disciples, is a shorter table at right angles, with the 12 under their spokesmen, Suetel, Reba, and Baal. And at the uppermost arm right behind Uran, there is another small table, at which poor Hermi, the familiar messenger from Caesarea Philippi, is sitting with his now stately clothed wife, 3 daughters of his own, and a 4th adopted daughter. So everyone who belongs to me is now well looked after. But the servants have their tables more outside and were likewise best cared for, as well as the several hundred soldiers who had to look after their own accommodation in their camp, as was always the tradition among the Romans. Everyone, including us, is now occupied with the necessary strengthening of the limbs and the intestines, and everyone praises me for such an extraordinarily strengthening serving. The fish, the bread, all sorts of good and sweet fruit, like figs, pears, apples, plums, and even grapes, cover the tables, and there is no lack of the best wine anywhere. There is not even one person at any table who is not possessed by a healthy desire to eat. And old Mark, both his sons and also a couple of his older daughters, hurry here and there and leave no one lacking. Gradually the wine loosens the tongues, and it becomes louder and louder here and there at the tables. Also at my table all sorts of wonderment is expressed about the food and drink. Yes, even my Jara becomes more lively and cannot praise the sweet grapes enough, especially since it was not yet the season for grapes. My disciples also begin to become very talkative, which was seldom the case. Only Judas Iscariot was silent, for he still had a great fish to tackle, and the significant beaker of wine before him also occupied him too much for him to take the time to enter into a conversation with anyone. Thomas had actually nudged him a few times, but Judas had noticed nothing, and that was good, because otherwise he would have soon brought something improper to light. But on my left side, Jara was paying very good attention to whether an opportunity would arise for her to give this disciple, whom she very much disliked, a very firm blow. But this time Judas Iscariot could not be torn away from his desire to eat and drink at any price. But when he had finally finished his great fish, he made another motion as if to grab another one, no smaller. But Raphael was somewhat faster and got there before Judas Iscariot. Well, that gave call for a little smirking cheerfulness, and my Jara could only suppress the outbreak of a loud laugh with difficulty. I asked Jara what was wrong with her then. And the maiden said, "O Lord, my love, how can you ask a person whose innermost is more open to you than the exterior form of a beaker is to us? Did you, O Lord, not notice then how the disciple Judas Iscariot had sought out the very greatest, certainly 10-pound heavy fish for himself, and also the largest beaker? A few large pieces of bread went down into his stomach besides. But now he wanted to take the second largest fish for himself as well. But my Raphael, noticing the justified annoyance of the other disciples, reached forward before the gluttonous Judas Iscariot, and so saved the fish from the eating frenzy of Judas Iscariot. Well, that is the actual reason why I could hardly hold back a laugh. I know very well from Gennesareth that one should actually never laugh except alone out of love and friendship. But here things were seriously so amusing that I could hardly hold back a laugh. I think that it is not such a great mistake if one laughs at a very gluttonous greed, if he fails with a highly selfish matter. For one can also think that such an act would improve him, and it should then be allowed to smirk a little. I say, sin, my very dearest Jara, it is not exactly. But if one can avoid it, one has done something better. You see, if one observes such a greedy person with a certain seriousness, he admonishes himself and stops his greedy tendency. But if one laughs at him, he becomes angry and then makes a point of carrying out his tendency towards greed twice as much. Judas Iscariot is greedy and also a thief on occasion. For whoever constantly seeks to betray his neighbour and actually betrays him is a thief. If he sees laughing faces at his selfish action, he believes that they take pleasure in his joke-like trickery, and then carries out his villainy even more intensively. But if he is observed, as I said before, with a certain strictness from all sides at his trickery and at even the first attempt, he will drop his bad habit and save it for another time. For there is not easily a hope of totally improving a greedy person. But it is nonetheless good to prevent him as often as possible from carrying out any selfish action. He gradually loses thereby the terrible courage because of the constantly unsuccessful attempts, and leaves the bad things, if not out of contempt, then at least out of anger. Look, my very dearest little daughter, for this reason that I have just shown you, it is therefore better not to laugh at anyone for having some planned trickery not succeed. Chapter 56. Contradiction between good intentions and acting against the will of the Spirit. Jara says, "Yes, Lord, my only love that would be correct in all things, and actually best of all if one only had a purely divine teaching at one's side at the same time. But we people are often so blind, and especially in the moments when we should see the sharpest, so that we do not see the wood for all the trees. And it is not a pick better with the true wisdom of life in the important moments of life. There, where we need it the most, it fails us, and when we do not need it to a great degree, we are full of higher thoughts and ideas. Therefore, it is always a strange thing with us people. Nothing seems to me as good as my own will, but even that cannot finally be boasted of so much, because it is lacking in the full strength of completion. For one often wants something very good, but either does not do it, or one does exactly the opposite of the good that one wants. I do not know the reason for that, but I know from personal experience that it is so. Lord, my love, through your all-powerful mercy, I have been allowed to take a most wonderful look into your great planetary creations, and I now know more in this respect than all the wise men of the earth together. I know what the endless depths of your heavens hide. But why do I not know myself then? I say, because you yourself are a much more wonderful being than all the great suns and worlds together. There is a much more wonderful heaven in the heart of a person than the great one there which you see with your eyes. You see, all material is a judgment and an iron necessity. You can look at it from outside and from inside as much as you like. And some pharmacists, physicists, possess the knowledge of how to divide material up into its original elements. And this rare knowledge is called the knowledge of division, which will be perfected more and more over time. In the same way that you can recognize a stone quite accurately from the outside and from the inside, you can also recognize a whole world. Our Mathael is very familiar with this art. Also my disciple Andrew, who also stayed with the Essenes, is a qualified pharmacist, an art which he learnt in Egypt. These two will explain to you the matter of the whole world with much skill and much truth. Truly, there is still something inside matter which no scientist will ever find out. But he can recognize the actual elements of which some matter consists, although never the elements in themselves, because they are made of the spiritual and can only be thoroughly recognized by a pure spirit. For something infinite is hidden in the elements. But something even more infinite lies in the human soul and his spirit. That cannot be discovered by any chemical or physical analysis. And I myself, therefore, had to come to you people in order to teach you what no man could ever have found out by himself. Therefore, you can see that I came out of the heaven of heavens to you for the sake of your observed indecency, and I am teaching you what no one else could teach you. Now you certainly do not yet understand how you can have something in your will, but nonetheless do not act according to your will. But instead, you act according to some external motivation, which you do not know. And the mute desires of the flesh often decide on an action against the will of the Spirit. For the will is not part of the flesh and blood and of the soul, which formed the flesh and blood, and then even took the food for its construction out of the same. But instead it is part of love, which is my Spirit in you, and therefore you are not only my creations, but also my true children, and you will one day reign with me in my kingdom for all eternity. But for that you must be reborn again fully, otherwise such a thing would be impossible. Do you understand this, my dearest little daughter? Chapter 57. Spiritual Rebirth. Jara says, I understand the necessary information well, but by no means quite thoroughly. I cannot get to grips with the becoming reborn in the Spirit, no matter how many times I hear it. How should that be properly understood? I say, now, neither you nor anyone else can fully understand it. For if I discuss earthly things with you, you do not fully understand me. How could you then completely understand me if I were to deal in very heavenly things with you? Yes, I tell you, if I now begin to speak about very heavenly things with you, you would all begin to get annoyed and say, see how the man has become so absurd? He speaks about things that are against all reason and nature. How can one accept this information to be true? Therefore, you will all only fully understand the birth, or rebirth, from the Spirit and in the Spirit, when I, as a man and the Son of Man, am taken from this earth under your very eyes like Elijah. Only then will I scatter my Spirit from the heavens full of truth and power over all those who are mine, whereby only then the full rebirth of the Spirit and in the Spirit will be made fully possible. And only then will you understand and recognize the rebirth of your spirit. But until then, no one can be fully reborn in the Spirit. Not anyone, beginning from Adam, not even Moses and all the prophets. But through the works which I have performed before you and all the others, everyone from Adam onwards will take part in the full rebirth of the Spirit, if they were born into the world and had at least a good will in the life of their body, even if they were not always active accordingly. For there are many others who have the best will to do and carry out something good, but they are lacking in the means and the outer strength and skill, which are as necessary as the eyes are for seeing. Well, in such cases the good will means as much to me as the deed itself. You see, if, for example, someone fell into the water and you saw it, Now you might well want to help the unlucky person, but you know that you are completely incapable of swimming. If you jumped after the person who had fallen in, you would both be swept away by the water. But if you could swim very well, you would certainly jump after the unlucky person without any further thought and save him. But because you cannot swim, you do not jump after the unlucky person, despite the best will in the world. But instead, you quickly look for someone who could and would save the person. Look, my little daughter. A good will is as much as the completed deed itself. And that is the same in thousands and thousands of cases where the good will alone is accepted instead of the deed. I will give you another example. Look, you had the best will to help a very poor person who came to you, but you had no fortune yourself, and yet you wanted to help the poor person with all your strength. But since you have no fortune yourself, you go to one or another person who has a fortune and beg them with all your power for a good help for your poor person. But you do not receive it because of the hard-heartedness of the rich person, and you have to let the poor person move on without support, crying for him and pleading for him to the Lord God. You see, your will is then just as much as the completed deed itself. And there were many such people before us. There are now, and in the future there will be more. They will all participate in the rebirth of their spirit in their soul. If you cannot yet really understand what the actual rebirth of the spirit consists of, like everyone else, well, I have shown you the reason as clearly as possible. But if the time will come when you will be reborn in your spirit, only then will you fully see what and why you still cannot see it now. Do you understand the reason now why you still cannot understand me yet? Jara says, "Yes, Lord, my only love. Now I understand it well. But one must understand you, for you illuminate things as purely as the sun in a cloudless sky illuminates the earth at midday." After these words, she thanked me for the lesson, and also promised me that she would never laugh again at the foolish behavior of another person. Chapter 58. Cornelius and Jara's wisdom. But Cornelius was immensely amazed about the wisdom of the girl. Also Faustus and Philippold wondered to the same degree. And Cornelius asked me whether he was allowed to discuss some things with the girl at the table. And I allowed him this. And Cornelius is as joyful about this as the girl and everyone at the table. And I recommend him to ask wise questions. However, Cornelius, as soon as he should ask a question to the girl, begins to wonder very much what he should actually ask. For by my command to only ask the girl wise questions, Cornelius understood that the conversation should not be pointless chit-chat, but something purposeful And he thought a lot what this could be in a company who always had the opportunity to hear the highest things. The longer and stronger he thought about this, the less he found something which seemed to him to be worthy to ask the girl and enter into a mutual discussion with her. He thought of this and that, and found nothing which could seem to have any particular value. After quite a while of thinking, he, Cornelius, said to me, "Look, I thought that this would be easier, but the longer and deeper I think, the less I find anything which would be suitable for such a wise child. I say, well, if you find nothing extraordinary, then ask the girl the next best thing." Cornelius says, "That would be all very correct and good, but there's also a problem with that. For I cannot ask her about something two every day, and I would hardly know something better that has not already been discussed here many times." But the girl, noticing Cornelius's embarrassment, said, "Oh, hi, dearest friend. If you cannot find a question for me, then allow me to ask you. For I am not easily embarrassed in asking questions. I already have 10 questions at the ready." Cornelius says, "That would certainly be very good, my very dearest little child. But if you ask me a question, then it is already a foregone conclusion that I must answer it. If I were not capable of this, which could very easily be the case, since you seem to me a very thoroughly clever child, what then?" The girl says, "Well, what then? Then I will answer my own question, and you can judge the question and the answer, and then can tell me whether I have been mistaken. Oh, look, it is also by no means a little thing for me to ask and answer. The Lord, as my eternal only love, worries me the least, because every comparison of his infinite wisdom and our most limited wisdom is in any case useless. Whether we say something more or less foolish, this does not change the relationship between us and the Lord in the least. For we are nothing in ourselves in comparison with the Lord. And that there is something in us of worth for him, that is he himself in our hearts, through his mercy. But there are some wise men among us, and even at this table, for whom I have all respect. It is not good to reach into the same bowl with such people. I truly know some things which until this moment no one but I and of course Raphael and the Lord can know, because every experience is lacking in such an unbelievable relationship. But what use is it to me to be at home in the far-off stars, but at the same time to be a stranger on this earth that is our home? Then I am beaten 100 and 1,000 times over. Cornelius says, "Who at our table is then so first-rate, before whom you have such a particular respect in a very human way?" Jara says, "The vice-king over there, who will now rule over the whole Pontus with the old Uran. His name is Matthau. He could give me some hard tasks to solve. I believe that would not be in a position to give him a single intelligent answer to one question in 100. Matthau says, "Oh, dear little child, suddenly you are now extremely modest, since quite a while you cannot be cornered by me, for I know all too well the keenness of your mind. If a Raphael has to summon all his strength, how much more then we? And Colonel Cornelius does very well in considering what he should speak to you about. For you are like very few of your gender. It is true that I also understand a few things and know some things. But nevertheless, I would never like to enter into a contest of wisdom with you, which would also be a vain craziness. But it would always be very dear, valuable and worthy to me to be taught by you. Jara says, "That's what a poor girl has, if she knows something and no one dares to speak to her. Therefore it would almost be better for her to know a little less, in order to not appear unpleasant to the wiser friends. But what can I do now? It is impossible to begin to know less than I know, for I cannot make the light of my heart weaker than it is. But this light gives me in an ever greater measure the love for the Lord, for the holiest Father of the fathers of this earth. Yes, if it were possible for me to weaken this one and only love even in the least, then I would immediately become more foolish. But such a thing is impossible for me. And what I know from this light is not mine, but the knowledge of the Lord in my heart. And therefore certainly no one should be ashamed, just as I should not shame anyone. Therefore you, noblest friend Cornelius, and you, noble Mathael, should also be able to speak to me. Cornelius says, "Certainly, certainly. But do you know, very dearest Jara, there is even a problem with that. For it is somewhat difficult to speak to you, as I am already beginning to feel very clearly, because in your heart you really understood the purest truth too much. Oh, you are otherwise infinitely blessed and dear, and one could listen to you all day long. But to ask you a question, or to have you ask a question, that is another story. You could be asked quickly, but afterwards comes the answer, and then I will look very inadequate. A little thought has not yet quite left me, and I fear nothing in the world as much as shame, which is certainly not justified. But I cannot do anything about it, for in childhood I was brought up like that, and such an old habit does not disappear as quickly as one would like to believe. But just wait a little longer. Something very clever will occur to me, and I will then take great joy in hearing something very wise from you." Chapter 59. Question and Reward. Jara is satisfied with that, and Cornelius begins to scan his brains. But still he cannot find anything suitable. Finally, after a while, something occurs to him, and he asks Jara about the following, saying, "Well, now I have found something. And so tell me, what actually is the sun? And which element does it consist of, since it pours out over the face of the earth such a very strong light and a hardly believable heat? If you, blessed Jara, are in a position to tell me something about this, I will reward you regally if you will accept it." Jara says, somewhat ironically, "Do you know, High Master, in this way one fetches the rotten fish out of a pond and wants to purify it in this way because the rotten fish make the water stink and make it impure and therefore also unhealthy. Understood, Lord Leader Cornelius? If you have superfluous treasure, you will find the poor, particularly here in this city, which has been destroyed by fire, in a great number, whom you can give your regal support. But I do not need a reward from anyone on this earth, for I have all the love of the Lord, and this is my only and highest reward. Oh yes, I will answer your question. I do not want to remain in debt to you for anything, but therefore I will not let myself be rewarded by you at all, least of all in a worldly fashion. For I consider such a thing to be one of the greatest sins. For first of all, I would be taking it away from the truly needy poor. And secondly, I would have taken away the opportunity for you to do something truly good, especially since I am not a poor child of the earth in any way. And basically, I even possess material treasure which you could not pay for with all your great kingdom, which I actually need just as little as the regal reward which you have just offered me. But do not believe that any sort of arrogance is speaking through me, but instead the quite purest and most harmless truth. For if I possessed even the smallest spark of pride in myself, I would not sit in this place beside the Lord of Lords and beside the Master of Masters. That, my otherwise very dearest friend Cornelius, was a little bit of a failure. You see, people who possess mercy from the Lord as I do, if through and through undeservedly, must be judged and treated quite differently to the people of nature and the world. You thought that I, as a young, barely 14-year-old girl, would be of as vain a nature as the other maidens of the world, and would even have the greatest joy in being dressed in regal clothes. Alone, such vanity is further from me than the smallest star in the firmament that your eye can discover from this earth, and that says a lot. Therefore, take your offer of reward back quickly. Otherwise, I will not answer your question in any case. Cornelius says, "Well then, because I ended up with such a sharp retort, I will take it back very willingly according to your wish, and will then do what you advised me to do. But you must answer my question to you out of friendship." Next, Jara began to gather herself and said, "You now want to learn from me what the sun is and which elements it consists of, since it pours out such a strong light and such powerful warmth over the earth. Well, I can give you quite fully true information about this. But what good would that do you? You can well believe me, as a blind man believes someone who tells him that a flower is beautifully red. Will the blind man be able to convince himself that the flower is truly so wonderfully red? That would be very difficult in this life, and in the next life the free soul will certainly worry very little about it. For in any case, it will, in a better position, to see more in one instant than can be learnt here in 50 industrious years of every effort. Cornelius says, "Most blessed girl, there you are quite right. I will never ad personam mean personally, be able to convince myself about the things you have told me about the sun, and that the things you have just said are seriously true. But I also know now that you cannot lie to me, because everything that you can only know from the Lord. And therefore I can accept everything that you might ever say about the sun as the perfect and undoubted truth. Jara says, "Well then, good. I will see whether you begin to shrug your shoulders. And so listen to me. Chapter 60. The Natural Sun. Jara. You see, the sun is also, just like our Earth, an inhabitable and also fully inhabited planet. Only it is 1,000 times larger than this Earth of ours, which, as you see, is not small either. But the light that is emitted by that great world is not the inhabited ground of the sun, but instead only the air surrounding it entirely, whose smoothest surface, constantly rubbing firmly against the surrounding ether in all directions, firstly creates an uncountable amount of the strongest flashes of light all at one time, and secondly, takes in the light from eons of suns onto this such an enormous reflective surface, and then sends it out again in all directions. The Earth, as well as many other Earths, which we call planets, is illuminated and heated through such a light by this sun of ours. However, the heat does not come to the Earth along with the light from the sun, but instead it is created on the spot by the light. The light truly comes from far away, but the heat is only created here, and namely through the fact that the certain natural spirits in the air, in the water, and in the earth are put into great motion through the light. And exactly this activity creates what we feel as heat. And at an even higher activity by the previously mentioned spirits, as heat, and we call them thus. But as the light can always be increased more and more into infinity, likewise the warmth and the heat can be increased. But, you will ask, who can exist on the sun then? For because the light must be the strongest there, the heat must also be no less. It is not so. Hardly 1,000th of a 1,000th part of all the strength of the sun's light can penetrate to the inside of the actual body of the sun. And therefore, it is not much brighter and warmer on the surface of the sun than here on our earth. And God's creations can therefore exist and live there just like on this earth. Only there can be no night there, because everything on the sun finds itself in its own indestructible light. The inhabitants of the sun therefore know nothing about night, but they can still see the stars and all the planets circling the sun along with our earth very well during their eternal day. This makes the extremely pure air reaching 1200 hours out in all directions around the sun, which is truly dulled from time to time by many and very dense clouds, but which also has very cloudless periods and areas where the outer worlds can be very well seen and observed, much better than that of any other planet. The sun rotates around its own axis, but not within almost 25 hours like this Earth of ours, but instead within 29 days. The inhabitants of the sun can therefore see the whole sky during this period, particularly the inhabitants of the middle belt, which according to my feeling must be the wisest and most beautiful people of the sun. The inhabitants of the other belts correspond more to the various planets. But as far as the inner construction of the enormously large body of the sun is concerned, my feeling tells me that even more planets are hidden inside the other, like in a hollow ball, and could be separated from each other by distances of 2, 3, and 4,000 hours, which is not to be taken as something concrete, because these internal suns often stretch out very far, to shrink back to the normal state then another time. The hollow spaces are either filled with water or with all sorts of air. But why things must be like this, I cannot tell you. For only the Lord and Master of eternity sitting beside me now knows about it. If you want to learn more, you must turn to this one and only. Cornelius says, I thank you, my dearest, very friendliest little child, for the message that you have just given me, which even I, with my reason, accept in full belief from the Alpha to the Omega. For I cannot find anything contradictory there. But how far must the sun be from our earth, since it appears so small to us, despite being such an enormously large world? Jara says, there is no measure for that on this earth. The Egyptians, however, had such a thing, and the later descendants, but in Europe and not in Asia, will invent this measuring stick again. But I can nonetheless tell you that an arrow which was shot from the earth with all force towards the sun would have to travel almost a full 20 earth years, in the least, in order to reach the sun. Now you can work it out yourself. Measure the time that a flying arrow needs to travel 1,000 human paces. You will find that the arrow at all speed nonetheless needs 2 instants of time to carry itself across 1,000 human paces. But an hour needs 1,800 of such double moments, and a day has 24 hours, and a year consists of 365 days, which is well known to you. If you now know that, and can count just a little, you will soon see how far the sun is from the earth. I cannot tell you any more, for even if I knew it too, I would not have the yardstick and the appropriate number. Imagine 40 times 1,000 times 1,000 hours of journey, and you have the distance of the earth from the sun more or less accurately. Cornelius opens his eyes wide and says, No, I would never have expected that from such a girl. She counts with the greatest numbers in the world, like one of us with the small numbers on our fingers. She is far above any Euclid's, the greatest mathematician. No, I've never seen such a thing before. Lord, tell me now whether I should accept all this. It seems to me, at least, that the girl has hit the nail on the head. Chapter 61. In the spirit of each human being are multiple wonders. I say, this certainly no gospel, but it is what it is, a truth which you will also benefit from in time, in order to heal the people from some superstitions. For people have no more massive superstition in any area than in the field of the light of the starry heavens. But it is not yet the time to let the people come to full conclusions about this. For now, it is above all important to form real and true people from out of the present human larva. However, that can only be achieved when man recognizes firstly himself, and then God, and loves him above all else with all his strength. Once man has become firm in such a belief, and is capable of receiving the Holy Spirit from God, he will then become receptive to all other still undiscovered truths, and will be capable of understanding them. But if one immediately filled his head with these things, he would not be able to understand it, and would rack his brains so much that he would go crazy. Therefore, this is the basic principle. Mankind must first become true people before receiving all knowledge. Otherwise, any sort of knowledge would harm them much more than something pious. For all knowledge occupies only our reason, which is in our brains. But the heart, as the basis of life, remains untamed, raw, and wild, like that of a predatory animal, and with the help of knowledge practices even more evil than without it. For knowledge is a true light to a godless heart for evil of all type and category. Therefore, my friends and brothers, give the blind firstly the correct light in their hearts, and then let such a light illuminate the reason of the soul. And then all knowledge will be a true blessing to man. It is certainly praiseworthy to know much, because in this way one can give another person good advice. But it is better to love much and truly, for love awakes and animates. But knowledge only satisfies curiosity, and then lies down again on the bed to rest. And so knowledge truly helps someone a little for a time, but harms him for the awakening of his spirit. But if it comes forth after some time, as a certain side effect of the light of the Spirit, it is then also full with all the warmth of life, and animates like the light of the sun, which not only illuminates as no other light, but also animates, because its light contains the warmth of life. And wherever it falls, it passes it on, and animates and draws out whatever is there even more. Believe me, the countless wonders that go around there in immeasurable spaces are dormant, hidden in everyone's spirit. Therefore strive above all, that your spirit will be fully awakened. And you will then always see in the greatest clarity what no eye has seen and no sense has felt. And through the other senses you will also be able to feel it most genuinely. Those who truly recognize and love God in me, the Son of Man, will receive an abundance of blessings in this life, the magnificence of which no human sense has ever felt before this hour. But on the pure path to knowledge, a person will never get there. Do you understand this, Cornelius? Chapter 62. Destiny of Divine Teaching. Cornelius says, "Yes, Lord, what you say is filled with truth, which has never existed before according to the measure of pure human life. For if it had ever been spoken or had ever been here before, certainly some people would have accepted it as what it is, and lived by it strictly, and the effect of it would certainly not have fallen by the wayside. But to my much encompassing knowledge, it has never been here before. But instead, there was quite the opposite among us heathens. And therefore Socrates, Plato, Plotin, and Phrygius are to be greatly admired, as well as several great men of Rome, who through sheer heroic efforts and pains against the laws of polytheism, nonetheless managed quite successfully to find the path to you, the one and only true God. Plato found that the one and only true, if unknown, God must be pure love. The more he thought about the unknown God, the warmer it became in his heart. And when he found that this benevolent warmth was growing, and a doctor told him that this was an illness, Plato laughed and said, "If that is an illness, then I desire even more of such an illness in my heart. For it makes me feel much better than any highly valued health." And Plato loved the unknown one more and more, and told how he had seen this God in the highest moments of his love for the unknown God, as if fully united with him, and what an indescribable bliss he had felt at this. The other great wise men tell similar things. Their teaching would have been very comforting for people if the familiar servants of God had not stood in the way of spreading it with all manner of abominations. But it was always so, and it will probably continue to be so. The pure truth can never take hold because over time its closest servants themselves, led by highly mean interests, stand in the way. They put it in a labyrinth and then bend the original ever straight and open path into thousands of crooked ways which, surrounded by a gloomy wall, never allow the seeker to find the centre where the old temple of truth once stood. Lord, one day your religion will also suffer the same fate, if only one priest will excel himself in it. There must certainly be teachers, but there is surely one rowdy in 10 who incites the others only too soon, and then the truth already has a flaw. Moses, the wisest man in Cairo, the adopted son of the Pharaoh's daughter, indoctrinated in everything, wrote the divine truth on marble tablets and ordered with the power of God to announce it to the people and obey it, despite all the hardest punishments. To live according to such a religion and to act accordingly. Hardly 1,000 years have passed since him, and how do things look now for the holy religion of the marble tablets? There is no trace of it any longer except for the name. Where is the old Ark of the Covenant, the wonderful, fruit and life-bearing Ark? Where are the original tablets that Moses wrote with his own hands as if for eternity? You see, Moses' followers have destroyed everything, simply because of their evil worldly interests. Therefore I say, without by any means being a prophet, as it always was, it still is and always will be, if you, O Lord, lay your religion in the hands of men for safekeeping. In 1,000 years things will look very crooked, and people will be allowed to seek the truth in it like Diogenes on the clearest day, but never find it. The full truth will certainly remain with some individuals, but in general there will be nothing further left than what remains of the children of Abraham in the times of Moses, namely vessels and empty names. Who understands any longer the spirit of Moses' statutes? Therefore I say, and remain by this, man was always so, and with small differences will always remain so. Something new will always make them curious and excited, but once the people have got used to it a little, even the most eminent thing will soon become everyday, worthless and indifferent to them. If there is something attractive in it still, it must often be refreshed with all sorts of rarities, and some change must always occur, of course not harming the main issue, otherwise humanity begins again, out of sheer boredom and under constant thunder and lightning, to form golden cows again and to dance around them in amusement. Yes, even some priests are to be excused for selling the people, instead of the real goods, the most miserable junk as something purely divine. For if the current of darkness has become too powerful, swimming against it is impossible. And the best-intentioned priest, even if he possesses in secret some correct idea of the truth, must swim with the current, nolens seu volens, whether you want it or not. Otherwise, he will immediately go under. Lord, as old as the humanity of this earth is, evil was always its faithful companion, which can never be denied. Can man ever be healed totally and radically from this old evil? For I see no reason why man should constantly be ruined time and again. Chapter 63. Importance of Free Will of Man. I say, yes, listen, my dearest. That is something of the greatest necessity on the planet, where people are designated to become, by their own effort, true children of God. The least spiritual limitation by me of the freest will would totally ruin my purpose. Therefore, here, on earth, the freest room for development must be provided completely, right down to deep below the worst hell, in order to achieve every thinkable burden, as well as up above every heaven, in order to achieve the highest virtue. Otherwise, there is nothing that can be done in order to become the children of God on this earth, which was designated for this. And there is the secret reason why even the most wonderful religion will be trodden on like dirt in time. No one will be able to say about my teaching that it demands even something unnatural, unfair, and impossible. And yet in time, such hardships and impossible to carry out adjuncts will set in, which no man will be able to observe in their entirety. One will massacre people in their hundreds and thousands in an exaggerated eagerness, worse than the wildest forest beast, and will believe that they are performing an extremely pleasant service for God. Yes, I myself will have to let myself be caught and finally even killed by the people, if they want it, in order to give the people the freest and highest playground for their will. For only through this highest and very most unlimited freedom were people placed on this earth completely in a position to rise to the truest and most perfectly godlike children, and gods themselves in all things. For as I myself am God from eternity to eternity only through my very most unlimited strength of will and power, likewise the children of my love must be it too eternally. But in order to become that, every spiritual education is needed, which does not yet suit you so well. But just think about it a little, and you will find that it cannot be possibly otherwise. Where the highest is to be reached, the lowest must also be available. Here Cornelius considers a little and says after a while, "Yes, yes, Lord, it is beginning to dawn a little in my heart. I should understand things well, but there are still some clouds and fog, through which my soul still does not yet see the full light. In certain moments, however, I notice that it is becoming lighter, and then I understand some things. And so I understand now also that it would not be possible for me to raise any doubts against this. But there we cannot speak at all of me being in full clarity and at home in this familiar sphere of wisdom. You, O Lord, could certainly put an only somewhat powerful light in my heart in this sphere as well. I say, I could certainly do that. But then the stronger light would not be yours, but only purely my work, and also something alien in you. You would not need to seek then, nor to ask or to knock anywhere. But I want, and must want, every man to progress along the path that I have shown you, and to achieve, with his own effort and sacrifice, what he needs for here and for afterwards. Otherwise, he will never be able to become fully self-acting, and therefore never independent. Full independence, however, is one of the most necessary prerequisites to receive the highest possible blessing. Look at a very well-placed servant. He has almost everything under his master that his highly prosperous master has. He can enjoy the best dishes and drink the wine from his master's guest table. If his master makes a journey on water or across land, he takes his servant with him, and whatever the master enjoys there, his servant enjoys also. But nonetheless, the bliss of both is different. The servant often thinks, I have a good master, and he does not demand anything from me that I could call unfair, and I am very well respected and looked after. But if I ever get above myself, he could nevertheless say to me, My boy, I looked on you like my own son, and therefore demanded only an easy and minor service from you. But you got above yourself and began to play the master. Therefore, I can no longer use you as my servant. Therefore, leave my house. Then I would have to go and would be a beggar. But my master would remain the lord of his possessions. You see, my good friend, this thought often ruins the servant's bliss. But the master is truly happy, whether he is already fond of his faithful servant or not. He does not need to fear that he will lose him, for he could easily get hundreds in the place of this one. He remains nonetheless the wealthy master and independent owner of very many goods and immeasurable other treasures. His blessing can therefore not be dulled, while the casual blessing of the servant can come to an end at any moment. And you see, it is the same here. As long as I, as the Lord of all life and all light, must inspire life and light into you all at once, you are only my slaves and servants. For I can provide you with life and light as long as I alone want to. From where will you then get light and life? Must not the thought alone of the possibility of what I said awaken you a very significant disquietude? But wherever some anguish, fright, or disquietude can be awakened in a soul, there is no possible chance of a perfect blessing. Chapter 64. Talents and Destiny of Man. The Lord. It is exactly for this reason that I myself came to this earth, designated for the creation of my true children, in order to free you from the bands of creative necessity and to show you the way to true, independent, eternal freedom of life, through word and deed, and to pave the way and to smooth it through my example before you all. Only on this path alone will it be possible to enter the immeasurable magnificence of God, my and your Father. For as a man, I am a human being like you. But within me live the original fullness of the divine magnificence of the Father, who is pure love. And it is not I, as your fellow man, who is now speaking to you, but the word that I say to you is the word of the Father who is in me, and whom I know well, but whom you do not know. For if you knew him, it would have been unnecessary to send me. But exactly because you do not know him and have never known him, I came myself in order to show him to you and to teach you to know him. But that is the will of the Father, that everyone who believes in me, the Son of Man, and that I was sent by the Father, should have eternal life and the magnificence of the Father in him, in order to become true children of the Almighty, and to remain so for eternity. But in order to achieve this, heaven and hell must come together in this world. There is no victory without a battle. Where the highest thing is to be achieved, the highest activity must be fully undertaken to achieve it. In order to reach one extreme, one must first break away from the opposite extreme. But how could a highest extreme be conceivable without the lowest? Or can someone among you think of mountains without the valleys between them? Are the summits of the mountains not measured according to the greatest depth of a valley? There must therefore be very deep valleys, and whoever lives in the depth of the valley must climb up the mountain, fighting with many obstacles, in order to win the freest and furthest view. But if there were no valleys, there would also be no mountains, and no one could climb any height with a view which only reaches a little over what is usual. That is only a material parable, it is true. But nonetheless, things which are similar and correspond to the infinitely great spiritual truth are hidden in it. For him who can think and will think, things will constantly form themselves more significantly. In the sphere of inner life, however, you are called and chosen to reach the highest point. So there must also be something under you. And so you have the most perfectly free will and the power to fight the lowermost things in yourself, with the power that God has given you as your own for eternity. You see, my dear friend Cornelius, that is how things stand in connection to life in this world, because that is how they must be. And hopefully, you will now hardly need to ask any other question. I could lead you in the spirit to another planet, where you would see everything in perfection, as you see the concoctions of the animals in an inimitable perfection. But what good is this? This constantly identical reappearing perfection to them? It only covers their highly puny and monotonous requirements for life. but only an inch further and you will find nothing. Can the children of God really be raised in such circumstances? But there are infinite things in you people. Only it is not developed. Therefore, a child can do nothing when it comes into the world, and is more helpless than the newborn of any species of animal. But exactly because it is so naked, so weak, and totally helpless, and stands just a little better than an octopus of the sea as a completely empty vessel, it can climb to the highest divine awareness and become capable of all perfection. Therefore, pay attention to everything that I have just said to you, and act accordingly, and you will also inevitably achieve what you have been called and chosen to be for all eternity. Tell me now, friend Cornelius, what you think about this earth now and its people in light and in darkness. Chapter 65. Cornelius remembers the birth of the Lord. Cornelius considered for a while, and finally said, full of the greatest wonder, "Lord, Lord, yes, very good, yes. But there is still the fact that if you entered under the roof of my house, I could never be worthy of this. For you alone are the one about whom the great king of the Jews, David, whose psalms I read in my youth, prophesied, when he said, 'Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in.' Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle." Psalm 24, verses 7 to 8. As I said, I have known these things since my youth, and strangely, it had to be so, that I was a witness of your birth in Bethlehem, and at the same time, the one who showed your earthly parents a way to flee from the cruelest persecution by old Herod. But then I was only 25 years old, and I am now a good 30 years older. I have lived through much in this time, seen much and heard and experienced much. But despite everything, the strange words of David and your birth, and all the accompanying events float as vividly before my eyes as if I had experienced them first-hand, as one says, only yesterday or the day before. And in the meantime I hear again and again, "Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in." Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. And in secret I said this text to myself even before your birth. And when you, O Lord, healed my servant, and I then had the greatest mercy to meet you, I said this verse to myself in my heart, which reveres and loves you above all else. And so I now say and bear witness that you alone are the great, eternal King of glory, about whom the wise King of the Jews sang in his prophetic spirit. And if you were not that King Zebaoth, How could you say such things about the people of this earth as you have just spoken? Yes, if your holy words will only remain firm in the memories of the likes of us. But unfortunately, my memory was never my strongest point. However, the main thing, the core, remains in me all the same. But what you have now told us goes far beyond all human understanding, and although I understand more or less what is said, things are nonetheless like a bright dream, and I will at home have a lot to do to explain things to my house as clearly as possible, because my memory cannot retain all the points as well as they came out of your holiest mouth. I say, "Oh, that can soon be easily helped. You see, we have the angel Raphael. Give him a few pages of good leather paper, and he will immediately write down for you this whole speech of mine, which is of a very powerful importance." With the greatest joy in the world, Cornelius immediately calls his servants and has them bring about 20 of the best pages of parchment, some ink, and a golden writing pen. The angel only touches the paper with the pen, which has been dipped in ink, and in an instant all 20 pages are filled to the same degree. Next, the angel gives the 20 pages to Cornelius to look through. And Cornelius cannot wonder enough how the angel was possibly able to put it all down on paper so endlessly quickly. For Cornelius had not been witness before when our Raphael had brought proof of his fast writing to light on other occasions. Therefore, he wondered all the more that this angel was finished so quickly with the writing down of the words I had said, and in addition in Greek and in Latin, and so true to word that there was not a dot missing. But then Kisjona, Faustus, and the mentioned Philippold also became very attentive and full of wonder. And the highly inquisitive Philippold began to ask Raphael about the possibility of writing something down at such enormous speed. But the angel says, "Friend, that is very easily possible for the likes of us at any time and with the help of the Lord, but purely impossible to explain to you how. For this is a characteristic which every perfect spirit possesses, not only such writing, but also to complete any great act in an instant. If you want to have a whole long mountain range destroyed or annihilated, or a lake dried out, or sea turned to land, or a whole earth destroyed, or the sun, which is 1,000 times greater, or if you wanted to send me to one of the very furthest stars, and demanded at the same time a sign that I had actually been there, that would also happen in the shortest moment, that you would not be able to perceive with your senses that I had been even the slightest bit absent. Well, how this happens, and can possibly happen, can only be understood by a pure spirit. Once you are reborn again completely in the Spirit, you will understand it, see it, and make a comparable image. But as long as you have not been reborn in the Spirit, you cannot possibly recognize such characteristics of the pure spirits, even if I were to show it to you quite clearly uncovered. But just ask yourself how your thought can be in Rome, or in Jerusalem in the shortest instant, and back here again. If you can explain that to yourself, my friend Philippold, you will also soon understand my speed. Philippold says, "Yes, yes, you magnificent, wonderful, angelic being. The thought is going to and fro, and no one can measure its speed. But nothing comes of the thought. It is a highly fleeting image. If someone wants to realize his thoughts, he must become very active with his hands, and a long time is needed until the image of the thought becomes visible in reality. But the thought is already a wonderfully completed work for you. You see, that is the very powerful difference between my thoughts and yours. Chapter 66. Task of Angels and Man. The angel says, "No difference at all. Just let your spirit first achieve rebirth, and your thoughts will appear in everything which is established in God's order as a completely perfect, divine miracle. Do not believe that it is I who acts in this way and does this, but instead it is the Spirit of the Lord who acts, works, and does everything, who actually makes and fills my innermost being. For we angels are basically nothing other than focus of the rays of the Divine Spirit. We are, in a certain way, the personified, powerfully active will of God. Our word is the speech of His mouth, and our beauty is a little reflection of His endless magnificence and always immeasurable majesty. But if the Lord God is also infinite in His majesty of wisdom and power, He is nonetheless a limited person in the love of the Father here with and among you. And exactly this love, which makes Him a person before you, also makes us angels into people before you. Otherwise, we are only light and fire, darting through all the infinite space as great, creative thoughts, filled with the Word, the power, and the will from eternity to eternity. But you people of the earth are only now receiving the Spirit, and even more so the own flame of love from the heart of God, as a consequence of which you will become true children of God, and as a result, you are unspeakably preferred above us, and we will have to walk along your path in order to become equal to you. As long as we all remain angels as we are now, we are nothing but the arms and fingers of the Lord, and stir and move ourselves only to act when we are prompted to do so by the Lord. As you prompt your hands and fingers to act, everything in us that you can see in me belongs to the Lord. Nothing can be called our own. Actually, all we are is the Lord Himself. But you have been called and designated to become, in fullest independence, what the Lord is Himself. For to you the Lord will say, "You must become perfect in everything, even as your Father in heaven is infinitely perfect." But if such a thing is said by the Lord to you people, you will only then fully see to what a great thing you have been called and designated to do. And what an endless difference there is then between you and us. Now you are certainly embryos in the womb, which cannot build any houses with the smallest strength of life that you have been given. But when you are reborn out of the true womb of the Spirit, then you will also be able to act as the Lord acts. I will tell you something else which the Lord will say to you himself, if you remain completely active in faith and all love for him. Look, he will say this: I do great things before you, but you will do even greater things before the whole world. Does the Lord say such things to us as well? Oh, certainly not. For we are the will and deed of the Lord, opposed to which the Lord will make such a prophecy to you, as if testifying against himself. But the Lord's endless love, mercy, and extremely great compassion will also determine a way for us angelic spirits, on which we will become fully equal to you. The path which the Lord himself now treads will become the path of all original spirits of all the heavens. But certainly not from one day to the next, but instead gradually, in an evenly continuing unfolding of the never-ending eternity, in which we, from God, move up and down as if in an endlessly great circle, without ever touching the outer edge of the circle. But even if something must be waited for a long time, it nonetheless happens in the end, because it is kept faithfully and true in the great order of the Lord. Whatever finds itself once within this will happen. It really does not depend on the when. Once it has happened, it is there, as if it had been there since eternity. You, dear friend Philippold, had not been born 100 years ago, and therefore were not here as you are now here. But doesn't it seem to you as if you had always been here? Only the cold calculation of your reason shows to you that you are not always here. But your feeling and your most living perceptions show you the sheerest opposite. Likewise, your cold reason shows you that you will die one day, and as what you are, you will pass away from this earth forever and eternity. But on the other hand, ask your feeling and your perception, and both of these will not know, and will not want to know, anything of an act of dying or passing away from this earth. Well, who is right and true? The cold reason or the warm feeling of life? I tell you, both, the reason and the warm self-perceptive feeling of life. Reason, as the ordered mental library of the soul, will clearly pass away from the soul, as well as the soul itself. Along with the other parts of the body and its limbs, its material capacity to perceive and calculate must also have the perception of passing away within it. But it is different with the feeling of life, and with the being aware of oneself, which, because it comes spiritually from God, has never had a beginning, and therefore can also never have an end. For this reason, it is also impossible for the soul, even in its material form, to think of itself as temporary and ending. And so the soul becomes lighter and lighter. And if it is fully one with the Spirit of God living in it, then the feeling of life becomes so clear and powerful that the feeling of temporality in the cold calculation of reason loses every meaning and power. The reason for this is that all the life force of the Spirit of the Lord in the soul also penetrates even the spiritual nerves of the body and takes away every feeling of passing away. This occurs because finally all the actual, ethereal bodily matter of life becomes immortal like the substance of life in the soul. You, my dear Philippold, who are also from above, will now easily see that a spirit can expect everything, and a time period, no matter how long, is actually nothing for it. For once the blessing will come to it according to the order of the Lord, and it is then questionable which part of eternity will be longer for it, the part which it has lived and acted, or the part which is yet to be lived and acted. It is true that I am still what I am, and this make-believe body is not by any means a conceived and born body, flesh and blood filled with a substantial soul. But it is nonetheless a more meaningful approach towards it. The time of full realization of this mercy will not be too far off, and I will be what you are now. Do not praise me, therefore, because you have seen me do miracles. For because I am not yet a being, but my being is just the casual will of the Lord. Only the Lord alone should be praised and revered for his miracles, which would have performed, even without me, endlessly greater things. But it is he who gave the great and holy speech to Cornelius, which I wrote down for him. You already know him from Cain near Kis, and you will know him yet deeper. But now there will soon be something which he will say, pure words of all life. Chapter 67. The ideas of Philippold about creation. Philippold then turns to kiss Jonah, sitting next to him, saying, "Have you now finally got a good idea about an angel of God, as I have?" You see, this was always my claim as well, that the angels are actually not persons, but only ideas filled with the will of God, and are only seen in a particular form when such a thing is decided to be necessary by God. But since God has an eternal number of all sorts of greater and lesser sub-ideas, it is certain that these ideas, if they should be realized in any sort of way, must be filled with the power and strength of the divine, unchanging will. Otherwise, it could never become an acting or already effective being. All creations which exist either for a time or forever in a designated visible form, for example, like a whole world and everything that it includes and bears and what it consists of, are ideas emitted from God which are already found in a created being. But in order to bring into existence a being, formless, quite freely acting ideas must be emitted by God, which are filled with His will, but only to work and to create forms, but not to be a form oneself, in which power and intelligence are united in order to have an effect on the objectively emitted ideas as so divine, that they become a purposeful form in a certain planned order, but instead to be a constantly formless and to be appropriately effective for all forms, as the wise Plato claimed about the origin of the human soul. This angel certainly has a form, but this form is actually nothing in itself, because it does not remain. But it is there as it is, nonetheless standing free and independent from itself and the basic idea of God as a great thought, to work for itself, partly with the now separated own material, and partly with what also constantly flows from God. But the great idea about the actual, true childhood of God seems to me to lie in this. For as long as an idea is identical to the divinity, not isolated, no self-activity, and also no independence can be conceived out of it. But only when it has been made equal to all the people of this earth in all things, it can then become what we people are called to be in everything. Tell me, is my opinion correct or not? Jonah says, "Yes, yes, I find nothing to be wrongly judged. Certainly, I am no less than any wise man. But nonetheless, I find with my very natural worldly reason that you have spoken very wisely, and I rejoice to have such a wise friend and brother in the Lord. We will have a lot more to speak about at home. But now I am longing, however, for another word from the mouth of the Lord." The angel there certainly announced something, but nothing is happening, and the Lord, as I notice, has fallen asleep a little during our discussion about wisdom, and that then seems to suggest that he will not open his holy mouth soon. The wise girl who gave Cornelius so much to think about has also fallen asleep. Also the Supreme Governor, and as I now notice, several are now dozing at our table. But at the other tables things are very lively. It seems to me that this table has become very sleepy through the discussion of wisdom by the angel, and particularly by you. Do you know, my dearest Philippold, I love to listen to you when you begin to speak about extrasensory things. But here, in the presence of the very most wise, you perhaps overdid things. Well, the angel gave us a long speech, but he spoke purely through the Lord, and so it was more or less the same thing as if the Lord had spoken himself. But then, when you began to speak, it was only your opinion. After everything that you had heard from the angel, and that, it seems to me, called forth the sleepiness at our table. Don't you think so yourself? Philippold says, Yes, you cannot be too wrong. I am now seriously sorry that I have let myself be led so far away from my reason. But I still cannot undo what has been done, although I still am of the conviction that I have committed no injustice. '68. Memories in the brain are temporary. Here I sit up quite alert again and say with a very friendly face to Philippold, Oh, by no means. Your observation about the difference between an angel and a true person of this earth is quite right. It is very accurate how you have summarized things and developed them quite superbly. My gentle dozing was only a consequence of the bodily tiredness. For we have now worked for almost 2 full nights. But since you are such a true Platonic sage, explain to us now the actual reason for my descent into the flesh of this earth. What I am in the spirit and was since eternity, you know. But that I also have a body with flesh and blood, like any other person, that you see and feel, as well as everyone here at this table. Why did I clothe myself with a mortal shell? Why did the original reason for all existence and life clothe himself in a shell of obvious mortality? Must it be so? Or is this only a whim of the eternal Spirit of God, which is in me and resides and works? If you can uncover these things satisfactorily, you shall receive a token of wisdom from the heavens, even in this life. Philippold says, Lord, to be honest, I suspect it, and my night of life is beginning to dawn like early morning, obviously through the gift of your mercy, O Lord. Yes, I feel the endless greatness of what is to be disclosed. But the words fail me. Things cannot be explained with an aeon of earthly wisdom. One would have to have the native language of the spirits, and this would have to be understood by everyone. Otherwise, one would be speaking to deaf ears. But firstly, where should one find such a language? And secondly, how could one give the people the correct understanding? Look, O Lord, in my opinion, those are very essential things, without which a very high revelation of wisdom is totally and utterly impossible. But nonetheless, I feel very acutely the great and blessedly wonderful truth in me. But I also feel the fullest impossibility of clothing this greatest and most blessed of all truth in our pitiful words for the purpose of correct understanding. You, O Lord, will mercifully see this reason, and therefore dispense me with such a very most enormously high and great revelation of wisdom. I say, that is vain. So much is not needed as you think. In the brain, where the soul usually harvests its wisdom, you will certainly find the appropriate words with difficulty. But in the heart, it is all the more so, since that is the carrier of the Spirit from the heart of God. Seek then, and you will find that even the greatest depth of wisdom can be revealed for everyone with the simplest and shortest words in the world, much better than with the high words of Solomon's wisdom. What use is this Song of Songs if you understand it as little at the 1,000th reading as at the first? But Solomon had to write like that, because it was not yet the time then to completely reveal the deepest secrets of heaven to the incapable people, who were still completely devoid of the Spirit in their hearts, but to give them only hidden pointers in order to make their souls keen for what was to come. But there was no talk of understanding the texts. For Solomon understood just as little of his Song of Songs as you do. For had he understood it, he would not have sinned and would not have become a complete idolater and adulterer 1,000 times over. But what he wrote through the Spirit of God, which passed through his soul in certain moments, is nonetheless God's pure word, but not given to be understood with the brain, but with the capable Spirit in the heart from God, which has only been placed in the hearts of a few people as exceptions in this time, since my descent, so that they will recognize me and understand me, for their own sake and for the sake of many other, yet spiritless people. But in your heart, the mentioned Spirit has already been laid like an embryo in the lap of a mother. You only have to look around a little in your own heart, and you will find the Spirit from God already in you. And this will then lend you words with which you can easily reveal to this table what I have asked you. Philippold says, Lord, that would all be very correct, and it may well be that I can find the key in my heart. But for you, O Lord, it would be a very easy thing to reveal this deep secret to us.
and we would then be your very most attentive listeners. But for me, it would be something terribly difficult, and in the end, I might be completely laughed at, and with reason. I say, "Oh, not at all. Firstly, it is within my order that I should be revealed also by you people quite freely, in order to have a purpose in your lives. And secondly, things are not at all as difficult as you imagine in your brain. I could very well tell you and others, and you would also understand me if it was necessary. But your soul would store it just as well as everything else for your brain alone, where it would then be of no use to your soul. For what the soul stores in the palace of its brain dies and passes away in time, along with the brain. What use then can the spirit draw from what has happened and what has stopped existing? But if you develop such a thing from your heart, it will then remain there forever in something that is eternal, namely your spirit, and likewise through that, forever in your soul. But what the brain seizes passes away, and nothing is left of all the worldly wisdom in the soul when it one day leaves the body. Therefore, you must all take everything to heart and bind it in your heart and reveal it. For what the brain creates is suitable only for the passing life on this world and for the mortal body. Soul and spirit do not need this. They need no earthly clothing, no house, no field, and no vineyard. All cares from the recognition of the brain is directed at the covering of the bodily needs, which unfortunately have such a high degree among the people that they can never be counted, and even less achieved, for the largest part of humanity. The earthly intelligence of the brain can therefore never accept and understand something purely spiritual, because it has been given to man only for the necessary care for his body. Such a thing can only be done by the divine spirit in the heart. It must therefore be practiced from early on. Once it has reached some degree of solidity, the correct order in life will have been as good as established. And so just try to unfold what I demand of you, and your spirit will gain a great advantage. Chapter 69. Philippold explains why the Lord incarnated. Philippold says, "In your holiest name, I will try then to see what I can unfold out of myself." I reckon if even an ordinary person must have a reason for any quite ordinary action, otherwise he would not have put his limbs into motion. All the more so can we assume that God, as the only eternal, true and pure, all-powerful Spirit, must have had an extremely cogent reason to squeeze itself into the limited form of flesh, and so as the Creator of all things, become a fellow creation for His creatures, as we people are. But as only love alone is the powerful incentive for whatever action for us people, likewise, love was certainly also the single high motive for encouraging you, O Lord, as the holy consequence of this, to walk among us and teach us to recognize your will freely in us, to make it our own, and then to act independently to please you, O Lord. This is how it seems to me in my heart, quite naturally and actively. You once in eternity changed your ideas into truly solid forms. At first, the forms were rigid and stiff, as now everything which stands before us seems to be completely lifeless to our senses. From these great and seemingly dead forms, you developed from time to time, gradually, more and softer and more self-aware forms of life, with less or more free movement and action. All this is and was only a preparatory school and first test of fully free life in all the fully free people coming afterwards, to whom you, O Lord, gave the main and fundamental form of your own fundamental existence. Now man was there, became aware of himself and of his divine freedom, had a great joy in his existence, in his beautiful form, and could tell and count the things that were around him. But soon he began to ask after his origin, likewise the things that had been given to serve him. And when you, O Lord, saw that, you became joyful in your divine heart, and you gave him the opportunity to feel you more and more, and to think. Through the inner, silent, and secret revelation in the heart of the now free man, who was your equal in everything, your eternal spirit led him to begin to discover that he, along with everything around him, must be the work of an all-powerful and highly wise and good being. Through such an ever-increasing and brightening recognition, the new, magnificent man had to be filled not only with the highest respect and honour before the Creator of all things, whom he could feel ever more acutely, but also with a longing love for him in his heart, to see him just once and speak to him, in order to recognize with faithfulness that his great idea of the existence of such a high being, constantly awakening honor and love, was no vain fantasy. This great longing rose and rose higher and higher, and the holy demand for you, O Lord, in your spirit, became warmer and warmer in the pure and still unspoilt breast of the first human couple. True, these first people loved each other, but they did not recognize each other, and therefore their love for you, O Lord, united them and created in them the ever-increasing and more determined confidence that there must be a great, holy, and all-powerful Creator who had set the people as lords over the whole earth and over all the things, because all other creatures of the earth bowed before their will. When such a longing to get to know you personally had reached its highest culmination, you then were also awakened in your godly heart and opened the inner eye of the people, created an ethereal human form for a moment, and showed yourself to the people longing for you. Only then did man see the great and holiest truth and the fullest reality of his presentiment, and had a great joy in you, but also a great fear of you, who had given him, along with everything else, his existence. At that time, man was as good and pure as a sun. Nothing dulled his senses, and what one calls passion was far from his sacred breast. But you, O Lord, knew well that only the human form was animated by the breath of your will, and that he was now capable of beginning to work on his own inner formation in order to achieve free independence. You directed him and showed him the way, one leading to divine, freest independence, and the other leading to the captive and therefore utterly dependent existence. A commandment was the threatening pointer and the questionable double path itself. But so that the commandment became what it should be for the new people, you had to give man a tempter, so that he would prompt him to disobey the commandment, and man would then hold firmly to the commandment through his own firm will, and would observe it faithfully. This lasted for a while, But you yourself saw that man could not finally reach that high level of complete independence which you had pinned out for him through the strict obedience of a commandment. In order to achieve that, man had to be separated from you ever further and deeper. He had to fail and fall, and then only begin to pull himself together again in such highest division from you, with great effort and under all sorts of temptations and complaints, and then search for you with a humbled and purified heart. When the fallen man had risen again to you by such a painful way out of his profound depth, you came to him again, showed yourself to him once again in a much more extended form, and likewise in a greater educational revelation to the people, and made the great prophecy of what you have now performed before our very eyes, that you too would become a fellow man for man, so that he could stand before you in complete independence for all future times, and you would have the greater, more magnificent, and certainly more blessed pleasure to face your children not immediately as a God, Lord, and Father spread through all eternity, and therefore never to be seen and never to be touched, but instead as a visibly loving Father, whom the children can love, and to lead all the good children personally into your wonderful heavens. What a blessing could that be for a never-ending God, if he could see his dear children, but they could never see him as anything but an endless sea of light. In this way, you have prepared the greatest blessing for the people, and thereby, as the true, only, and most loving Father of your children, also for yourself. For what desire could you have, even in the best and most pure of heart of all your children, in the certain knowledge that they will never see or hear you speak in all eternity? Thus you, O Lord, have done all this for your and the people's will, so that the pure can become happy in you, and that you can enjoy the highest bliss and happiness in them. And if now all the angels come down from heaven and can give me another reason for you present fully and even materially formal human existence, I will give up forever my humanity and will stop existing, or I will be an animal forever. If you, O Lord, had no love in you, you would have never called any of your most magnificent ideas into a visible and formal existence. But since you had a great pleasure in your godly heart, in your wonderfully magnificent and great ideas, and loved them before your endless wisdom and power had ever called them into externally visible and formally secured beings through your strength, your love, which was also becoming more and more fervent and active, forced you to give your ideas an existence apart from you, and therefore also a continuing life. This life, however, is nothing but your highest, most powerful and purest divine love. All creation breathes out their life, and in this love of yours, yes, their whole being is nothing but your love. And all forms are also only your love. Everything we hear, see, perceive, sense, feel, and taste are only your love. Without it, a sun would never have lit the earth and warmed its fields. But if only your love has done all that with your magnificent original ideas, should it then do nothing for itself in order to achieve in all fullness what originally forced it to prepare a free, independent life for its ideas? I am now of the opinion that I have spoken the full truth, from which goes forth that you, God of eternity, inevitably had to become in time a person like us, driven by yourself. And I also believe, as far as is possible for my human wisdom, that I have exhausted the question that you gave me. I beg you, O Lord, to now speak your judgment on this quite clearly.
"70. The language of the heart. Everyone is amazed by the deep insight and wisdom of Philippold. Christiano looks at him from head to toe and cannot understand how this person, otherwise well known for his great experience, now suddenly amazes everyone with his deep wisdom. And even Mathael says, I also have some knowledge, but my spirit has never reached such a depth as this. His spirit or soul must already have been schooled in another, better world. Jara also looks at the wise man and can hardly come to terms with his wisdom through sheer amazement. But I say to him, you see, my dear friend and brother, how well you succeeded, and how you have hit the nail on the head with your magnificent answer to the question I placed in your heart. I tell you that you have now revealed the fullest truth in my name to all my disciples, friends, and brothers in the most faithful, truest, and most easily understandable way. and I do not need to say anything else except, so it is, and so have been all things since eternity. You see, there is more wisdom in this than in the whole Song of Solomon, who understood it just as little as anyone else. For if he had understood it, he would not have fallen into the sins of all sins and been destroyed. Therefore, seek wisdom only in your hearts, and the correct revelation from me. Then you will understand it easily and keep it for your whole life and forever. Then Peter says, "But Lord, we have been with you now for almost 9 months. Why do we not understand how to speak from ourselves as this friend from Cain near Kis?" I say, the Romans have a little saying and say, ex trunco non statim fit mercurius. A stump will not turn into mercury easily. And so it is more or less with you. And I myself want to ask you now and then, how long will I have to put up with you before you understand something in your true base of life? Have I not told you repeatedly that you should not begin to create thoughts in your heads, but only in your hearts, in order to reach a fullness of wisdom which would truly make you free in life? Why don't you do that then? And why do you remain with material things, which have nothing and can give nothing? Do what I teach you, and then you will also speak as Philippold does, in true wisdom. Peter says, "Lord, we have tried that often, but the thoughts in our hearts just don't work. Only sometimes I feel something, not so much true thoughts as more actual words in my heart. And these I cannot really call thoughts, since it seems to me that these are only spoken in the heart after they have been thought in the brain. I say, that is a start. Practice it, and you will soon manage to be capable of the deepest and freest thoughts in your heart." Peter says, "Thank you, eternally good Master. If it is so, then we will soon progress." I say, yes, but not completely before my return home. But afterwards, yes. No one at the table did understand that, and so they asked what I meant by this. But I say, do you think then that the Son of Man will remain until the end of this earth, in flesh and blood, among you people, and teach and perform miracles? Yes, I will truly remain until the end of the earth among the people who are of a good will, comforting, strengthening, animating, teaching, and also performing miracles. And I will come to all those who truly love me and keep my commandments, and will reveal myself to them, but not in this mortal body, but instead in a transfigured and eternally immortal one. Whoever has senses will understand this. The disciples say, "Lord, we have senses, but we still cannot understand this." I say, I have not made you responsible at all. Every apprentice needs a certain time before he becomes sure of what he has learnt. Once he has done that, he is released and is from then on responsible for his own mistakes. Therefore, if you now understand some things, you are without blame. But later it will be different. But now you must collect yourselves, for in just a moment something will happen which will give us a lot to deal with. '71. About Nimbus. I had said this out loud, so that also the guests at the other tables heard it. And our Stehar, the governor of Caesarea Philippi, rose solemnly from his seat, came up to me and said, Lord, I heard everything that was said and judged at this most illustrious table. Many miraculous, eminent, deeply wise, fully true, and in every respect undeniable things. Everywhere your purest divinity shone like a sun on the brightest midday. And all the angels of heaven could not claim otherwise. But nonetheless I always missed something. And that is the certain divinely eminent nimbus, mythology, a shining cloud sometimes surrounding a deity when on earth, which nowadays one sees only too clearly in the temple, and particularly in their Holy of Holies, as soon as one only sets foot in that place. The certain holy, mysterious quietness, the sacred aroma of sacrifices, here quite absent, constantly make a thoroughly earth-shattering effect on the people, and certainly to their pious people. What an unspeakable gap between God and man! How low does a man feel in comparison with the fearfully eternal, divine majesty? Yes, how does he sink back to nothing and feels in his full nothingness the great divine all in all, and his pure nothingness, which is highly healing for the humility of the human heart, which likes to puff itself up in pride. In a nutshell, in my unmeasured opinion, man should not feel so at home in the presence of his God, his Creator, as if he was sitting with a bowl of lentils and was consuming them quite comfortably. Thus there is no lofty nimbus here. We are sitting as sheer friends, and even brothers, among one another, and whoever says something speaks enormously truly and wisely, but also quite without the certain ancient, very prophetic nimbus. Once he has said everything, he is finished. But unfortunately, we are almost as well finished with the particular most high respect, which man should constantly have before God. We are feeling so comfortable in your presence, and even the magnificently uplifting Sabbath in the heart of a person, otherwise spent in respectful rest, makes no better impression on our mood than any other very usual workday. And now something is supposed to happen which will certainly cheer us as ordinarily on the new moon Sabbath as only something quite usual, most commonplace can do. Could your omnipotence not be used so that at least the remaining 2 hours of this Sabbath day rest will not be made too similar to a working day and destroy every divine nimbus? I say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And have you never heard people say, a dog always returns to what he has thrown up, and the pigs always return to the puddles in which they have made themselves unclean? What's all this about your empty and fully godless, eminently scenting temple nimbus? Whose eyes of the soul have ever been opened, and who has been taught the ways of life? Did I create man for the nimbus, or only for the all-rejoicing love? Tyrants and violent oppressors of their fellow men tend to surround themselves with your nimbus. Throw sand in the eyes of all the seeing people, and choke the poor and the weak, simply to raise your eminent aura of fear around them. And you call that good, even serviceable for the human soul? Oh, you old blind fool! What good would I be to you, then, if I was an all-consuming fire among you? Would that ever increase your love and your trust to me? Or is it possible to love someone who instantly threatens to strangle you as the most powerful, with eyes glowing in anger, if you only make the slightest mistake? Do you and your dubious temple know better than I why God created the people, and how God and man behave mutually? What is that then that you call a nimbus? Look, it is the actual, very worst and most poisonous smell from the very lowest hell with which Satan surrounds his similar, faithful servants, so that they stand in a terrible reputation, in order to thereby lead many human souls into the kingdom of Satan with little effort. But it is written that everything which appears before the world, surrounded by this nimbus, is an abomination before God. Have you ever seen 2 people who truly love one another act arrogantly as if surrounded by a nimbus, and then hardly deign to give the other a friendly look, and even less a tender word? Or have you then seen a truly tender and passionate young bride meet her groom with the greatest possible nimbus of arrogance, and the groom meets her with an even greater one? Do you really think that that can become a married couple? Yes, it can certainly become one according to the power of the law from this world, but never for heaven. For where there is no love, there is also no heaven. I tell you, that is the curse of hell, and no light, no path, no truth, no love, and therefore also no free life, but instead only an eternal judgment, which suppresses those who cursed themselves and holds them in the tightest check. It actually seems less divine and worthy of God here to you, because you do not actually get to taste anything of hell and of its despicableness. Look what the blind humanity can achieve. They have a point of belief that they are doing God a just and pleasing service with hell. They could not have gone any further in their blindness, stupidity, and evilness. If it seems to you to be so edifying and worthy of God in hell, then go there again and serve God there with your eminent education, and be happy in your nimbus. At these words, Stehar falls on his knees before me and begs me for forgiveness, saying, "Lord, forgive me, a foolish, old, blind idiot, and I thank you for this justified correction. Only now am I fully healed." You see, I was thus brought up and lulled into thinking this way. And the impressions in the cradle are very hard to be removed from the mind. But now it is as if a new sun has risen in me, and I now see the whole despicableness and the total perversion of the temple service. Now, come what may, I will remain as firm as a granite cliff in the sea in this new teaching, which is most worthy of God from your holy mouth. I say, stand up, brother, but go and tell your brothers what you have heard, for they also are stuck in their foolish nimbus to over their heads. Explain to them what the nimbus is, and explain to them who I am, also without such a nimbus, and what I really want. After these words, Stehar rises, bows deeply before me, hurries to his brothers, and begins to talk very energetically. And it soon becomes very loud at that table, at which it was previously very quiet. And Stehar has a job with his brothers, who are somewhat animated by wine. But Florin, his spokesman, supports him, and so things are soon evened out. Philipold, however, says to Cyrenius, "Great Master, it is extremely strange how some people cannot see the wood for the trees." Cyrenius says, "Habit is a powerful support for all foolishness. In Europe, there is a nation where everything is decided with beating and scourge. For every little crime, there is the stick, the scourge, or a firm whip in the most painful fashion. My brother Caesar Augustus wanted to do away with it. He placed educators there who actively worked against it, and even had men and women brought to Rome so that they could learn the blessing of humaneness. And look, these people became very homesick for their own land, where they certainly in every month were beaten black and blue. But once a material hell becomes such a habit for a man that he longs for it when he does not find any more in a humanitarian people, how much more then the spiritual hell which gives man so many mundane advantages? I, however, was not surprised by Stehar's comment. This person had been very well physically for many years in his nimbus, and now wanted to say a few words about it in order to always be in favour. But now it is good so, and let his nimbus rest. Chapter 72. Preparations for a coming storm. In the meantime, however, Hermes, the messenger and singer from Caesarea Philippi, went up the mountain to see how things were going with the burnt-out city, and found it still in powerful flames here and there. But at the same time he also discovered that a very violent storm was beginning to form at a very rapid pace in the direction of the city, and in his opinion it would not be long before it would begin. He now came back down from the mountain as a meteorological prophet and said to old Mark, "Dear neighbour, there are so many guests here, and it will hardly be half an hour before we will all be standing under the most violent storm. Have you roof enough to protect us from all sorts of adversity? For with such a storm, it is not safe to stand in the open." I don't mean to say too much about wind and rain, but hail and lightning are really a little too uncomfortable to be borne out in the open. If you have too little roof, then we should make provisions. Mark says, "As long as the one who is here says nothing and orders nothing, there is certainly no danger. This one is our very best and most reliable everything. If he wants provisions to be made, however, then they will be made in an instant. Therefore, my friend and neighbour, be unconcerned. Everything will be sorted out in the best way." I call both of them and say to Mark, "The storm that will soon be over us will give us a lot of adversity. Therefore, some roofs, as in Hermes' opinion, would be good. But the material is quite lacking. Where can one find it in such a great hurry?" Mark says, "Lord, as long as you are with us and among us, I say, as I said before to friend Hermes, you are our very best all in all, and we need no better and more durable." These words by old Mark are now repeated by many bystanders loudly and full of trust, and I say, "Let it be so then." But if a strong hailstorm would come, accompanied by lightning and cloudburst? Everyone says, "Lord, let in addition an unheard-of earthquake shake all the mountains, and let the stars fall from heaven. We will still laugh heartily in your presence, for what can harm us if your all-powerful hand protects us?" I say, "You must also speak like this in the storm, and in the danger in your hearts, and not only with your mouths as you speak now. Then my protection will serve you through your faith and your living trust. But if you begin to fail in the danger, then my protection will not do you any particular good." Everyone says, "O Lord, who will be swayed in their faith and trust in you?" But we nonetheless take possession of your love above all, and your all-powerful will. For if you, O Lord, hold back your will, we will be in a very bad situation despite all our faith and trust. But you are extremely good and just, and you will not want to harm our trust. I say, oh, by no means. You should get to know on this very evening the power and magnificence of God. But in addition, this storm must come for the sake of the burning city. Otherwise it will burn for another few days. It will last for about 3 hours, as you have never experienced before. And nevertheless, it will bring more use than harm. But nonetheless, let us go now out on the sea, for there our presence will be most necessary. You will also be able to see the angry elements the easiest, and the magnificence of God will be more illuminating to you there than under a roof. At these words, everyone now hurries out onto the calm sea. But one can already see the black clouds moving closer, and also over the eastern and southern mountains, massive clouds are building up. And everyone now realizes that this will be a massive storm. Over the sea, however, a number of storm birds are immediately showing up. Uran, therefore, begins to look after his beautiful and expensive tents. He comes to me and asks me to take under my protection his travelling treasure. For at the sight of such a giant storm, the tents might well be blown away. I say, didn't I tell you then how the magnificence of God will be revealed here the most clearly? How can you still be concerned with your pitiful tents, as if any salvation of the world lay within them? Look, the tents are large and very spacious. When the storm stands above us with all its force, let the female guests go in, and also those males who might take too great fright. For the storm will be no joke by any means. But nothing will happen to your beautiful tents, except that they will get a bit wet. Uran says, I thank you for this prophecy, which has now as good as come true. My tents, which certainly do not let in a single drop of water even at the heaviest rainstorm, are now all at the disposal of those who want to use them. I myself will, however, remain outside with you, O Lord. I say, aren't you afraid of the hail? Uran says, I have already shared my opinion with all the others, and now I say once more with the wise saying of the Romans, Si fractus illabetur orbis, impavidum ferient ruinae. Even if the world collapse, the intrepid will top the ruins. Editor. I say, very well. But now the mutual storm clouds are beginning to shake their damp hands, and it will therefore soon get going. Also on the sea, crashing waves can be seen here and there, and it is therefore time for the frightened to go into the dry. Fish are jumping out of the water in order to catch the low-flying mosquitoes. Likewise, a constantly growing number of seagulls and storm petrels are frolicking over the surface of the water and helping the fish to reduce the number of mosquitoes. The water becomes very rough in places, and in the high air the clouds are becoming ever denser and more colourful. In the west the thunder rolls incessantly, and the hurricanes out at sea begin their frightful and booming battle. Chapter 73. The Storm. As the preliminary noise of the fast approaching storm becomes ever stronger and more threatening, and almost a complete darkness begins to spread over the sea and over the whole area, the more fearful begin to head into Uran's tents, and no longer have any joy in remaining outside with me. The disciples also begin to release all sorts of worries among one another. Not one of the 50 Pharisees remains in the open air when they see several pound-weight bowls of hail fall on the ground before them. Ebal commands Jarrah to head into one of Uran's tents with him, but she is not to be moved from the spot and says, "Who can then be so afraid in the presence of the Lord? Should such a storm be able to do more than the love, omnipotence, and highest power of the Lord?" Ebal says, "By no means, but at the falling of pound-weight hailstones, there is none the less a little fear, particularly when the clouds shake them out in very dense masses. Such a ball of ice as just fell beside me could very easily shatter a head. I believe that not one, even at the heaviest fall, will touch or injure me or my little daughter. But nonetheless, the old fear comes undesired to a man such as I am. But now I will not fear, for I cannot let myself be put to shame by my Jarrah." Now it really begins to hail, somewhat more heavily. Balls the size of 2 fists fall with great strength on the ground. The sea begins to drive waves as high as a house. One flash of lightning follows the other, and the rain begins to fall in streams, along with the dense hail. Here Hebram and Risa and the 30 boys also become flighty and try to save themselves under the table. But Suetel, Reba, and Baal, the first of the 12 former criminals, remain. And my disciples also remain right down to Judas Iscariot. The Roman soldiers seek protection in the house and in the Marks' fishing huts and under the cliffs. But immediately next to me are Cyrenius, Cornelius, Faustus, Julius, Philippold, Kisjona, Ebal, and Jarrah, Raphael and Joso, then 11 disciples, old Mark with his 2 sons, and also Mathael with Uran, Rob, Boz, Misha, and Zar. But Helena, now Mathael's wife, likewise fled with the wife and the daughters of Herme into the tents. But Herme remained with me. But when we stood on the shore of the sea, no one was touched by any hailstones or rain, no matter how close they fell. Also, the spot where we were standing remained completely dry. Lightning flashed before and behind us in the earth, and bothered nothing but our ears with their loud crash. But now a hurricane began with all force to churn up the sea, and at the same time waves like little mountains rose and created quite a frightening sight for human eyes. Then Mark said, Lord, I have now become an old man and have seen and enjoyed storms in Calabria and Sicily. But such a genuine Noah's storm has never happened to me before. Lord, this hail is destroying the region for many years, and the terrible streams of water are washing all the good earth into the sea. That will give the poor people quite a business. And this story will not stop, but instead it is becoming heavier and denser. Those over there under the table will drown if they don't stand up. The tables do not protect them anymore anyway, since they have been hit many times. Lord, how much longer will this storm last? I say, it has not yet even properly begun. And you want to end it already? When it strikes around, then you will see its strength. In any case, don't worry about this storm. If it was not necessary, it would give way at a sign from me. But it is necessary for the maintenance of the earth, as the eyes are necessary for you to see. Therefore, let's allow it to storm itself out. But on the other hand, the certain friends of the nimbus must really taste something of a true nimbus, which happened to me. Look over there at how they peep out from the openings in the tent, and cannot understand how we are capable of standing so well protected in the open air. But they nonetheless have no courage to come out. Oh, how tiny their faith is! Mark says, that's all right, but what will the poor people live on? For you see that the never-ending hail is destroying everything, and the floods are carrying all the earth into the sea. And thousands of people and animals are being hit, and those that escape with their lives will later succumb to starvation. That is really a little too harsh and too heavy a punishment, carried out with the very heaviest whip in the world. Chapter 74. The Landscape of Caesarea Philippi. I say, do you know, my dear Mark, everyone speaks as he understands things, and you are now speaking as you understand things. I tell you, the Lord sweeps rarely, but when he sweeps everything out. Do you know this wide region? Yes, you know it, and you know that it, as one of the most fruitful ones, will be possessed only by the most arrogant, rich Greeks. But the poor Jews must work for the rich Greek dogs with the sweat of their brow for a token payment, and they must bring all the fruit to the storehouse of the Greeks. They then run a very profitable trade in all the parts of the world, and our Jews must begin winter and catch fish if they want to live. Look, the Jews can always do that, and the sea will always remain full of fish. Has a Jew then ever received a piece of bread from a Greek when he was hungry? Oh, no. He had to travel across the sea and beg there for a piece of bread from his fellow Jews. There is my Kisjonah and my Ebal. Ask them, and they will tell you how thousands of poor Jews from this area received their bread for winter alone from them. I have watched this outrageous horseplay for a long time in great patience. But now I have had enough, and I want to castigate these extortionate dogs, devoid of all faithfulness, so that they will be left forever dumbfounded. Look at your garden and your little field. Neither water nor hail is doing any damage there. But then just look at the other areas, and you will find such destruction as has never happened anywhere else. With this punishment, the Greek extortionate dogs will be driven out of this land. For on the bare stones they will harvest no wheat, no corn, no barley, no maize, no lentils, and no beans any longer. Therefore, they will leave the desert land and move to Europe. Exactly for this reason I mainly allowed almost the whole city to be turned into a heap of ash and rubble. For where man can find no accommodation and no building ground, he soon leaves the empty and void cities and moves on. But for the poor Jews there will be more than enough building ground around the sea, and the city will be rebuilt for the true Jews, but in a purer and better style than what has been the case so far. This is still a very young city, and it has been a city for barely 70 years, since before it there was only a quite insignificant settlement in its place. But from now on, it will no longer be called a city, but it will be and shall remain only a fishing village. The splendor of the Greeks must disappear, but the magnificence of heaven shall be revealed here, as such is now happening and progressing. Do you, old Mark, now agree with my housekeeping? Mark says, Yes, if that is so, then allow, O Lord, the lightning to strike 10 times harder. That is really the purest truth. Nothing more could be said to these rich Greeks, and there was no talk of loving one's neighbour any longer. Whatever one wanted to have from them had to be paid most richly in silver and gold. But if they bought something from us, one always had to take other items in exchange. Oh, therefore it is now very good, and I have a great joy in this heavy storm. Oh, now it can become at least 10 times heavier. I say, don't worry, the appropriate measure will be taken. Cyrenius says, You mean, therefore, that this area should remain quite deserted? I say, Not exactly, but the rich Greeks must leave this area. I tell you that this storm will drive away at least 1,000 of the wealthiest families in the area. For I have seen this long in advance. But they will still remain Rome's subordinates. Cyrenius says, Is it not good then for an area or for a whole country if it has very rich inhabitants? I say, Oh yes, if they are like my friends Kisjonah and Ebal. For then they are true fathers of the people for all the poor inhabitants of the land. and every land can be very proud to have very many such fathers of the people. But these rich Greeks are true bloodsuckers of the country, and think that the poor Jews should be very happy that they can share their meals with the Greeks as pigs in return for very heavy work. For me, those are no longer people, but pure devils full of hardness, and I have no sympathy and no compassion for their miserable, arrogant flesh. They should now follow the storm, which will have died down in an hour. Only lay there much gold and silver on the bare stones, and sow the seeds over it, and we will see whether even a straw will sprout up. And look, in this way I have now destroyed a number of evil flies with one blow. The lying priests must seek other pastures, and now even the usurious Greeks will do the same. Their palaces lie in rubble, and their great fields, gardens, and pastures have been fully washed away. If they look around their ground after the storm and convince themselves that every future effort is a vain exertion, they will begin to pack up and mostly head towards Europe. But then I have more than enough means at my disposal to make this area flourish again as much as possible in a short time. But now the storm is on the wane, and although the hail has stopped, the rain is now falling in such sheets from the clouds that the water immediately collects on the flat ground as high as half a man, and then flows away with the most terrible bluster, so that even the sea begins to perceive the violent river, which is certainly no little thing. Houses, huts, trees, and thousands of other things stream towards the sea. The sea also gets to taste a number of animals, as hens, birds of all sorts, which the hail has struck, pigs in a huge number, donkeys, cows, oxen, sheep, goats, and hares and deer, and the vast number of fish which this sea hides will perk up much from this, then become very fruitful and multiply. And that will be a good supplement for the poor Jews, who in any case cannot lose anything here, because they possessed little or nothing. The few wealthy ones had already become quite hard and unfeeling in their minds, like the Greeks. And it does not harm their soul at all that they now have to rely on fish and begging along with the others. When it now began to rain so heavily, everyone got up who had previously sought shelter under the tables, head to me quite soaked through, and could not help being amazed when they saw me and everyone that had remained outside with me quite dry, as well as the somewhat eminent places, so that not even a drop of water was hanging on a blade of grass. Hebron asked me, after he had pushed his way forward to me, "Lord, how is that possible that this place and you all have remained dry under the unheard-of downpour, while we are as soaked through as if we had fallen into the sea, and we are freezing now as if in winter? But here on this spot it is so pleasantly warm as it was this morning. Lord, how can that happen then?" I say, it happens exactly as it should. I can truly give you no other answer to your question. For you should now know and even actively perceive, after everything that you have heard and seen, who and what is here? And if you understood that in your soul, how could you then ask me such a question? The morning was very good, but the evening seems to have brought an evening to your soul again. Oh, you frightfully blind humans! You are enlightened for a moment, but the light does not remain, because it was not created by yourself. And in a few moments the night takes the place again of the morning of your soul. Hebram says, Lord, what is it then that you wanted to say to me and my 29 brothers? I say, nothing except that you and your brothers are sheer blind fish in muddy water. Tell me what drove you under the tables and benches in my presence. The soaked people answer, Lord, a very natural fear and shyness remaining from our childhood of such enormous storms. In our blind fear, we did not think about where and with whom we were. Now we see our foolishness very well, and we also see how blind we all were, and how much we failed before your holiest face. We can do nothing else now except to beg you, O Lord, with all the truest and most living contrition of our hearts, for forgiveness. Lord, forgive us our great foolishness. I say, I have forgiven you long ago, and I have never opened a book of punishment for anyone for the sake of foolishness. For every fool has only himself to blame if he comes to harm. But another time, since you will not have me with you as now, think in the correct living belief in my name, and it will protect you better than any weak and fragile board. The 30 are satisfied with this correction, and beg to be allowed to remain on the dry spots. I say, well, that goes without saying. Remain and dry off, for the rain will last another good half-hour. The 30 become very happy about this, and remain and dry themselves, and take great joy in getting dust dry under the heaviest rain. Chapter 75. A ship in need at sea. I, however, call the angel and say to him loudly for the sake of the guests and the disciples, On the sea a quite large decked ship with 20 people of both sexes, not counting the 8 sailors, are suffering great affliction. The ship stopped at the beginning of the storm at the harbour on the other side not far from Gennesareth. But when the storm turned around more strongly than before, it tore the ship, ready to sail off, from the shore and drove it with the greatest strength into the open sea. The sailors and the travellers worked with the greatest effort and exhausted almost all their strength in order to save themselves from going down. Well, they are in danger of being consumed by the sea. Therefore, go and save them, but not in a way that they will not understand. Instead, set loose a boat and steer it as a clever dinghy to help the afflicted ship and bring it here. Because the ship in any case wanted to steer towards Caesarea Philippi. After these words of mine, the angel leaves our party in an instant, sets loose a boat, which was full of water, but Raphael soon had every drop of water overboard, and sailed towards the heavy hurricane like an arrow, and had reached the afflicted ship in a few moments. When the afflicted see the pilot, they fall on their knees, thank God, and say, "Oh, this is no ordinary pilot. That is a true angel, whom God has sent to our rescue at our pleading. He will certainly save us all." But Raphael asked them pro forma, in pretense, "Where do you want to go in this storm?" The afflicted say, "We wanted to go to Caesarea Philippi, but only after the storm. But the too strong storm tore the ship from the shore and drove us here with all force. We do not know where we are, for the heavy rain does not allow us to see a familiar shore on any side. Have we still far to go to where we want to be?" Raphael says, "Not with this wind, but since the rain and the storm will certainly last another half hour, and you will only now come into the high waves, where you would have been lost without any helpers, I came as the most experienced and pluckiest pilot to bring you and your ship to full safety. Do you have much water in the ship?" The sailors say, "Pretty much." But after a few more moments, the water which had penetrated their ship has disappeared to the last drop, and the sailors say to the friendly sailor, "But this is extremely strange. Look, noble young sailor, we were mistaken before. No drop of water has penetrated our well-covered ship. We certainly thought we had discovered some water in our ship, but it may have been a mistake as a consequence of our justified fear. For now we cannot find a single drop of water, which seriously looks somewhat wonderful." Yes, it is all a miracle, what the Lord decides. But this is really something strange, that not a drop of water has entered our ship, despite all the eons of rain, and your open boat is hardly damp at all. At this the travellers say to the sailors, "Do not speak in vain. This is all tangibly the mercy of God, for which we have to bring him a first most and very tasty sacrifice in thanks, and the young courageous sailor is a sailor from heaven. For just look at how the rain is still pouring down in the heaviest streams, and all around the waves are rising like mountains. But our ship, like his boat, is floating so calmly as if the sea was as calm as glass, and the rain is falling neither on our ship nor in his boat. Also the lightning sizzles and crashes around us like lively mayflies, and none of the glowing and crashing death-bringers touches us. Look, that is a mercy. Yes, a highly undeserved mercy from above." The sailor says to the travellers, "Truly, truly, you are all correct. That is a miracle, that is a true mercy from above. We are saved. Look, we can already see a shore very close. A number of people are standing on the shore, despite the enormous rain. And look, many, yes, they are all waving to us in a friendliest welcome. Oh God and Lord, how great and magnificent are you, even in a storm, to those who have always honoured and praised you faithfully, and have always brought you the prescribed sacrifices with joy. Eternal honour alone to your holiest name. After these words, they steer slowly towards the port, and I secretly order, now the storm, to cease and to stop completely. And everything soon ends, and everything becomes still, as if a storm had never happened. The ship comes to shore easily, and the travellers are taken ashore. When the travellers come onto the land, they cannot help being amazed at everything that they encounter there. The storm and the rain have quite calmed down. The surface of the sea is beautifully calm, and the sky is free of clouds. Only very light woolly clouds decorate the blue background here and there in the rosy light of the sky. For the sun is already behind the mountains, and has left the earth where we were only a very magnificent evening twilight as a farewell gift. The place where the travellers come ashore is totally dry. All the guests here with me look very cheerful and friendly, and our old Mark welcomes them in a very friendly fashion, asks them also immediately whether they will not take some refreshment and food, since this journey in the storm has certainly tired them out very much. In short, all that has such a positive effect on the travellers that for sheer amazement they can hardly hear and see what is going on around them. '76. The Jewish merchants from Persia. After a while of the greatest amazement, one of the travellers says, "Where then is our pilot, so that we can ask him about our great debt? It is certainly no joke to face such a danger in order to save a ship full of travellers." But the sailors come to the travellers and ask them whether they should wait here for a night and a day before the return journey, or whether they should now travel home on the calm sea to the port on the other side, which was still a good 5 to 6 hours distant from here as the crow flies. But the travellers inform the sailors to wait for them until they have completed their business with Caesarea Philippi. Mark hears this and says to the travellers, "Dear friends, you can really save yourself the trip to the city, for there is nothing further or more of the whole city than a few huts of poor Jews and a number of burnt out and terrible ruins. It sadly but justifiably succumbed to the flames all last night and today, and it was impossible for anyone to become master of the flames. If you have something to sort out, you must do it now and here, since the highest political and spiritual authorities are now staying here with me." The travellers make a quite amazingly concerned face at this news and say, "Friend, if so, then there will be quite terribly little for us to do here, despite the present very highest lords over the world and the spirit. For we had significant trade agreements with the Greek merchants of this city, and they have taken much from us, but still owe us the whole last delivery. How will we get our money?" We are good artisans in the working of silk and camel hair. We have also delivered the finest sheep's wool in all colours and floral material for all sorts of temple clothing, and the last delivery had a value of 10,000 pounds of silver. For we are Jews, it is true, obligated to Jerusalem, but we live in Persia, have our great factories there, and were constantly good and honest. We kept the law of Moses more strictly and accurately in our land than all the Jews in Jerusalem, and always brought rich sacrifices to the temple. We maintained a synagogue which was not much inferior to the temple in Jerusalem in everything that concerns greatness and splendour. We are good and very benevolent people to all the poor who are of Moses' religion, and have always kept the best upbringing and order, as is known. Why has Jehovah then treated us so harshly? You see, we really would give half of the 10,000 pounds to the temple if we could get our justified money. Yes, in addition, we also would give another 5,000 pounds to the very poor brothers in faith of this region, if we could only receive from the heathens all the money for the trade and the accounts. Mark says, "Yes, my dear guests and friends, despite your very respectable pledges, it will be very difficult for you. But speak to the Supreme Governor Cyrenius, who is now here with another 3 great Roman rulers. He can perhaps do something." The travellers say, "Where is he, that we may go over and bring him in all subordination our affliction? Perhaps something wonderful will happen there. For our rescue by the young sailor was obviously a miracle, and no small one at that. But our sailor has now lost himself somewhere and does not come into sight, so that we can give him the fee for our rescue." Mark says, "Over there on the little hill by the sea, where the Supreme Governor and the other great people are, is the sailor also among them. You can head over there quite without embarrassment and decide everything with one another. But there is also a certain person there who is covered in a sky-blue coat and wears under it an unsewn, rose-red tunic, and over his shoulders flow very rich blonde locks. If you can win him over, then you can really speak about the greatest happiness. For he is capable of everything, and in a way, nothing is impossible for him. But in your situation, it will be somewhat difficult to speak to him." The travellers ask, "What, and who is he then? Is he perhaps even someone imperial from Rome, or perhaps a king of a great kingdom?" Mark says, "Neither the one nor the other, but just go over there, and you will perhaps discover who hides under the blue coat." "77. Representatives of the travellers speak with the Lord." With this, our Mark leaves the travellers and heads into the house in order to see to the evening meal. But the travellers now discuss among themselves whether they should all go to the hill, or whether they should just elect a few from their midst. But they soon agree to elect only 2 of the wisest from their midst. The vote is done, and both immediately head for the hill. When they reach us, they bow deeply before us, And the first person they bow to is the pilot they have now found again, to whom they immediately address their debt in a most friendly manner. But the pilot asserts, saying, "I am just a servant of my Lord, from whom I have everything I need. Therefore, I cannot accept a reward from anyone, because it's only owed to my Lord." The representatives ask the pilot, "Where and who then is your happy Lord?" Raphael points with his right hand to me and says, "It is he, there. Go to him and ask him, and he will tell you what you owe him." Both bow before the angel, and then immediately head towards me. Once they have reached me, they fall down on their faces according to Persian custom, and, lying on the ground, they say, "Lord, whose shining face we do not dare to look at, you sent your extremely skilled and daring pilot to us in our greatest need, without whom we obviously would have been lost. But we are not poor people who would not have to reward such a service with a fee. We are very rich people, and do not demand from anyone a service for free, all the less so this inestimable one. What do we owe for our rescue from the greatest life-threatening peril?" I say, firstly, that you rise as men, and, as is our custom, stand up straight before us. For we are no vain and highly arrogant great ones of the slave kingdom of Persia. Thereafter, we want to speak among ourselves a little about this rescue fee. At these words of mine, both rise and ask me gratefully to decide their fee for the rescue. But I say, "I know where you come from, and why you came here. I know that you are rich in gold, silver, and jewels, as few Jews are in all great Jerusalem. I know that you would pay us much for your rescue, as you are owed by the Greek merchants in this now devastated city, and therefore have to demand, and which you will only hardly ever receive. Therefore, the reward which I could ask from you, especially since you are Persians and our members, could justifiably run as massively high as your certain losses from these Greek merchants, now seeking shelter in the forest huts. But what would you gain through it? You would take it up there and then lay it down again here. Then you would return home again the way you came. But I do not charge anything for the rescue, and I even give you the assurance that your stay here, even the journey here and back again through Gennesareth, from where you came by ship, shall not cost you a single stater. For this was one of Ebal's ships, and they were also his sailors. Are you satisfied with that?" Both the representatives say, "Lord, you are still full of the blooming strength of youth, but at the same time you also seem to be full of genuine wisdom of Solomon, and you are this in all truth. What you have now pronounced as the price for our rescue, we already wanted to give the half of this to the temple in Jerusalem, and the other half to the poor Jews of this area, if the merchants of these places wanted to pay us the not insignificant sum. But since they have had such a harsh fate, this loss no longer matters to us at all, and we are prepared to help them with a sum of money twice as large, and without repayment or taxes. But to also give you, besides, the decided £10,000 as reward for our rescue with the friendliest hearts in the world. For you see, Lord of this area, We are very rich. We could not bring all our earthly treasures here on 100,000 camels, even if each carried a burden of 4,000 pounds. A Persian pound was equal 5 to 6 lot today, Jakob Lorber. With one lot equaling 17.5 grams, the Persian pound is between 88 and 100 grams, or about 0.1 of a kilogram. In addition, we possess much land and many and great herds. Therefore, this is as little as nothing to us. Just demand from us whatever you want, and we will only rejoice to have acted according to your will and pronouncement. For we still have 10 times as much in the cities of Judea. We will give you then gold immediately, or else the most assured directives. Whatever is more pleasing to you, O Lord of this area, that we will do. For we were never greedy and mean. We know, of course, that wealth finds itself in the hand of the Almighty, who can give it to a man overnight and take it away again the next minute. We are only the guardians of his possessions. The single Lord over it is the Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You can already see with what sort of people you are dealing. Therefore, just command, and we will act according to your certainly very wise dictum. I say, what I have said to you once remains so, for I know you and all your circumstances, and you do enough if you follow my demand. But if you truly want to do more for the poor, no one will lay an obstacle in your path. But there is something more to be had here that is of endlessly greater value than all your almost immeasurable treasures. But more about that later. Both the representatives say, "You seem to be a very strange, wise man. The treasures of this earth cannot move you. Also, you seem to be no particular friend of a perhaps exaggerated benevolence. Mental treasures surely are worth more to you than all the gold of the earth. You are completely correct in every such respect, for the treasures of the Spirit last eternally, while the earthly ones last for every man only until the grave, and then it is over for him who is taken away from this world. Yes, you wise Lord, give us the treasures of wisdom. They will be dearer to us than all our gold, our jewels, and heavy masses of silver. But now we want to go and report all this truly and accurately to our brothers. I say, yes, go, tell all this to your brothers, and come again with your brothers, for you are only 20 in all, without the sailors, and easily have space here. Certainly, say the cheerful representatives. We do have space, but there is only the question of whether you have the goodness to share with us some wisdom. For at home in Persia, genuine wisdom is becoming ever rarer, and in its place, the conjuring of the pagan priests becomes ever more widespread, and will certainly put an end even to the wisdom of all the Jews living there, particularly if the domineering and greedy priests and idolaters receive power from the king, which is very much to be feared, since they pester the king above all measure and nag him day and night. We have kept ahead of them so far through our great wealth, but these evil people also know how to procure immeasurable treasures and exploit the wasteful king at every opportunity. And so it will surely happen that they will end the tolerance of the otherwise soft-hearted king But more about that later. Now we must inform the longing brothers about everything that we have heard here. With these words, they bow and hurry back to their brothers. Once there, they faithfully report everything that they heard, and now discuss some matters with their male and female companions. "78. Blessing and curse of riches. But Cyrenius says to me, Lord and Master, truly, I have never met such generously minded and kind people in all seriousness. I must give these people protection against the attacks by the idolaters, no matter what it costs. The Persian king is also only a vassal of Rome and is subordinate to me. Oh, a stop should soon be put to the work of these vile creatures. Also you, O Lord, should give these people a particular mercy, for they seem to me to be fully deserving of it. I say, in any case, otherwise I would not have had them rescued from certain drowning by my angel. For where I perform something miraculous, there is certainly a very good reason. And here there is no lack of reason. A great earthly wealth in the hands of such people is a true blessing from the heavens for a whole land. If such people also possess a higher wisdom, they can perform miracles for the true good of humanity. But a great wealth in the hands of a greedy person or a usurer is a curse from hell for a whole kingdom. For he seeks only to seize everything for himself at the cost of all people. No misery moves him, neither affliction nor the tears of poor, deserted widows and orphans. Thousands can be on the brink of starvation before the cold face of a usurer, but he will nonetheless never give anyone a piece of bread to satiate him. Therefore I also tell you that the whores and adulterers and thieves and savage murderers will enter the kingdom of God one day. But the soul of a greedy person and a usurer never. For it cannot be corrected, and therefore becomes the matter out of which the devils will build their deepest hell. A usurer is a true machine of hell, constructed for the ruin of all man, and as such it will remain for eternity, the full property of hell. Put a king's crown on the head of a usurer, give him a scepter and a sword and a powerful army in addition, and there you have placed a Satan as tyrannical regent over the poor people, who will not spare his subordinates the last drop of blood. He will rather strangle everyone than let them out of paying a single stater. Therefore, let every greedy man and every usurer be cursed by me. But such people who have become extremely rich through the industriousness of their hands, under the influence of mercy from heaven, are a good and noble fruit of this earth. They are constant collectors for the weak and poor. They always build new houses for the homeless and weave clothes for the naked brothers and sisters. Therefore, their reward will be great, For they carry the most beautiful and highest heaven already within themselves on this earth. When their soul will one day leave their body, heaven will unfold from their hearts and place it in the centre, just as the rising sun spreads out its own light and revels then in the great centre of the all-animating and creating light emitted by it. But other good human souls will only be blessed like the planets, which rejoice in the warming and animating beams of the sun, but which still have a dark side, however. Yes, my dear Cyrenius, to be rich on this earth and only use as much for yourself as one really needs for the maintenance of oneself, that is, to be sparse towards oneself in order to be all the more generous towards the poor. This is the greatest divinity even in the flesh on this earth. But the greater this genuine and only true divinity exists in a person, the more blessings and mercy constantly flow to him from the heavens. It is just the same for such a person as for the sun. The more she lets her light flow out over the earth, the brighter she shines in herself. But if she became more sparing with her sharing of the light in winter, even if only seemingly, then she is also in herself of a poorer and weaker light, even if only seemingly so. Whoever gives much with love and joy, to him will also be given much. For if you place a strong light in the centre of a room, it will also shine back again from all the walls towards the middle of the light, and will seize the strong light with a powerful aureole, and thereby the original light will become even more magnificent, powerful, and effective. But if you only place a weakly flickering lamp in the centre of a great room, the weakly lit walls will only give back an extremely small light, and the glory of the original light will look very poor. Therefore you, abundantly equipped with the goods of this earth, be generous, just as the sun in the sky is generous with its light. You will be the same and will reap just as the sun does. For you cannot sow a good seed in good earth without it bringing you a harvest 100 times greater. But good deeds of a good heart are truly the best seeds, and the poor humanity is the best earth. Never let it lie barren, but sow this earth lavishly, and it will always bring you 100 times greater harvest here and 1,000 times greater harvest in the beyond, for which I stand here as firm warrantor. '79. The animal nature of man. The Lord. Certainly, one might well say here and there, and also judge, yes, it is good to preach about the virtue of generosity, and to present greed as a most despicable vice. But who could actually help the fact that the overwhelming tendency towards wasteful generosity has a strong motive in one person, while for another it is the very sheerest greed? For both people it is the same thing, an external appearance of their inner love, from which a blessed feeling awakes of its own accord, which he then, like every other, keeps for himself. But the first man only becomes sad if he does not possess such abundance that he cannot make his poor neighbours happy. And the second becomes sad when he does not receive as much as he wishes, or even loses. That being so, everything lies in the nature of the person from his origin, and then basically there can be neither a vice nor a true virtue. For the greedy person, generosity is a vice, and for the generosity, greed is just as much so. Can water help the fact that it must be of a softer and more flexible nature? And who can damn a stone because of its hardness? The water must be what it is, and likewise the stone. On the one hand, this is certainly true. It is the nature of the generous to be generous, and the nature of avarice is the exact opposite. But the matter stands thus. Every human is born as a child with the impulse for selfishness and avarice, and such a soul always has within it the coarsest material animal element, which applies particularly to those souls that are not from above, but only from this earth. However, also the souls coming from the stars to this earth are not quite free of this element. If man is brought up in this animalistic element, he transforms it more and more into his own life's ground, that is, into his love. But because this is so animal-like, man remains a wild animal and has nothing human about him but the miserable form, the loosened tongue, and due to the orderly construction of his brain, a good capacity for cognition, which, however, is more and more activated into base activity by the animal element. It can, therefore, recognize as good and conducive to bliss only that which the purely animalistic elements wants. Therefore, if someone wishes to maintain that in the real meaning of truth there is no virtue and thus novice, and that it is wrong to condemn avarice as opposed to generosity, let him be referred to this my explanation. Let him consider and ponder it well. But if a gardener plants 2 fruit trees in his garden and cares for them as he should, it will surely be of no matter to him if only one of the trees bears fruit. But the other, being of the same kind and standing in the same earth, nourished by the same rain and dew, the same air and the same light, does not bear any fruit, yes, not even a satisfactory canopy to provide shade. The insightful gardener will say then, "That is an undutiful, ill tree, which consumes all the juices that come to it. We will see whether it cannot be helped." Then the gardener will try all the means he knows, and if all these means do not help in the end, he will cut down the unfruitful, ruined tree and plant another one in its place. A miserly and selfish man, therefore, is a spoilt man, within and through himself, and cannot bear any fruit of life, because he consumes all life within him. On the other hand, a generous person is already in the correct order of life, because he bears abundant fruit outwardly. But a tree cannot help the fact that it bears fruit or not, for it does not form the fruit itself, but the spirits rising in its organism from the just richness of nature form them through its power and through the highly simple and therefore also very limited intelligence. But man stands on a point through which the unlimited intelligence of his soul begins to form and to transform itself into a tree bearing the richest abundance of fruit of life. If he does that, for which he has all the means, only then will he become a true person in the true, eternal order of God. But if he does not do that, he remains an animal which has no life in itself as such, and therefore also cannot bring any life to his neighbour through good and kind deeds. But therefore the present rescued Persian Jews are already very well-ordered people, and it is now an easy thing to lead them to higher wisdom. For if a lamp is so full of oil that it begins to overflow, and has a well-placed and powerful wick for the life in itself, one only needs to light the fuse, and immediately the whole lamp becomes full of light, and illuminates well and brightly everything around it in a wide circle. And these Persian Jews, along with their wives, whom some have brought along with them, are already such well-filled lamps. It will not take much more to make them all full of light. At this, Cyrenius says, "Lord, that is once again a highly important lesson, and should be written down and remain until the end of the world." I say, you are right to be concerned, and I have therefore ensured that the most important things have been written down on your rolls. But every such document is only as useful for life as a dead guide to a hiker on the many roads and mazes of this world. But what can help everyone and give him wisdom, power, and life will be written down in every man's heart, and in such an indestructible way that these scriptures of eternal, correct life and its multifaceted circumstances will be read aloud in the human heart at every action which contradicts the divine order. And the soul will long to return to its original divine order. If man follows this inner voice, he is instantly on the right road. However, if he does not heed it, but acts in accordance with the raging passions of his flesh, he will only have to blame himself if he is swallowed up by the judgment taking place within him. But I can see our Persians are approaching. We will, therefore, expect them joyfully. '80. The opinion of the Persians about the Lord. But while I was explaining to Cyrenius generosity and greed, the Persians were discussing amongst one another that I could be. Some considered me to be a prophet. Others considered me to be a wise man who was familiar to all the schools of Egypt, Greece, and Jerusalem. A few even thought that I was a Roman prince, know all the circumstances of the great empire, and therefore possess a great state wisdom. One had to therefore be very careful before me, for otherwise the proud Roman Cyrenius, as supreme governor of all Asia, would not act so humbly before me. But one of the two representatives said, "Let things be as they are. He is, in any case, a higher person, and we can learn something from him. And that is what we all need the most at this time." Everyone finally agreed with this, and came up to me on the hill, although it was already beginning to get quite dark. But at the same time old Mark also came over, and asked me about the evening meal, and the tables which had been destroyed by the hail, and the ground which was still very damp, and what should now be done. But I showed him the Persians and said, "Look, a great and very tasty dish for me. These must still be consumed by my love before the evening meal. Until then you will find time for a physical meal, in order to prepare it and put the tables in order. For only some of them are broken, and these will be repaired at the right time. But soon light the lamps, so that the people do not walk in darkness." At this, Mark headed back cheerfully and put everything in motion. The Persians came to me, however, bowed again to the ground, as was their custom, but nevertheless straightened up again afterwards, and did not remain lying on their faces. One of the previous two representatives seized the word and said, "Lord, and surely great friend of people who are of a good will, look, here we are. You know our circumstances and the reason which drew us to this area. We see it as a miraculous act from above, and say like Job, 'Lord, to you be everything, heaven and earth, air and water. You give and take away, when and how you desire. You can give a beggar crown and scepter and bend the king's head down into the dust of nothingness. Therefore, it does not pain us, for the man who always carries the Almighty God's will in his heart never is sad, except when he has sinned before the face of God. Therefore, we are also not sad about our significant loss, for if God's will had not been acting on this seemingly sad occasion, we would now, as is otherwise the case every year, have certainly come to our money without any reduction. But obviously the will of God was in the game, and we gladly sacrificed this bagatelle, and would gladly like to bring greater sacrifices if the Almighty demanded it from us. For He alone is Lord. We are only His slaves who serve and obey Him always. We love and fear God alone, and have therefore no fear of people. If the Lord of heaven and earth has harmed us somehow before the people, He has certainly had the best reason for doing so. For man commits a sin before God only too easily and carelessly, which always brings a great prejudice for the soul. But then the Lord comes with the good rod and helps the person back onto the correct path. You, dear Lord and friend, can see from this that we are people who have not forgotten God at all. You may perhaps be a very wise heathen and be very familiar with the powers of nature, But we know only one all-power, and that is only in the Lord God. We will accept no other teaching. If you want to teach us some true wisdom, do not forget that we are unchanging, firm adherers to the divine teaching of Moses. Nothing contradictory will be accepted by us, no matter how wise it would sound and be, for we all would prefer to be fools before the wise world than sinners before God. I say, it is just right so, and you are on the best path. But even in Moses, as particularly in the prophets, there are things which might still be quite unclear for you. And I want to elucidate these for you, so that you yourselves and your brothers, wives and children realize what period we have now. When Elijah lay hidden in a mountain cave, the Spirit told him to stay in the cave until Jehovah himself would pass by. And Elijah drew close to the exit and listened. Suddenly a violent storm passed, which made the whole mountain shake. Then Elijah thought it may have been Jehovah who had passed by. But the Spirit answered, "In the storm Jehovah was not." Then Elijah listened again, and behold, soon after a powerful fire passed in front of the cave. It burned and crackled so powerfully, and the outer walls glazed before the power of the heat. Then Elijah thought that this was Jehovah. But the Spirit spoke again and said, "Neither in this fire was Jehovah." Then the great prophet considered, so neither in the storm, nor in the all-powerfulness of the fire is Jehovah present in the primal essence of his love. When he was seriously pondering over it, a very gentle and soft rustling went past his cave. And again the Spirit spoke, saying, "Behold, Elijah, in this soft and gentle rustling, Jehovah went past, and let this be the promised token, namely, that you can now walk freely and leave this cave, hidden in which you had to wait for deliverance." Then Elijah stepped out of the cave cheerfully into the great open air, and the path to his great home stood free of danger and open. 1 Kings chapter 19, verses 9 to 15. If you know the Scriptures so well, then explain this strange parable to me. Chapter 81. The soft breeze before Elijah's cave explained. At this question of mine, and the previous revelation, everyone opened wide their eyes and did not know what to answer. For the more they thought about it, the more confused their understanding and their mind became. One of the two deputies made a remark after a while, saying, "Hi, wise friend. You seem to me to be very experienced in the Scriptures, although you are perhaps a Roman or a Greek. The highly mystical picture of the prophet Elijah that you described to us was extremely correct. But it has never been understood by anyone before now. It would be truly strange that a heathen should shed light on it to us Jews. But we ask you for it nonetheless. For I have already had some dubious points from the prophet Isaiah explained to me by a wise heathen from the East, and had the most justified reason to be amazed about his deep wisdom. But here this seems to me to be a similar case. Therefore, we all that are here ask you to explain this parable to us according to your opinion. I say, well then, so be it. But above all, I must correct your mistake that I am a heathen. For I am no heathen, but from my birth a Jew like you. Now truly, I am everything with everyone in order to win everyone for the kingdom of light, for the kingdom of eternal truth. Whoever has ears, hear this, and whoever has eyes, see this now. Elijah represents the pure soul of man, and the cave in which he was hiding, the world, and actually the flesh and the blood of man. The Spirit speaking to Elijah, or to the human soul, is the Spirit of God, with which the soul is to be united, but cannot be as yet, because Jehovah has not yet passed by the flesh or world cave. The passing storm describes the time from old Adam until Noah, the fire, the time from Noah until these days. But the time of the soft breeze before the cave of the prophet is now upon us, which will give every soul which has a good will the full redemption in the Spirit and in all truth. And, nota bene, you also find yourselves now at the point of receiving the freedom of Elijah. The ship which brought you here was also like a prophet's cave. It was at first at the mercy of the great force of the storm, and you were in great distress and fear. And when the storm drove you out to the bottomless sea, 1,000-fold fire crackled around your small, frail world of rotting boards. But Jehovah was not in the fire, although he brought you here with his arm, an angel, deliverance and preservation. But now you are here in the place where after the storm and fire, the soft rustling goes past you. Who could possibly be in this soft rustling before you and close to you? Here, the Persians are amazed beyond measure, and the representative says, "Strange, strange. This very picture is surprisingly like that ancient one of the prophet Elijah. Also, our rescue was miraculous, and that by no means in a small measure. And now, on this hill, I truly sense physically and morally that strange, mysterious rustling of which the Spirit said to the prophet that Jehovah had gone past in the same. What do you think, all my brothers and sisters? What do you think of this matter?" The others say, as if with one voice, "It seems just as miraculous to us as to you." but we will not reach the light on our own. Let this wise man speak for you and for us all. The deputy says, "Yes, that would certainly be the best thing to do. But one cannot immediately demand this or that in this place where Rome's highest rulers are staying, and kings and princes. But instead, we must first beg for the merciful permission to ask for something that we would like." I interrupt. "Friend, that is not needed here at all. This is certainly a custom in Persia, but it shall always be far from us. Before God, my friend, a foolishly demeaning humility of the human soul is as much craziness as any other which occurs in paganism. All the more so a too great humility of a person before simply another person. Such a too bootlicking expression of humility of a person before another person only makes them both worse. The former, because he only feigns such humility, and thereby pulls his neighbour to even greater arrogance, and the latter because he thereby really becomes more arrogant. That humility which comes from pure love is a correct and true humility, for it observes and loves in its neighbour a brother as a brother, but makes neither itself nor the neighbour into a god, before whom one should fall on one's knees and worship. Whatever you want or would like, demand it as a person from a person, and as a brother from your brother. But no person should crawl in the dust before another. What God never demands from a person, all the less should a person demand it from his fellow man. That is also a correct wisdom in the fullest order of God. Therefore, observe it and act accordingly, and you will be pleasing before God and before man. But now about something else again. So that you can understand the gentle breeze before the prophet's cave a little deeper, as corresponding with this time, I will now give you another question, since you are still in a manner of speaking solid Jews. '82. The Lord asks the Persians about the Messiah. The Lord: what do you think then about the promised Messiah, who, according to the prophecy of all the prophets, should come right at this time to free the Jews? Do you, as intelligent people, seriously think something of it? Or do you, like many others, think nothing of these two mystical prophecies for the human understanding? The representative says, "My eminent friend, that is an extremely prickly issue. To think nothing of it would be too presumptuous for a genuine Jew. But to consider it seriously is also a very daring move. For one can thereby open the door wide to the most dubious superstition and prepare for its freest entry. Whether it is preferable to have no faith at all before the most dubious superstition or vice versa, I leave that gladly up to a wiser man than I. But so much says my ever-sober reason, that zero faith at all in a dubious superstition seems to be significantly preferable. For no belief at all, in my opinion, equals a newborn child or an empty, barren field in which nothing has yet been sown. The child can become a fully wise man through a good upbringing, and in the barren field every type of noble fruit can be sown. But if the field has become overgrown with all sorts of weeds, and a grown-up child has been taught all sorts of foolish things, then the wise education is either impossible or certainly extremely difficult. And how difficult it is to clear a field of weeds. Every honest farmer knows that, who has ever had to clear his land of weeds and then keep it clear. Well, eminent friend, that is more or less our sober opinion. We say neither yes or no as far as the promised Messiah is concerned. But if some correct wise man, knowledgeable in the Scriptures, wants to enlighten things for us, he will oblige himself to us as Jews and people. If you know something solid about this, then tell us. There will be no end to our gratefulness for it. Quite correctly judged, I say to the representative. No belief is better by far than a dubious superstition. But it nonetheless still has some bad growths which in the end, once they have been completely hardened, are just as difficult to heal as a field full of weeds is hard to clear. But the field full of weeds at least shows that its ground is a good one. Otherwise, no weeds would grow there. This is not shown by a completely barren field, however. You know, if the so-called mathematically determined world reason has seized a rock-solid position in a person, then to accept a sublime faith in something purely spiritual, no matter how eminent, is very difficult. Such a person of reason wants to have proven everything in the end mathematically. He will not take any notice of things that he cannot see and measure. Now judge yourselves whether things are easy with such a person, as far as the adoption of purely spiritual things are concerned. The representative says, "Certainly, eminent and most wise friend." But then one can claim with significant confidence that there are few such people, and one shouldn't count one's chickens before they are hatched. Such educated people are nonetheless much more accessible for the truth in the end than all the black heroes of dark superstition, particularly where this has become a lucrative belief. As such, nothing can be done with it, and it seeks to persecute with fire and sword everything that could compromise it in any way. We are experiencing such a thing from our priesthood, for whom no means are too bad to protect their black deceptions from persecution. But I do not want to make the claim as if the priests had any faith in what they force others to believe, on pain of death and burning. For their motive is bread, the best bread, and much gold, silver, and jewels. But the extremely dim humanity nevertheless believes it, and often with the greatest and cruelest fanaticism. Well, Even the firmest person of reason is enormously further and further advanced towards holiness than such a crazy man of superstition. He is at least a friend of a truth, even if it is a highly stereotypical one. While the very superstitious humanity fends off any sort of truth and prefers to think that a tree trunk is a monkey, rather than see what it really is. But a friend of the truth is in some reasonable way always accessible, while it is very difficult to think of even apparently approaching with reason the deeply superstitious people with any sort of truth. It is well known that it is difficult to bring determined mathematical people to the true belief. But once such a person has accepted something, even if only as a hypothesis, he will hold on to it with iron grip and sacrifice everything in order to prove it as the solid truth, even in a mathematical way. Would a dark, superstitious person do that? For him, feces and genuine gold is the same thing. And I still maintain firmly that no belief at all is much better than a belief such as us, for example, have at home. But as we have heard, even the temple priesthood in Jerusalem is not much better than our Persian. The wonderful Ark of the Covenant should have had its proven way a long time ago, for we know only too well when and where a new one has been created for the old one. Of course not in Jerusalem, but instead with us, nicely deep in Persian lands, so that it would not be betrayed. But that was not much good to them, for they had to pay the Persian artists in the end 10 times more for their silence than the whole ark was worth. And the artists still told the locals and the Jews afterwards. Therefore, eminent friend, we remain true to Moses' teaching, although there are some things that in the natural course of things are sheer nonsense. However, no one knows how to give a healthy interpretation, and so no one complains further about it. But as far as the law and morals are concerned, it is unsurpassable good and wise, and no one can dream up something wiser or better, even in the brightest daydream. We call this part of the Scriptures the only divine part. As far as everything else is concerned, it does not affect us at all, namely the prophetic part, which no man can understand. The image of Elijah that you explained is truly very appropriate and lovely in relation to the promised Messiah, who most probably can only be accepted spiritually. But what the other prophets foretell about it is highly mystical and needs a strong explanation and an even stronger faith, which is fortunately no longer to be found with us. It is positively praiseworthy for us that we have little or no faith at all in such extravagant things. But in its place, we believe all the more intensively in the one true God, who spoke most truthfully to the children of this earth through Moses. But we owe much of our convincingly firm belief in God to Plato, whose writings we read and follow. Moses is practical and shows the way of life with sharply marked lines. But Plato is thoroughly spirit, soul, and shows the soul to the soul, and the spirit to the spirit. and taking all that together, Moses, Plato, Socrates, and several prophets, understood in the right light. That is what we call the actual Messiah who will come from above, from where all light comes, to the earth and to the people who are of a good will. Well, eminent wise friend, I have now revealed to you who we are, what we think and what we feel. It is now up to you, if you know something better, to make us familiar with it too, if you will. What do you think, for example, about the opinion of prophets and the promised Messiah? '83. The Persians fear the Romans. I say, have you never heard then in your land how 30 years ago in Bethlehem, the old city of David, the king of the Jews was born to a virgin in a stable? 3 wise men from your oriental lands saw a star and asked their spirit what this unfamiliar star meant. And the spirit called them to follow the star. It would lead them to the newborn King of the Jews, who will establish a kingdom on earth which will eternally have no end. The wise men took gold, frankincense, and myrrh, mounted their pack animals with a great and shining entourage, and followed the star, which did not rest until the birthplace of the newborn had been reached. There the 3 asked after the newborn, and came to Herod, who also could give them no information, but instead sent them back to Bethlehem again, where the wonderful star was resting, and urged an industrious investigation with the plea to report back to him immediately, so that he could come and pay the newborn his respects. When the wise men then found the newborn and brought him their sacrifices, a spirit from heaven immediately warned them not to announce their discovery to Herod, at which they then took another road back to their land. Tell me whether and what you have heard about this. The representative says, Yes, yes. You remind us of something which made everyone talk from Persia right to India. For the 3 wise men, as there are many on the border with India, made much noise about the event, so that such things even came before the king, who, however, did not think much of it, because he knows the wise men, who always tend to make a mountain out of a molehill. Such things never make a particular impression on us, just as in higher places all the miracles of conjuring have lost all their particular and extraordinary value, because people of better places already have knowledge of all the miracles of conjuring. One still looks at well-chosen and successful conjuring tricks if one is in a good mood, and then laughs, in addition, when some droll things happen. But as we said, such conjuring is quite without value to us. Only pure truth, proven with figures, is valid for us. All other miraculous enthusiasm lost their value for us a long time ago. And we, quite frankly, think nothing more of them. There may be very true things hidden here and there, But these are so hidden in all mysticism that no human reason can bring them into the undeceiving daylight. And you, eminent friend, will see yourself that it is more sensible to direct all your senses towards the pure truth than to pay homage to such great poetic fancy. Here Cyrenius says to me silently, Lord, as it seems to me, nothing can be done with these very valuable people for our cause. They are too deep in their truth of numbers, and decide against everything that we tend to call religion. Likewise, they seem to be positive enemies of any performed miracle, which is always used by you in extreme circumstances as the most undeniable proof of full divinity. You will hardly be able to get close to them with a miracle, in order not to make them completely unwilling, and other proof as explanations of the texts in the prophet Isaiah and in David and Solomon, which make reference to you, will do nothing for them, because the prophets have a bad reputation for them. And so I seriously do not know any other option. For with the means of numbers, it cannot be proven that you are the actual Messiah, and otherwise they seem to be quite inaccessible. I say to Cyrenius, to one side, just let things be. That is my concern. If we have corrected Matthau and the leader Florin, we will also be able to correct these people. But the most persistent was the leader Stehar, and he is now in the best order. These honest people will be brought to the correct order all the more easily and sooner. Cyrenius says, I do not doubt that all things are possible for you alone. But for my still very human understanding, things are not at all so easy to fulfill. I say, in any case, but therefore not completely impossible. One must only give them the opportunity first to express themselves completely. Only afterwards, when they are finished with the expression of their innermost thoughts and are at an end, a new fruit can be laid in the purified garden of their hearts. While I exchanged these few words with Cyrenius, the Persians whispered to each other secretly, and our spokesman, who was called Shabi, said to his companions, It seems to me more and more as if we were standing on glowing coals. The story of the Messiah must be very common here. The fine-nosed Romans have surely heard something about it, and are now probably investigating every corner of the Jewish kingdom in order to get hold of that man who here on earth should establish an eternally indestructible and also unconquerable kingdom, to the obvious disadvantage of the world rulers. Therefore, we must be terribly clever here in order not to get trapped by the Romans. The man who has just spoken quite secretly to the Supreme Governor is obviously a very fine examiner of Rome, anointed with all ointment. If we only believed even a little in the coming Messiah, and we would be as good as sacrificed. Therefore, we must remain with the stereotype of mathematicians. Listen more than we speak. And if something is mentioned again about the Messiah, we know what we have to say for common appearance, for the sake of our earthly salvation. We already know for ourselves what we as Jews have to think about the prophets. But we do not need to place that before the nose of this supposed hero. The judge and examiner has gone through our scriptures from A to Z through all our scribes and could catch us out. But we are also clever and wise, and he will not succeed, despite the fact that we were saved by this wonderful man from certain drowning. Therefore, let's just stick to our mathematics, and we will escape quite safely with our skins. But the least comment against it could throw us into great misery. The others all agree with Shabby and promise him to behave all the same and not betray a single syllable of everything that they believed concerning the Messiah. But now I step among them again and say to the representative, "But Shabby, why do you think so badly in your hearts against me and against the harmless Romans? Do you think then that it has escaped me what you have just decided secretly with your companions? I tell you, not a syllable was hidden from me. For he who saw and knew when you were in great danger, otherwise he could not have let any help come to you, now sees the depths of your hearts. Since he means well and quite honestly with you, however, why will you not trust him?" Shabby says, "You are truly very clever and wise. But what good will your wisdom do for us? But we are nobody's fool either, and we believe that we can see you through. The highest Romans at your side? Not far from here, Roman soldiers are camped, probably in order to seize someone somewhere, if one gave a message through all sorts of clever questions and speeches. But you do not need to seek that with us, for you will never find anything." Cyrenius now says to me again, to the side, "Ah, that is so strange with these people. Now even a unique type of disguise comes to light. Who would have sought such things with these people? But now they are really nailed up and barricaded, and so that they cannot be tackled from any side. What shall we do now with these people? They have a fixed, totally false idea of us, which unfortunately has penetrated them so much that we actually cannot meet them. That leaves only the question, what can we do with them?" I say, there will be a lot that we can do. Now they stand much closer to their goal than before. Secretly, they have always had this caution since the beginning, because they saw you Romans here. For terrible stories have spread for some time now among them. In the Jewish lands, the Messiah has really appeared in all seriousness and is doing great things. But the Romans have heard about it and are now persecuting the Messiah in the cruelest way. For they have not only attacked the Messiah sharply, but also anyone who shows even a trace of a belief in a coming or already arrived Messiah. And look, that is the whole reason for their pretense, which we will soon cope with. '84. Shabby remains suspicious. Cyrenius now realizes how things stand with the Persians. But he does not understand how such a satanic denigration by the Romans could have crept in among the Persian Jews, and who could have spread such a hideous seed there. I say, has the temple not been aware of my actions for 9 months? Go and find out. All the negative and false reports about me, about my deeds, and also about you Romans originate there, since they know that you are not against me. John the Baptist would still be alive if the temple had not known how to hide behind the mother of beautiful Herodias. Everything starts from the temple, and its arms reach far across the face of the earth. But they will soon be cut short. You see, that's the present situation, and you will now hopefully see that it is now somewhat difficult to deal with these people, but nonetheless not in vain. And they must be brought into the correct light. Otherwise, it would seriously be very bad for me, my teaching, and for you. You'll now also begin to understand the reason why I saved these Persians from drowning on the sea. I would have sent no angel to rescue them simply for the sake of the maintenance of their physical life. But since the correct enlightenment about myself and about my task is of great importance to these people, because they exert a great influence on their great land and on their numerous people, I had to save their lives, because we would have no effective means without them to free the Persians from their delusion. Cyrenius says, "All praise to you alone, O Lord. Now everything is good again, and I am now completely clear about everything. Deal with them immediately, for I now see very well that success of the best type can and must be expected." But while I corrected Cyrenius to one side, the Persians were thinking quite differently. And our Shabby said to his companions, "Look how both great men discuss quite secretively there in what a new, crafty way they can catch us out. For until now they have got nothing out of us, but now they must attack us 10 times harder. Until now they have just been testing us with small weapons. Now they will most probably begin with the battering ram, and if we do not stick together firmly, we will be broken like a light oar. Therefore everyone be on their best guard. For these people should never get our deepest belief out of us like a bucket of water out of any cistern." The questioner wanted to drive fear into me before, when he claimed that he knew all our innermost thoughts exactly, and likewise that he had seen and recognized our need on the water. But I thought secretly to myself, "Oh, you crafty fox, you want to come off this hole? Oh, by no means, my cunning friend." But he quickly saw that he could not catch me with this net. Therefore he immediately went to the Supreme Governor, and now has certainly discussed with him which trap should now be laid for us, in order to definitely catch us. But we will not be caught in any trap. But we must stand on the lookout, like cranes in their marsh. Otherwise we are lost. One of them says, "How does he know your name then? He could not have learnt it from us." Shabby says, "That is truly a little strange, but it must not lead us astray. For the ways and means that such people who are up to every trick, possess in order to know and learn some very secret things from other people are countless. One must not let oneself be wrapped around anyone's little finger. Only God is all-knowing, and a person only when he is called by the Spirit of God to reveal things to other people which a normal human brain could never have found out. However, such a person animated by God comes only rarely to this terrible, selfish world, and never among the darkest heathens who are full of selfishness, lust for power. But these people who are connected with the whole world and all its wise men are quite thoroughly cunning foxes and know very well how to entice secrets out of the people. Goodness, strictness, generosity, patience, even indoctrination in their secrets, in order to awake the fullest trust in the person being examined and to loosen his tongue. And such tricks are used in necessity in great quantity, in order to get behind the often even most hidden secrets of the people. But once these heathens who are devoid of every merciful feeling are in proven possession, any secrets going against their domineering plans, then woe betide those who have betrayed themselves to them. They are clever and evil, and can only be kept in check through an enormous counter-craftiness. They can truly slip in behind great secrets in all sorts of hidden ways, but never into the secrets of the heart, if the person being examined knows how to cover his tracks carefully. Friends, we now stand here before the most merciless judges. The real and most hated topic by the heathens is the Messiah, who has now appeared in earnest, as we have heard by the most reliable assurances from all sides. He is supposed to have hidden somewhere in Galilee until his right, well-reckoned time would come. The heathens, therefore, are hunting him, and the belief in the possibility of the appearance of the great Saviour of the Jews from the hard and sharp tiger claws of the heathens is certainly death-bringing. You now know what a ground carries us here, and will also therefore know what is to be done. '85. The better understanding of Jura. The other says, "You are truly always carefulness itself, and carefulness is the mother of wisdom. But here you seem not to be using it in the right place. For we also have a little knowledge of human nature, and the longer we observe the examiner, the more every thought dwindles, as if something bad could be hidden behind him. I, your fellow representative, perked up my ears a little earlier, and heard some things from the secret discussion of the examiner with Cyrenius. And this consisted only of a little worry over the possibility of healing us from our delusion. It seems we were indirectly quite falsely informed about the Messiah and the Romans by the temple in a most malicious way, and have therefore a blind fear now before them, and hide our very correct and good faith. When we arrived here, we had some opportunity to observe the Romans, who are everywhere, and we could, despite all our very clever questions, never learn anything from which we could take it that the Romans were seriously so cruel. On the contrary, one always and quite freely and cheerfully spoke the best opinion in the world. You, however, always said, if they were cruel in this case, they would know how to hide it from the eyes of the world in order not to create unrest among the people before the time. But I do not share this opinion. For every man belongs to some sort of family, and these must then notice his absence and finally begin to investigate where the valuable family member has gone to. But until now, there has been no trace of this, and so I believe here that this otherwise very praiseworthy carefulness goes a little too far, particularly towards the very open and faithful-looking examiner. But I now notice something else here, and it is something quite extraordinary. And I am very amazed that such a thing could have escaped your sharp eye completely. Shabby says, well, what then? I should have noticed something too, for otherwise things do not easily escape my eyes, and my feeling is as fine as morning dew. I should wonder that you have discovered something that had escaped my eye. The second representative, whose was juror, says, nonetheless, don't you remember what the examiner wanted to hint at when he explained to us the story of Elijah in the cave so beautifully tangibly, as if referring to himself? Shabby says, and what did he mean to say by that? Juror says, nothing other than that he himself is the promised Messiah, before whose power all the rulers of the earth have to bow. Look, I have found out what has escaped your great caution. My very keen ear also heard how the Supreme Governor called your examiner his Lord just a moment ago. Something unheard of from a top Roman general. And look, those are all things from which one should not lightly run away because of exaggerated caution. But what then if this strange man was possibly the prophesied Messiah? Shabby says, well, he would then be only extremely satisfied with my well-founded care, for my caution comes from the fact that I want to protect the holiness of our religion from the drivel of the heathens. There may be something in your perception, but we must not accept something without the sharpest secret test, unless we are obliged to do it through the most tangible proof. For nonetheless, everything that you have perceived could still be a fine mask, and we would then be in the place that I fear. Therefore, just one step at a time, my friend. Man always accepts such things, however true they may be, early enough. For a too hurried acceptance could bring one into great embarrassment. '86. Careless trust. Now I come once again to the Persians and say, turning mainly to Shabby, well, what have you decided in the meantime? Do you still consider me to be a cunning fox who is only attempting to deliver you all into the merciless hands of the present world leader for punishment because of the Messiah of the Jews, feared by the Romans? Do I seriously resemble such a despicable traitor? A little embarrassed, Shabby says, "Good, eminent friend. The face is truly mostly a mirror of the soul, but not always. I knew a man whose appearance perfectly resembled the very gentlest and most loyal angel as one healthy eye resembles the other. And yet it was only a natural mask, since the man in question was a complete Satan in optima forma in his soul. This person was even a minion of court, thanks to his beautiful and gentle figure, and was as enlightened in every thinkable arts and sciences as the most beautiful spring morning. But his soul was blacker and darker than the thickest pagan sticks. Woe betides those who approached him in friendship. Everyone was lost. The female population ran after him as if possessed, although he liked any woman who drew near to him, as much as a sacrificial animal. As certainly as a raindrop that the cloud can no longer carry falls on the earth. But he was constantly the most innocent, gentlest and purest person. Everywhere there were only unforeseen circumstances. But it was remarkable that the unhappy circumstances never affected his own person. He always managed to save his own bacon. Only those who drew near to him got to taste the heaviest burden of life and death from the evil circumstances. Oh, he was the most faithful servant for his king, but for every subordinate, he was a quite miraculous devil. In the regal city of a rich Greek, who, however, let himself be converted to our religion, had a young, beautiful, and enormously sweet wife, who was as faithfully devoted to her husband as this right hand of mine is to my body and my will. But it was not long before the cheeky Satan heard news about the beautiful woman, and immediately set up a way to be noticed by the beautiful woman. As things would have it, the Greek ended up in a terrible argument with a real Persian in birth and tradition because of a refused payment of a very significant and justified debt that the Persian had run up with the Greek. The Persian had his like-thinking compatriots as his judges, and so our Greek could not prove his rights over the faithless and promise-breaking Persian. Then the wife, who knew well that this good-looking courtier had often his eyes upon her, said, "How about if we could find protection from the king for our good rights through this good-looking courtier?" The Greek said, "Yes, I know that he has often looked at you with his lustful eyes, and a word from you or from me might do a lot, even if nothing hid behind it but a totally blind hope as reward. But one hears nothing positive about this beautiful courtier. Yes, it would even be better to be his enemy than his friend. Whoever has entered into friendly terms with him came right into a great misfortune. The loss of our demand seems to me therefore a smaller evil between the two, and we could do better to bring the first and smaller one as a sacrifice to the Lord our God." The beautiful young wife agreed to this. But a short time later, our courtier showed up in the shop of our Greek himself in order to buy something. For our Greek is a jewel trader and sets jewels in gold and silver. He acted very friendly and tenderly and filled the Greek with trust, although the wife noticed very well that she involuntarily became quite afraid of this very dear and otherwise highly splendid and extremely generous person. For it had never happened to her that a person immediately paid the first mentioned price for a jewel without trying to knock down the price. Something else was behind this. The Greek, very good in such things, said, this person must simply have a large number of enviers, because of his beauty and modesty, because of his luck at court, who seek to make him out to be a terrible being and suspicious at court. He speaks so soberly and wisely as a prophet. Truly, there can be nothing terrible behind this person. Not long after, our courtier came back to the Greek and bought a large diamond set in gold for his turban, which the king had given him. The price of the diamond was 100 pounds of gold, which the courtier also wanted to pay immediately, for he always had a great entourage which had to carry the necessary treasure. But the Greek said to him, "Most beautiful, wise, and very eminent friend, help me with the cash that NN owes me, and this valuable jewel will be yours free. Your word means everything to the great king. I will be thankful to you." The courtier said then, "Tomorrow your good right will in fact be done, but nevertheless take the gold for this jewel. But since I am doing you a great service without any interest, I demand only a little service from you in return. In 7 days, I am putting on a great celebration for the king's birthday in the great Paradise Garden, and I invite you to this celebration, and you should turn up with your wife in very decorative clothing. I will introduce you to the king and bring you and your wife to the king's table, where you and your wife can then ask a number of graces." This seemed very good to the Greek, since he had long been the court jeweller. Yet his wife mentioned, "We cannot change things any more, but very little good will come of it, neither for you and even less for me. This person has evil intentions for me, and it could happen to you that you will be sacrificed at my side. The best thing would be to pack everything up and flee like the wind from here, before the unfortunate 7th day will arrive." But the Greek said, "Dear wife, caution is good, but to raise too great mistrust against people who have never given you any tangible reason to do so, and about whom one knows nothing than what evil tongues have created and spread about them, something which can happen even to an honest man, is just as unwise as condemnable carelessness." The tender wife accepted this very reasonable correction. The following day, the indebted Persian had to pay the Greek the last stater. The calamitous 7th day came like an iron fate, and everyone headed to the king's paradise, dressed most festively. Everything was flame and light. From all sides, gold and jewels shone brighter than the brightest stars in the night sky, and music and song floated through the thick leafy alleys of the great garden. But both did not have to wait long before they were discovered by the courtier and immediately led to the king in the great garden temple, and received most friendly by the same. In the middle of the great columned temple, tables and silk cushions had been brought in a large number, and of unspeakable splendour. And on the tables were great gold plates full of the best dishes, and in great crystal beakers tasty wine flickered, and also a number of other spiced drinks. Our Greek had to take his place at a table beside the great king's table, but his beautiful wife was immediately drawn to the king's table. For a time they ate and drank quite comfortably, but our Greek began to feel very unwell. For he got a drink that was mixed with poison, and had to be carried to his house. But the wife was brought to the king's chambers, and had to allow everything to be done to her there until they had had enough of her. The Greek did not die from the poison, it is true, but he remains a paralyzed person to this day. And you can easily imagine how the poor wife looked when she returned home only after 7 days. That was the fruit of a too hurried trust towards a person whose exterior lent everyone every trust, while his heart was inhabited by a whole horde of the worst devils. But both people who experienced this not long ago are sitting somewhat to the side because of their weakness, and can confirm what I have just said. Friend, if one has experienced such things, then one truly knows why one is careful. '87. Resurrection of 3 dead people. I say, go and lead both of them to me. Shabby goes and brings both of them to me. But I ask them whether they would wish to become fully healthy and strong again. Both say, yes, Lord, if this is possible. But the strange poison has made me quite paralyzed in all my limbs, and I can only move myself forward with great effort. And look at this poor, withered flower of a wife. She is ruined in her body for all her life. Oh, Jehovah, why did such a terrible thing have to happen to us? I say, but I want you to be as healthy and cheerful and look as you did when you got married. When I had said this, something like a flame rushed through both of them, and they were immediately as healthy and strong as if nothing had ever been wrong with them. And their bodies looked the same, and even more so, than on their wedding day. They were extremely amazed, for such a thing had never been experienced before in Persia. Shabby also began to raise his eyebrows more and more, and almost cannot believe his senses. But Jura nudges him and says to him somewhat secretly, "Hey, I think that we are in exactly the right place, and we cannot be too far from the person that you are trying so carefully to deny. I tell you, it is he, or in all eternity no one else. Now judge according to your senses." Shabby says, "Yes, you must have almost hit the nail on the head. This sudden healing of the both, simply through his word. That is more than what all human wisdom can comprehend. Now our rescue also seems somewhat clearer to me. A person in whose will such a power exists that even crude matter must obey, must stand higher than all other people of the earth. A fullness of divine power must live in him, and his soul must be the living print of the divine will, or it is the Godhead itself. Perhaps I went too far in my caution, but I cannot possibly have sinned by it, for I wanted to protect the divine, which could be an abomination to the heathens, and I didn't want to let it be poisoned by them, which would have done no good for either us or the most eminent religion. But as it seems here, the heathens are not as bitter at all as they were portrayed to us in Persia. It can hardly be accepted that the endlessly proud supreme governor Cyrenius should not know what was behind this miracle worker. But if he knows it and calls him a lord, he will then have the very best reason for it. For all the weapons of Rome must be too few and too weak against such a will. That was no conjuring, and no miraculous healing in the way of our magicians and priests, who persuade completely healthy people with the means of money and other advantageous promises to pretend to be deaf, lame and blind, to make a pilgrimage to an idol in a dirty temple, and then at a decided sign to become seeing, hearing, and upright as a tree. In this way, a number of feeble-minded people will be persuaded, and then if real lame, blind, and deaf people come and beg and sacrifice, it will nonetheless be no better for anyone. For always, they say, your faith is too weak. Your petty sacrifice will not please God. Yes, you know that our magicians even bring the dead children of rich parents back to life. But we have known for a long time how, and we also know that such children awakened from death are not their blood relatives. This man here will also certainly be able to call at least the seemingly dead people back into life. I step up to them and say, yes, he can do that without sacrifices, oil, and herbal juices. Look down to the beach. The 2 sons of our innkeeper have just pulled 3 drowned people out of the water, man and 2 girls. He is a poor father with his 2 daughters, a poor Jew. His wife saved her own life thanks to a tree which was floating in the water. But her husband and both the daughters, who all hurried to help their mother as she was in the greatest danger, were washed out to sea by the ever-increasing current and drowned in the undulant tides. But the sea's tide threw them ashore completely dead, and the strong sons of our innkeeper found them now lying dead and have just brought them to land just below us here. But I also want the unfortunate wife to be here too, who is still to be found clinging to the tree, crying, trembling, and calling for help. For this I will use my pilot again. Then you shall see the glory of God and believe in him, who has saved you all. Here I call Raphael and give him simply a sign which he understands. And in barely a minute's time, he brings to me on the hill the lamenting wife, who at first cannot be comforted at all. But I touch the woman and say, "Now be calm, woman, and believe and trust, for through God all things are possible." Then the woman becomes calmer, but says, "I know well that all things are possible for God, but I also know that I, as a sinner, am not worthy of the mercy of God. Oh, what a purest heart must a person have in order to be worthy of the very least mercy from God. But this door to mercy has long been closed to me. God will surely take little notice of me now in my affliction, since I took too little notice of him in my happiness. But God already showed me a great mercy when he chastised me. I say, how would it be then if I gave you back your husband and both your daughters? The woman says, only God will be able to give them back to me on Judgment Day, for they lie buried in the flood and are dead. You could certainly give me the dead if they have been pulled out of the sea by Mark's sons. But living, never again, for they must already have been completely dead for several hours. Then I say to the angel, bring the 3 corpses here. And the angel immediately brings the 3 to the hill and lays them at my feet. The woman immediately recognizes in the corpses her husband and her 2 daughters, and also immediately begins to weep bitterly. But I say, woman, be calm, for you can see that they are just sleeping here. The woman says, yes, they sleep the eternal sleep, from which a person has never awoken. I say, woman, you are wrong. There is no eternal sleep, as you mean, since you have no complete belief in a life after death. But I will wake these 3, so that you and many others will become stronger in faith and trust in the living name of God. Then I say loudly to the corpses, rise and stand up from your deathly sleep. Immediately the 3 corpses begin to stir. And soon they stood up in great amazement. They looked around them with wide, bright eyes, for they did not know what had happened to them and where they were now. But I now say to the woman, go and explain to them where they are now and what has happened to them. When you have composed yourselves again and recognized each other, we will speak in more detail about it. But the woman falls before me to the ground, and for amazement cannot pronounce a single word. Only after a while the woman was able to fully stand up and began to laud and praise me to a great degree, for she was gradually convincing herself more and more that her husband and both her daughters were alive and looked quite healthy and happy. But I turned her attention again to the risen, so she could talk to them and explain that she was the rescued wife of the man and the true mother of both the girls. Then the woman went to the risen people with hurried steps, for if someone was healed by me, or raised from the dead, I would move away from the healed or risen person, for reasons known only to me. Reaching the risen, she immediately identified herself and was immediately recognized by the risen with the greatest and most cheerful amazement, and greeted in the warmest way. But I forbade the wife to betray me as the Saviour and reawakener to the risen, who were now in full consciousness again, because such a thing was not suitable for a newly awakened life. Only after she would receive a sign from me could she give me away. Something that the woman observed, although her husband begged her most imploringly to show him the miracle-working benefactor. '88. The miracle makes impression on the Persians. This event, however, made the right impression on our Persians. Now this was the last straw, and our shabby looked first at me, then at the risen, felt their pulses, and asked them diligently whether they had really been dead, and whether they could not remember something about what had happened to them. But the man said, "Ask this stone, and he will be in the same position to give you an answer as I am. I now know only what a powerful current of water pulled me with it to the sea, and then made me so unconscious, and then dead, that I do not know anything from this moment on what happened to me. I only remember this, but only in the soul, that I quite sadly found myself with my daughters soon after the drowning in the deadly tides on a great meadow, and did not know why I was actually so sad. But soon a light cloud came upon us from all sides, and I felt so blissful in this light. But we saw no one except for ourselves, and a sweet sleep came over us in this bliss of ours. And we awoke from that sleep here. Now you know everything that I can tell you. Judge for yourselves. There is surely as little doubt that I was dead as that I am now alive. For if you step into the depths of the sea, remain there more than 2 full hours under the water, and I guarantee you that you will be completely dead in the body after this. Shabby says, yes, you were completely dead, and the miracle worker raised you again, simply through his all-powerful word. No, the earth has ever experienced such a thing before? But what now? Jura now calls Shabby and says to him, "Well, friend Shabby, what do you say now at this event?" Shabby says, "What should or what can one say to this? Jehovah's power is working here and nothing else. For that goes too endlessly far over every horizon of human experience, and no knowledge has ever scaled this terrible height. Now I am becoming really confused. I say to Shabby, "Well, friend, how do things look now for the story of the Messiah, which the famous wise men from the Orient made known in your lands 30 years ago. Do you still consider it to be a fairy tale of astrologers? For behold, that person who was born then to a tender virgin in a sheep pen in Bethlehem, and to whom the 3 wise men, who you call kings of the stars, brought gifts of gold, frankincense and myrrh, is me. Then a newborn child, and now a fully grown man. How do you like the strange coincidence of circumstances? And how do things look to you? There are 2 other very living witnesses here of the fact that I am certainly the same. One is the Captain Cornelius, the youngest brother of Caesar Augustus, and the other is the Supreme Governor Cyrenius, who led and assisted my flight to Egypt, and who is an older brother of Caesar Augustus. Now that you know these things, tell me now what you think about the Messiah, whom the 3 astronomer kings announced to you. Is there something in it, or is there nothing in it? Shabby says, yes, now there is everything in it. But then it certainly seemed like a Star King fairy tale. For one must only know our kings of the stars, and one will quite easily understand how they know how to use every new appearance in the sky to their advantage. Firstly, they are completely familiar with all the scriptures of their own land and of other lands. They know the Jewish prophets as well as the Indian ones. They know the Sanskrit and the Centavista of the Persians, Jibbas and Burmese, as well as they know our books. They also know the schools of the heathens and their books. Secondly, however, no star exists in the sky that they do not know and was not named by them a long time ago. If any star unknown to them appears, for example a comet, well, it is used for all sorts of prophetic interpretations. If the inhabitants do not believe the interpretation, it is taken abroad and will find a place there where the story creates a stir. We enlightened ones know that all too well, and thus the reason is given why at the time of the announcement of the prophesied and newborn Messiah of the Jews made no particular impression on us. It was to the material advantage of the astronomer kings, who announced it to us when returning home with terribly great pomp. They took things very seriously. But we have an old saying, "He who cries wolf too often will never be believed, even when he speaks the truth." Who would ever have dreamed then that the astronomer kings could actually finally have discovered something true? Now the story has become something quite different, and you, in your wisdom, will not count our unbelief in those days as a sin, would you? '89. The importance of work and the bad consequences of being idle. I say, not quite, but it is also true that the tradespeople of this world only too often go beyond and disregard all spiritual things a little too easily, which was also the case with you. Am I right or not? Shabby says, "Yes, eminent friend, full of divine power. It is probably true that worldly trade and the treasures of this earth, their gain and just use, gives one a lot to think and to worry about. But one can then easily make all sorts of useful experiences and awakens some dozing spirits in people to all sorts of useful things through well-used wealth. It gives man a useful occupation and removes him thereby from lethargy, which normally is the father of all vices and sins. Just look at the priesthood of almost every nation. As long as these people had to work and win their bread like every other person in the sweat of their brow, they were also the best friends, which with good reason still amaze us today. They brought harmony to human thought and established schools for the true education of the human spirit and the recognition of themselves. In those days, such priests found the way to God and led their fellow men to the same realization, full of the Spirit and seriously good will. But when the people later recognized the great benevolence of the beautiful and most eminent efforts of the old and true priests more and more, and saw their extremely great use, they took all the heavy work of the priests, whom they respected and loved above all else, onto themselves, brought in their tithes, and decided that the priests had only to care and work for the human spirit. But then the priesthood soon became lethargic, began to philosophize, walled up the bright truth in dark catacombs, and began to feed the gullible people of that time with all sorts of fairy tales and fables. And so the lethargy of the priests became the clear reason for the decay of even the most eminent and divine doctrine by the great and true priest, Moses. Just read Moses and the prophets and compare the present ado of the descendants of Moses and Aaron in Jerusalem, and one will soon and easily find out that they neither believe in Moses nor even less in a God. For if they believed in Moses and in the God that he announced to them, they would not be the most shameful liars and deceivers of the nation, which they serve physically and spiritually. But that is all a necessary consequence of calumnious idleness. And so I think that the just wealth in the hands of wise, benevolent and active people is more of a divine temple for the needy people than Solomon's one in Jerusalem. Certainly we trading people do not have much time to devote to all sorts of mystical poetry of the privileged idlers and to complain about how much truth is in it. But we teach the nation to flee idleness and to become true, useful people. So I believe that in this way we are making good our little mistake, which you pointed out, that we often hurry up and away from some spiritual things quite frivolously. For I, for my part, think it is better to do good by action than to write the most beautiful lessons about it, but to never practice it oneself. What use is our, oh so deep brooding and drivelling, however? a mortal will never see behind the true wisdom of God. No, not even lift its outermost veil. But if such a thing is useful for man, God's mercy will awaken another Moses, who is a true Messiah, as you now seem to be. He will then certainly lead us in the true wisdom of God, and we will surely accept it as a genuine gift from heaven, at any price willingly and gratefully, and also be active according to it. Because we traders are always good friends of all useful activity for mankind, and only use our great earthly wealth to occupy man, which constantly tends towards lethargy and idleness in their nature, with all sorts of good activities for their benefit and for that of others. Tell me, eminent friend, filled with the Spirit of God, whether our opinion is good, useful, and therefore true, or whether you are in a position to give us an even better one in your wisdom. (90) Direct and indirect revelations. I say, oh, not at all. Goodness and truth are the same, whether a man discovers it by active searching or whether it is revealed to him directly by God. For finding the truth oneself is also a revelation from above, but an indirect one, and the means for it was active searching. Through such research, the soul frees itself from the rough bond of matter, and awakens thereby for moments the divine spirit in itself. Or it comes more into the living centre of its heart. To there flows God's light and compassion constantly and ceaselessly, and likewise creates for the soul life and spiritual growth, as the sun fills the furrows of the earth with light and warmth, and thereby awakes, maintains and encourages the life and flourishing of the plants, until a free, independent and fully ripe fruit is created from the plant, whose own life is no longer dependent on the plant, but persists on itself. When the soul comes into the mentioned living centre of the heart in true, lively moments, it has also reached the revelation of the Spirit of God in every human heart, and can do nothing else but find the eternally unchanged truth from God in itself. And that is an indirect revelation, and differs from the direct revelation only in that God, at the occasion of great darkness of nations, awakens suitable people without their own initiative, and leads their soul into the centre of life in order to create eye-opening light again for the other blind people. And there is another difference between the indirect and direct revelation, and this consists of this. The indirect revelation gives the seeker only a correct light on a matter which he particularly wants to understand. It is like a lamp with which one can illuminate dark room quite brightly, but the direct one is like the sun on the brightest midday, whose powerful light illuminates the whole world in all its great and little trenches, so also the direct revelation. This one, the direct revelation compared to the Son, is not only valid for the people to whom it is given, but for all people, and immediately for the nation to which the prophet belongs. But because there are genuine and true prophets called by God, we can also easily imagine that there will also be false ones, and for the following reasons, which are easy to understand. A true prophet must come to a sort of esteem among his fellow people, for his prophecies and also his deeds, as proof of the divinity of his awakening, must create a certain respect among the ordinary everyday person, whether he likes the prophecies or not, and whether they correspond with his earthly interests or not. A prophet, however, grows among people of better sense without his will into an unreachable giant, and can never escape the certain pious respect and reverence, no matter how humble he is, and must be otherwise. Now, other worldly people see that, whose reason is often very inventive, for there has never been a lack of snake-like cleverness among the children of the world. These worldly people also want a reputation and an easily visible earthly gain. They begin to study and often invent things, with the help of Satan, and make seemingly wise statements, so that the lay people do not know how to distinguish in the end between what is true and genuine and what is false and evil. But how can one nevertheless tell a false prophet from a genuine one? Quite easily, in their fruit. For one cannot gather grapes and figs from thorns and thistles. The genuine prophet will never and impossibly be selfish, and any arrogance will be foreign to him. He will probably gratefully accept whatever good and noble hearts give him, but he will never demand fees of anyone, because he knows that this is an abomination to God, and because God can keep his servants very well. But the false prophet will allow himself to be paid for every step and deed, and for every so-called divine act, for the simulated and lied good of humanity. The false prophet will thunder on about the judgment of God, and even judge in the name of God, with fire and sword. But the genuine prophet will judge no one, but only advise the sinner to repent, and will make no difference between large and small, and between respected and non-respected people. For only God means anything to him, and God's word. Everything else is a vain madness for him. There will never be a contradiction in the true prophet's speech, but bring speech of the false prophet into the light, and it will be crawling with contradictions. No one can ever offend the true prophet. He will bear everything like a lamb, whatever the world may do to him. He will only rise up in fiery anger against lies and arrogance and beat them down. The false prophet is constantly a deadly enemy of every truth and every better progress in thought and in deed. No one but he should know anything or have any experience, so that everyone is always and in all things forced to seek expensive advice from him for money. The false prophet thinks only about himself. God and his order are annoying and laughable things in which he has not even the smallest spark of faith. Therefore, he can make a god out of wood and stone with the lightest conscience in the world, however he likes. That then such a god can easily work wonders for the thoroughly blind people through the hands of the false prophet will be very easily understood. Shabby says, "Oh, eminent friend, I know, and all of us know, how the false fellows present themselves and how they perform miracles. For me, they are beasts and no longer people. For I find in the world no greater shame than if such a spiritual deceiver of the people demands that his unknowing brothers believe something which he laughs about, and personally hardly understands how humans can be so terribly stupid as to accept such a terrible nonsense as pure gold. Oh, eminent friend, what you have said just now, I know very well. But I could not tell the difference between an indirect and direct revelation. But I am glad that what the will of a person has found and discovered through his active investigation is, finally, also a revelation from above. Naturally, not every person can be a prophet for all the people. But if the indirect prophet has found and discovered something very useful in a specifically personal sphere, even if only for the purpose of physical advantage, with time, this will also come into use for the benefit of a whole nation. And then the indirect exceptional prophet can be and become a general one. Let's take the certainly pre-flood invention of the plough. This invaluably useful agricultural tool was certainly invented by an active and thinking person on the way of indirect revelation. His name has not been written down through history, it is true. But what an incalculable use his invention has brought to humanity! And so there are a large number of such generally useful inventions of hundreds of tools and implements which have an infinite value. But their inventors were certainly very active, modest, and undemanding people. Otherwise the scribes would certainly have written down their names, just like the names of those who ruled over the people and in general brought them very little use. I am of the opinion that those people are the greatest benefactors of a nation, who they taught to think according to the truth, and enriched them with useful inventions. The use of the general, purely spiritual prophets is still very much up in the air these days. They certainly rebuked wild afflictions of the nation and tamed the terrible mischievous wrongdoers. They mostly announced God and his rule and his desire and his intentions in strongly enwrapped words. But the people did not understand them in the clearest sense, and therefore still did what they wanted according to their worldly desires, and let God and his eminent prophets be good men. This way the obscure paganism was created, and with it all imaginable variations of darkest superstition. But the plough remained plough, and the saw a saw, and the axe an axe. And the heathen, just as the arch-Jew, make equal use of such useful inventions. There is finally the big question of what sort of genuine prophet finally has a more general value for humanity. People think very much, it is true, and understand quite a few things. But to understand a Daniel, or an Isaiah, or a Jeremiah, or even a Song of Solomon, human thought is of no use. It is all in vain. Only God or some spirit of an angel can understand it, or a prophet specially awakened to this purpose. Only these three types of spirits can possibly understand this. For every other spirit, it is purely impossible. But now begs the question, what a high wisdom is good for, if no mortal can understand it? "91. Man's ignorance about nature. I say, friend, look up at the stars. Do you know them? And do you understand what they are, and why they exist? Should they therefore not exist, because no man has been able to understand them so far? Do you understand what the sun and the moon are? Should they therefore not exist, because you do not understand them? Do you understand the wind, the lightning, the thunder, the rain, the frost, the snow, the ice? Should all that not exist, because you and all other people do not understand such things? Do you understand the 1,000 species of animals, their forms and their characteristics? Do you understand the world of plants and their forms? Do you know what light and what heat is? Should all that not exist because you and all other people cannot understand it? Do you understand life, then, and how you can see, hear, feel, taste, and smell? Should man not see, hear, feel, taste, and smell, because he cannot understand all that? But since there are so many things in this material world which humanity can never fully understand, so go and think now a little, and then give me your opinion. Shabby says, Lord and Master full of divine power, I do not need to think it over much. I have already understood everything that you wanted to say to me with this. You wanted to direct me and show me that in investigating the spheres of higher wisdom, things are just the same as in the sphere of material creation. We people understand actually nothing of this, except the outermost image, and what we can perceive with our coarsest material senses, and what we can distinguish in the form, the colour, the smell, and the taste of created things. Oh, how little and actually nothing man understands and knows. And yet he considers himself to be well versed in wisdom, and is proud of his miserable bit of knowledge. And what is that which he knows? Nothing, but absolutely nothing. Oh, how blind and foolish are all people! They cannot even manage to see that they are nothing, and cannot see or understand that they are nothing, and do not see anything. The grass grows, and the seeing and feeling man rejoices in it. But what is involved to create grass and make it grow, and in the same way to maintain it always? Which mortal can see this? Adam, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and Elijah were certainly the wisest men that the earth has ever borne. They had much of the light of God in them. But how the grass springs up, grows, brings seed, and how the circumstances come together in the seed, so that an eternally large number and variety of the same type of grass can come forth. All the named fathers of wisdom had certainly never dreamed about. But we do not even know how the very simplest moss grows and multiplies, and how the little worm writhes in the dust. What can we say then about the elements and about the distant stars? But since we people know nothing, we know and understand even less who and what the stars are, why and from what they were made. And behold, great and eminent Master, you wanted to direct me by pointing out my complete lack of knowledge and say, God, the very wisest, places much before the eyes of man and before all his external senses, and through these, at the same time, before the senses of the soul, in order to force man to think. But the explanation must be sought by man himself. For if God gave it to him, man would become very idle, and in the end would become quite inactive and lazy above all. For what a person has once taken in and understood, his lazy nature has no benefit in any longer. It is amply filled with general experience, and needs therefore no new proof any longer. And so surely man would act the same way in the purely spiritual sphere, if he understood as clear as daylight what the great prophets had written from God in the books of wisdom. He would soon go to sleep, and in the end, not think about anything any more. What should a man think about if he already understands everything? God knows, therefore, very well how he has to maintain the people so that they think, want, and finally must be very active. It is the same in all things. Beware of idleness. I see very well that the story of the Messiah and all things concerning him would not have made by far the active impression on me if I had understood a minimum of all the appropriate texts from Isaiah. I would have at most laughed at the three astronomer kings if they had come to me with their mystical tirades of wisdom. And it would have been no better for anyone else who had come to me in the same respect. But since everything has remained for me in a dim belief, I now feel an all the greater blessing because what was so hard and dubious to believe has now spread itself before my eyes so clearly, and I now see before me him for whom all the Jews, including me, have been waiting for so longingly. Lord and Master, have I understood you or not? "92. Shabby and the Messiah. Exactly, I say, and give him the following question. Well, dear friend, since you seem to be a very intelligent person in every way before the eyes and ears of man, and you judge many things quite correctly and sharply, so tell me according to your best conviction what you imagine by the Messiah that I am now supposed to be. What purpose, then, has the present appearance of the Messiah actually? Shabby says, "Yes, most eminent friend. That is quite a strangely captious question. That is, not according to my previous, quite mistaken opinion, as if you wanted to entice from me through incomprehensible miracles and the cleverest questions some sign of enmity towards Romans, but instead purely in respect to the mystical personality of the Messiah himself, about whom Isaiah says highly strange things, which no man can make head nor tail of. For at one moment, the Messiah is the son of a king, then a strong and powerful hero, then the Son of God, then the son of a virgin. Isaiah says once, in Isaiah chapter 25, verses 6 to 9, "On this mountain the Lord of hosts will provide for all peoples a feast of rich food and choice wines, of fat, of marrow, of wine without yeasts. On this mountain he will take away the veil that veils all peoples, the web that is woven over all Gentiles. He will destroy death forever. The Lord God will wipe away the tears from all faces. The reproach of his people he will remove from the whole earth. For the Lord has spoken. On that day it will be said, Behold our God, to whom we looked to save us. This is the Lord for whom we looked. Let us rejoice and be glad that he has saved us." Behold, most eminent and master, those are the very distinctive words of the prophet. But what should one actually make of them? Who and where is the mountain on which the Lord will prepare for us a quite special-looking feast of rich food and choice wines, fat, marrow, and again of yeastless wine? Whoever will taste this food must have a very healthy stomach. This meal cannot have a natural sense, only a spiritual one. But who can find this out? Which mountain is this? Which the strange fat meal? If you ask me, it's actually a hoax at the cost of mankind. The Lord, that is, according to my understanding of the Messiah, will remove the veil that covers the peoples here on this mountain and take the cover from the face of the Gentiles. That would be understandable. But the mountain, where is that then? And what is it? That he can swallow up death and will also do it, and take away the dishonour to his nation in all countries, even in our Persia. That is at least clear to me now, because I have seen how you called the dead back to life. But then Isaiah on the mountain has the happy people call, "That is our God, that is the Lord." Is that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? If so, then you are, therefore, the same one who gave the law to Moses on Sinai, who thundered there, "I alone am your God and your Lord. You shall have no other gods besides me." If Isaiah was with Moses' laws, he could not possibly have allowed another God appear in the Messiah. But since Isaiah explicitly lets him appear as God, you must then be the same God who on Sinai spoke to Moses. What can you say to me now as a consequence of the statements of the prophets? If I now fall before you and begin to worship you loudly as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, (93) A wise and humble heart to worship God. I say, if you believed in the fullest sense actively and had an inner conviction, I could certainly tell you nothing if you began to worship me as your God in a fitting manner. But since you lack some full spiritual conviction, and least of all in your soul, you would idolize me just as much as if you showed idolatry to any other human being or a carved image. Whoever wants to worship God truly and fruitfully must first recognize God most actively in his heart. He must first have God in the Spirit and in all truth, in the recognition and in the love. Only then can he give him the honor and fully worship him. Without that, man would commit an abominable idolatry, even with the true God. How can a man worship the only true God in a dignified and effective manner if he has never before recognized him as to be adored except from hearsay? What difference will there then be between the worship of the only true God and that of an idol? True worship of the only true God consists of love for him and love for our fellow man. But who can love God if he has never recognized him? Or can a young man ever burn with love for a virgin that he has never seen or recognized? And if he should imagine that there is one somewhere, And if he begins to love her powerfully, who in reality does not exist at all, then he is a fool, and therefore indulges in self-love to the highest degree. And that is an abomination before God. All idolatry is therefore the greatest madness of mankind, and a terrible blindness. For in the end, the strict idolaters think themselves to be gods, and have incense spread around them, and have themselves worshipped as gods. And this is Satan's triumph in the human heart. But woe betide those imagined self-worshippers in their utter delusion. Their fate will one day be very sad. For such arrogance is a worm that never dies, and a fire that never goes out. I tell you, it is Satan's delight to get the blind people as far as possible away from the order of God through the arrogance planted in them. But if they one day become disciples of his school, he will repudiate them and use them for his lowest and most abominable services, in which they have to remain for eternity according to his most evil will. Satan, as Prince of Darkness, allows man to be exalted to gods here, only to degrade them to become one day his lowest, most horrible creatures. But God demands here a wise and humble heart, in order to lift man even higher, and to give him greater bliss. Such power will, of course, be taken from Satan, and the people will be able to act fully independently and free according to their will. Thereby the good will shine all the more, and those who are themselves evil will end up in even worse and lower parts of hell. For their evilness will not be recorded on Satan's ledger, but on their very own. And they will be dealt with all the more harshly by Satan and his servants. It is, therefore, every man's foremost duty, in all humility of his heart, to seek God in spirit and in truth. And only after he has found him, to worship God also in spirit and in truth. But the main prayer should consist of the humble heart, remaining humble and loving one's neighbour more than oneself. But God above all, as the one true Father of all people and angels. But no one can love God in his dark flesh, while at the same time hating his brother. For how could someone possibly love God, whom he does not see, while not loving his brother, whom he sees? But it is by no means enough to say, I love my neighbour and am very friendly to him. The true and only valid love before God must consist of deeds when the neighbour needs them, spiritually or physically. This love is the magic key to the light from God in one's own heart. I tell you and your companions, had you not found that golden key and accepted it in your heart, you would never have found the way here. But the significance of you and your companions' coming here, although it happened through a mighty storm in outward life, you are now beginning to suspect. But you will presently be led into the true light. Once you have recognized me fully, you will also understand whether I deserve to be worshipped or not. Chapter 94. The Persians respect the holiness of the Lord. At these words of mine, the Persians become very contemplative, and Jura says to his companions, while I turned to the three who had been risen from the dead and had them physically looked after, "Friends, he gives a very strange speech, which sounds even more wonderful than his deeds, which can be seen, although they are of a type about which we have never seen anything similar. But one miracle always looks like another, and the inexperienced person in this area is blind and does not look where he should see the best and brightest. The healing of our jeweler is certainly extremely surprising, but perhaps it is not impossible that it can be performed in a natural way. We certainly do not know how such a thing would be possible, but we know from experience how the Indians heal the bite of the most poisonous snake without herbs and juice and oil. He has healed these two without herbs, juice and oil too. How? We do not know, and neither can we know. The three who were drowned have truly been brought back to life again. But it still leaves much to be proved, whether they were really completely dead, or whether they were not pretending to be drowned. In brief, the deeds do not prove everything by any means. But his powerful word proves more, in my opinion, than both the miracles. For no mortal tongue speaks so infinitely wisely and eternally true. Just think, Shabby, about the explanation of the only true worship of God, and you will see what an all-encompassing wisdom lays in it. That proves to me something enormous, yes, even something that I hardly dare to say. Quite surprised, Shabby asks, "Well, what is it then that you hardly dare to say?" Jura says, "Just deliberate it yourself, and you can name me anything if you do not soon come to the same conclusion." Here, Shabby begins to think deeply, and nonetheless does not know very well what he should actually make of the question of Jura. After a while, Shabby says to Jura, "I would like to say something to you, and I believe that a very unusual thing will come to light. But it is and remains very daring. Just think, if now, almost without a doubt, this is the Messiah, then he is not only the very simple person according to Isaiah, who has spoken to us here, but instead also God according to his soul, the only true one of eternity. But if it is so, what then with us? How will we weak people stand before him, the Almightiest? What will we do next? Where will we go? Jura says, yes, that is my worry too, and now my greatest concern. I suspect that something will come to the brightest light here. Only I do not understand the high heathen. For they seem to hang on his every word as on their own lives. Shabby says, did you hear what is written in Isaiah? And he will take away the cloak that covers the Gentiles? That means as much as he has already revealed himself to these first heathens. They already know what he is, and are therefore disposed towards him with reverence. They will soon have the fullest conviction that he, as the Almighty of eternity, can scatter them for eternity with one breath, like loose chaff, and therefore they have the most endless respect for him. And as it seems to me, they have already been won over by him, and the good Jews are free. That is my opinion. And then later it also says in the prophet, and the Lord will wipe tears away from all faces and will remove the disgrace of his people from all the earth. That means certainly us too, who are in Persia. Only we will now obviously not be the first for whom he will do this. But nonetheless our turn will come. And this seems to be the moment in which he has thought about the Jews in other lands. He made a start with us to dry our tears and to remove our disgrace. As far as our worldly situation is concerned, we are exceptionally in such a good situation that we do not have any cause to cry tears of need in foreign lands, and we suffer no disgrace. But thousands of our brothers and sisters live there who suffer great need nonetheless. They are often cruelly despised by the heathens and looked down on by everyone. But we are well in the position to help them all, and to dry their tears in his name and from their faces, and to remove their long-lasting disgrace. Therefore the Lord seems to us, who now obviously is here, to have saved on this modest mountain, in order to use us as his tools among those who live in foreign lands. That is my opinion in all things. And now speak, my friend. Jura says, yes, you have hit the nail on the head, in my opinion. Things will behave exactly in that way. But since now quite certainly everything must behave this way, the great and significant question comes again. How will we draw near to him, since we are stuck in over our heads in sin? And yet it is written, no one may draw near to God who has a sin in him. We will be many times over unclean. Where will we be able to purify ourselves? Where is he who will take a suitable sacrifice from us that will clean us from our sins before God? "95. About praying. Now I step up to them again and say, I myself. And just as I could say to the dead, Awake from death and live. Just as effectively and validly, I can say to you, be pure, and all your sins are forgiven. And you are now pure and without sin before me. Do you now believe this? Jura and Shabby say, Lord, we believe it. For according to your eternally most holy advice, things happening for the healing of all Jews and heathens, so let us poor sinners be merciful and full of your mildness and compassion before you. O Lord, be with us, and from now on with the spirit of all those who have been awoken to eternal life through you, now as in all eternity of eternity. But now, Lord, since we have recognized you and now are devoted to you in our hearts in the fullest love, let us give ear to our hearts and worship you most fervently and in the full contrition of our mind. I say, my dear friends and brothers, that cannot be. You have read what my spirit spoke through the mouth of the prophet when he said, This nation honors me with their lips, but its heart is far from me. And I myself repeat it to you. Every kind of pure lip prayer is an abomination before me. Be truly reasonable and have a decent heart. Do good deeds to everyone who needs your help. Yes, even do good to your enemies, and bless those who curse you. In this way you will resemble me, for I let my sun shine on the good and the bad, and my worst enemies are daily covered with good deeds from my all-powerful hand. But my whip is only used on extreme evildoers. Yes, I say to you, you are all children of my heart and brothers of my soul. Therefore, if you pray, do not pray like the heathens and the Pharisees with their lips, using words formed by the fleshly tongue. But instead pray as I have told you, in the Spirit and in truth, through living works and deeds of love towards your neighbour. Then every word in my name will be a true prayer that I will always and without doubt hear. But the sigh of the lips I will never hear. Do you understand well what I have just said? Shabby says, Oh Lord, you are so different to what we imagined. Who should not be able to love you above all else? Who has once recognized you? You are yourself love and the greatest gentleness, and how endlessly far from every night and darkness is your most holy teaching, and how easily understandable is every word from your mouth. Yes, only now do we fully believe that you are truly the expected Messiah, and there is no other besides you. I say, all right, my dear friends. I knew you and led you on the road to me, as was shown to the prophet Elijah. In the mighty storm was my will, in the fire my power, but in the gentle rustling I am myself. And thus, in order to come to me, you had to go through a very mighty storm, and through water and fire. But now you are with me, having found me, for whom you have looked for such a long time. Difficult as I am, to find by many a human being. Yet once I have been found, it is many times more difficult to lose me. Those who have seized me in their hearts will also be seized by me. However, he who has seized me can indeed let go of me again, but I shall never let go of him again. For my love does not last only for a while, but forever. And who has received it into his heart can never be separated from me. For my love keeps a tight rein on him forever, so that he can never go completely astray from me. And so it will be also with you. You will certainly be placed in situations and worldly circumstances where you will find it somewhat difficult to bear witness to my name and remain steadfast in the faith. For before long, things will happen, because they have to happen, which will cause you to become faint-hearted where I am concerned. But I will strengthen you again at the right moment, and fully enlighten you in the little chambers of your heart. Then you will never come into temptation for the sake of my name, but henceforth you will remain in my love and my power. But now something else. You will return to Persia. When you are there again shortly, preach faithfully, without adding anything, of what you have met with here, and all that has happened to you here for the salvation of all men on earth. In this way, you also become workers in my vineyard. Preach it also to your king, so that he will know what to do. He should give up dark paganism, and should never listen to the deceiving words of the magicians who call themselves the priests of God, and are basically the servants and slaves of hell. He should also drive the terrible apostles from Jerusalem out of the land, who cross the lands and seas in order to make Jews of the heathens. And once they have made any heathen into a Jew, he is then many times more a servant of hell than he was as a heathen. Besides such remarks, the terrible apostles of Jerusalem also sow bad rumours like that about the cruelty of the Romans, which you openly confessed to us, that you acted so terribly careful towards me out of fear of the Romans. Therefore, in order to counter all this evil, I called you out of your land before many thousands of thousands, in order to lay this easy duty on your shoulders, as you possess the fullest power and means to complete it in abundance. Your reward will not be little in my eternal kingdom one day. You now know what you have to do in my name, and besides also in the name of the Romans, who are being very shamefully slandered there. Do not lack in goodwill, industriousness, and action, and I will also let nothing lack for you. But now I see Mark coming out. He will invite us to an evening meal that today will happen a few hours later than normally. But the storm is to blame for that. The hail has damaged many benches slightly. These had to be repaired again. But now everything is in the best order again, and the food has been very well and richly prepared. And so we will now tuck in again after another great work. 96. The Future of Jarrah. Now our old innkeeper Mark came and said to me, "Lord and Master, the evening meal is prepared. If it suits you, I will have it set out on the repaired tables immediately." I say, "Do that, for today even I am already quite hungry, and I am looking forward to a good fish, a good piece of bread, and a pure and good wine. But both your sons should have a look at the sea by the beach. Some corpses are floating in the sea. They are some poor Jews with their wives and children. I do not want them or anyone else to find death while I am here. The sea is calm as glass, and the stars are shining particularly brightly today. Your sons will easily achieve this task, and all the more so because they can be supported by the sailors of Kisjonas, Ebal of Gennesareth, and by Cornelius's sailors. About 9 people are floating at most an hour and a half away from the shore. They should be brought here, but they must be laid face down on a sloping ground and stay there until the morning. I will only raise them tomorrow. Mark asks, "Lord, why not today then? Why only tomorrow?" I say, "Friend Mark, do not worry. I know why the grass that will colour the pastures green next year has not grown this year. Therefore do not worry about this, for I understand the order much better than you, my dearest Mark. Go now and ensure that everything is brought into order which can be done." Mark goes and immediately has the dishes brought to the tables, and also tells his sons their task, who immediately board a big boat and ask the other previously mentioned sailors for their help. But we leave our spot and head for our tables, which had been occupied in the familiar order. The 3 risen people with the woman, however, go to Mark's house, where they receive food, drink, and a good bed for the night. And that is all according to my will, in order to strengthen them for the morning. When we get to the tables, the inhabitants of Uran's tents begin to come out into the daylight and to look around for the tables designated for them. Here Jarrah plucks my clothing and says, "Lord, my constantly greater love, look over there, where the brave fighters for your kingdom now begin to creep out into the open air, driven by hunger from their hiding places. Truly, there are very few spirits there apart from Mathael. Oh, it was so comical to see how the sight of the first pound-weight ball of hail that fell drove the 50 Pharisees with great haste into the great tents. They knew as well as I that you are the most certain protector against every adversity. Nevertheless, they became poor in faith and very hesitant and sought material protection. Now they are obviously ashamed that they did this, and do not really dare, as it seems to me, to come before your eyes, O Lord. Well, Mathael would have stayed with his companions, but he had to follow his young, very beautiful royal wife, so he can be forgiven in my opinion. But the weak trust and small faith was the fault of the others, and I cannot therefore respect them very much. I say, "You are quite right, my little daughter. But let's leave them who are still weak in one thing or another. Time and multiple experiences will make them stronger in everything. Just think how much you have experienced at my side, and you can therefore easily possess more courage. But these have experienced much less, and therefore their fear was greater than their trust. But in the future they will also be more trusting. Do you understand that? Jara says, "Yes, I understand that for sure. But I also know how everyone in Gennesareth experienced just as much as I did. And yet at the beginning no one but I dared to walk on the water with you, not even your disciples. Where then lay the lesser trust?" I say, "Again in your greater experience. For my angel carried you visibly in his hands, and you had experiences that no person until now has ever made. And in addition, you had certainly the greatest and most powerful love for me, in which the greatest trust also reigns. Therefore, do not wonder too much why your trust in me is stronger than that of other people, for your great love gives you this. But, as I already hinted to you in Gennesareth, in several years you will have to face many temptations with which you will have to fight, despite the great trust in me. But through the power and strength of my name, you will defeat all temptations, and will from then on walk freely in my light. For what a person wants to have freely for himself from me, he must fight for it with his own strength. You, my dearest little daughter, have not yet fought any fight yourself, and the actual time and the true opportunity was not there. That will only happen for every man when my work is completed on this earth. I am only the sower, and I lay the good grain in the living field of your hearts. The seed will only sprout there, and then become capable of producing the most blessed fruit. Only then will you have to care for the fruit yourself on your own soil, with some effort and self-denial. Truly, he who brings the fruit that I sowed in his heart purely and richly into the barns of my spirit that I built within him will be blessed. Truly, he will never feel hunger or thirst. Therefore, what you, my dearest Jara, have now is only the seed laid by me in your heart. After several years, it will be there as a field of waving corn and faced with all sorts of storms. But then you must powerfully and trustingly protect the waving field from the threatening storms through the self-denying love for me, so that it does not come to destructive ruin and destroy the magnificent field of corn that I myself have sown. For once a dominant storm comes across such a field, it is almost impossible to hold it back. You will still remember several weeks ago how I established a garden for you in Gennesareth and filled it with all sorts of useful plants. The plants grow very well and very luxuriantly. But the little garden and the plants must be cared for. The weeds wherever they shoot up must be taken out, and if it is very hot and dry, the watering can cannot be neglected. And behold, I have also laid such a garden in your heart, and have filled it richly with all sorts of useful growths. The waiting and further care of this garden is your job alone. If you pay all attention and all industriousness to the care of this little garden, you will soon be able to harvest it richly. Do you understand this image well? Jara says, "Yes, Lord, my only love. I understand it completely. But I could become sad about it because I still have to withstand some storms before the harvest. But I hope and believe you will not let your poor maid be destroyed if she calls out to you for help in her affliction. For you have heard my pleading and listened when I did not see and recognize you as I do now." I say, everyone that recognizes me and calls me in their heart and trusts in the power of my name will never come to damage and shame in all eternity. You can be fully assured of that. But now we must sit down at the tables and eat what has been placed on them. "97. The fourth commandment explained. Then we all head quickly to the tables and consume our meal. This time there was no talking during the meal, but after the wine had been enjoyed, it began to get very lively in the company. Beside the table at which I was sitting with Cyrenius, Cornelius, Faustus and Julius, with my disciples, with Ebal, Jara, Kistrona, Philippold, with Uran, Helena, Mathael and his companions, with the angel Raphael and the boy Josso, a new table had been set up for our Persians. All the other guests that we already knew sat at tables which had been specially set up for them, according to how they, as we knew, belonged together in society. But everyone wondered at the pleasantly warm evening after such a terrible storm. And in particular, they wondered at the complete dryness of the ground, where only a few hours before, the water had been a few shoes high. Uran asked me what we would do about accommodation for the night for so many people. He was willing to take in as many as his tents would hold, but since we were dealing with the accommodation of several hundred, his tents would not be enough by far. I said, "Friend, Adam and his first descendants had neither tents nor huts nor houses comfortable for anything. The ground of the earth and a shady tree was their all, and they spent very many nights under the open sky and were healthy and strong. They did not even have a cover for their body. A wreath of fig leaves to cover their private parts was their entire clothing, and they all reached an age of several hundred years. But now people have discovered all sorts of comforts of life and have created many hundred thousands of paradises for a lost earthly one. And behold, now reaching the age of 100 has become a miracle. Look, the effeminacy of man is to blame, who distance themselves from the nature of this world, which has the designation in all things to bear the people and to feed them and to keep them strong and healthy. Therefore, my Iran, do not worry about shelter for all these many guests. The good and healthy ground will accommodate them all very well. Whoever is overcome by sleep can rest very well on a pillow of stone. If the stone beneath his head annoys him, then the person is no longer tired and too much in need of rest, and then he can stand up again and go to work. Soft beds make people soft and take away the necessary strength of their limbs. And a too long sleep weakens the soul and the muscles of the body. The nature of a person is like an infant whom nothing feeds as well as the mother's breast. And those children who received food from the breast of the strong mother for a long time, assuming that she is as healthy and unspoilt as Eve, become as strong as giants, and the battle with the lion will not tire them out. To the same extent, the nature of this earth is a true mother's breast for man. If they do not distance themselves from it through all sorts of unnecessary softeners. But once the people have distanced themselves from this great mother's breast and isolated themselves from her strong influence, then if they ever have to come to a breast that is rich in milk, they act in the same way as a grown man if he has to drink the milk from a mother. He is so disgusted he could throw up. What strengthened him as a child and fed him in the best way makes him sick and nauseous as an adult who has long grown away from his mother's breast. Now, man cannot always drink on his mother's breast to get strength and life for his muscles. But he should never distance himself too much from the breast of Mother Earth if he wants to become healthy, strong, and old in the body. Moses said, "Honor your father and mother, that your days may be long and healthy on the earth." With this, Moses not only described the biological father and mother, but just as well the earth and its constant life-giving power. Man should not turn his back on this, but instead keep it in high respect, and he will receive every blessing for that which Moses physically prophesied. The respect for the physical father and mother is good and necessary when the circumstances are according and seemly. But if what Moses prophesied is the word of God, then it must also have a general and uninterrupted effect like the sunlight. But if Moses' prophecy is only limited to the fact that only those who respect their parents have to maintain a long life and health on the earth, then things obviously look very bad for those who have often lost this in the cradle and were then brought up by strangers. How should they respect their true parents whom they have never known? Many children are often found on paths and streets. Cruel mothers have conceived them in their lust and thrown them out somewhere soon after their birth. Such foundlings are often taken in by some warm-hearted and compassionate person and looked after. They then owe all their love and respect to these people. Moses says nothing about such adoptive parents, instead only about really true parents. But now the well-brought-up foundling cannot possibly honour his true parents, because he firstly does not know them at all. And even if he did, he would secondly truly have no obligation before God or before all people to respect them, who conceived him through sinful lust and who, when he was born, immediately gave him over to death. But because such a person then, according to Moses, cannot possibly love and respect his true parents, would he then have no claim on Moses' prophecy? Oh, would this then be very pretty indeed, and would it be terrible as the word of God? And then there are parents who bring their children up in all things that can only be called bad. Already in the cradle, they plant a genuine satanic arrogance in them and teach them to be hard and insensitive to everyone. Such tiger parents teach their children at an early age to be cheeky, liars, and deceivers. Should Moses really have meant his commandment for such children who respect their vicious parents with all badness and evil because the parents want this from their children? What do the children of thieves, robbers, and murderers really owe their parents? They can only naturally honour their parents if they are the same as their parents to a very great degree, and do what their parents always do, like through theft, robbery, and murder of foreign travellers. Can Moses' prophecy really apply effectively to such children as well? The only somewhat clear world reason must tell you that such a prophecy, along with the law of Moses, would be a scandal of the first category for all divine wisdom. How can God, the highly wise, give a law as a consequence of which even an angel in a fleshly body would have to owe love and all honour to parents who incarnated from the lowest hell? You see that Moses' law, seen from this point of view, would be the greatest and craziest nonsense. So on the one hand, it is clear and proven that everything that Moses said and decided is the pure word of God, and therefore can eternally hide no nonsense in itself. But on the other hand, if one examines and observes Moses' law in the old, familiar and foolish way, as it has been examined and observed so far, it must be the most obvious nonsense before the judge's seat of all better human reason. Wherein lies the reason, then, that the law of Moses, as it has been observed so far, must be nonsense, despite the purely divine origin? It lies in the powerful misunderstanding of what Moses showed, mainly with this law, the general parents of the great nature, namely the earth, as the created world for the human race as father, and its lap, from which countless children of all types and sort are born, as the true mother. These original parents should constantly be honoured and obeyed by man, and his back should never be turned to them in an effeminate way. Only then he will receive a long life in a healthy body, and also a true well-being. A diligent person can also learn from these old parents the most goodness, greatness, and truth, and build a great ladder on which the original father Jacob saw the angels of heaven climbing up and down. Whoever seriously researches nature will force many blessings to come into the light for himself and for his brothers, for their well-being. Therefore, my dear Uran, do not be afraid if you have to spend a night in the lap of your old physical mother. Nothing bad will happen to you. "98. The fourth commandment according to the Pharisees. Uran is now quite contented and says that he has never heard anything as truly and practically wise, and he will also follow this advice very carefully. But most of all, our Persians are amazed. Jura says, "Yes, that is a light from above, for no mortal has ever discovered that. So I would like to have all 10 commandments explained to me. Things are so close and so clear, and we have never been able to reveal them with all our sharpness of reason. But I must ask something nonetheless." Shabby says, "I truly do not know about which point there could still be any more question." Jura says, "Don't you know then that as far as the obligations of the children towards their parents are concerned, there has long been a new law, according to which a son or a daughter would do better to lay a sacrifice in the temple than to honour his father and mother? This new law does not replace the old, it is true, but it represents a better means to achieve the prophecy of Moses than Moses' law itself. But I would like to speak to the primary lawgiver himself, since the extraordinary circumstances have now come together so wonderfully, and learn what the Lord says to such a new law. On the one hand, if a child has very bad and corrupt parents, this law seems to me to be correct. But if a child who is frivolous in nature has very good and worthy parents, who deserve all respect, love, and honour from their children before God and all people, then this law, which seems very grabby like the temple, is not correct at all. The whole law has a strongly human smell, and there is very little divinity in it. But there again is another law which says, those who sit on the chairs of Moses and Aaron, those you should always listen to and do what they command. But this law is a real camel on which the Pharisees have already brought many false and bad wares disguised as genuine to the temple, and the nation must buy it for the very high price of their moral freedom as completely genuine. That is a bad thing, and such a law which only gives certain people the privileges seems to me like a hellish hole through which Satan always has an entrance to holiness. For these privileged holy people overstrain themselves, are surrounded in the beginning quite piously with a cover of a holy nimbus of a prophet. But then later they become seriously domineering and super tyrannical, arrogant and extremely proud, but still sit on the chairs of Moses and Aaron. But I think, brother, just between us, here Satan might as well take possession of these holy chairs. And such true representatives of Satan on the chairs of Moses and Aaron have introduced many evil human statutes replacing the divine. And we have to taste them because the camel-like law of hell orders us to listen to them who sit on the holy chairs and to do what they command. Yes, the law in itself would be quite in order if one had the assurance that only the most worthy followers of Aaron and Moses would be preaching on the holy chairs. But what a true dragon nation has sat on the chairs and thrown the most indignant laws into the eyes of the seeing people like rough sand, so that the largest part would go blind. And such laws transcending all craziness exists, then, for the greatest torture for humanity. And no one trusts themselves any longer to shake off this yoke. Then in the end, pure reason begs the question whether God knows anything about it, or whether there is a God at all, who can see such an abomination in his sanctuary. Well, such a revelation from him would certainly be in the best position to show us the purest and truest content. And I would like to now ask him a question right away. What do you think? Should I risk it or not? "99. The Lord explains the precept of the Pharisees. I immediately answer instead of shabby and say, listen, my friend juror, your question is just and of great importance. You do not need to repeat it to me, for I know anyway what is bothering you. You see, it is true that there is a commandment, but only since the time of the judges, where it is commanded from the mouth of a seer to listen to those who sit on the chairs of Moses and Aaron, and to do what they order from the Spirit of the Lord. But only if their works are good. If their works are bad, they should be pushed off the chairs by the most worthy descendants of Levi. But those on the mentioned chairs knew very well how to disguise their deeds. Instead of the worthy descendants of Aaron and Moses, only vicious wolves sat and are still sitting on the holy chairs. And as such, they have scattered laws among the people as divine will, before which the world even must shudder. But think back to how often I have let these false descendants of Moses and Aaron be chastised through the mouth of the holy prophets, and how often I have tamed them with the sharpest rod. But what good did it do? Things became better for a time, but soon after they became worse than before, until it has now become so bad that it can never get any worse. They have filled the barrel with every vice, and only a few drops more, and it will immediately begin to overflow, and will destroy them all like Noah's flood. Of that you can be fully assured. But like many, the law of sacrifices in the temple has also replaced Moses' law concerning the obligations of children towards their parents. At the beginning, it looked very good and just appearance and concerned only those children whose parents, as was often the case, were true throwbacks of humanity. But these strangely often had very good and honest children who devotionally saw and knew the cardinal sins of their biological parents very well. The demands which their evil parents placed on them made their hairs stand on end. But in the misunderstood law of Moses, it was written that they should honour their parents above all through obedience. For such reasons, at the time when the temple was still good, such unhappy children asked in the temple what they should do, and said, "It is in any case true that Moses commanded from God to obey the parents and to respect them highly and to honour them all one's life, so that one would live long and things would go well on earth. But Moses also commanded not to kill, not to steal, to speak no untruths, to commit no indecent acts with virgins, and even less, to covet the neighbour's wife. But their terrible parents now demand such things from them. What should they do now in order not to sin against Moses' commandments?" Then the high priest, filled with the Spirit of God, spoke, "Leave these parents of yours. Sacrifice a gift instead of the bad obedience, and pray to God, and it will be better for you, and also through the mercy from above, for your undutiful parents." And then it happened that such children left their wicked parents, brought a sacrifice to the temple for themselves and for their terrible parents, and then sought to enter service with good people in order to lead a life pleasing to God. So far, and in this much, the law was entirely of divine origin. But with time, the vicious wolves who sat in sheep's clothing on the chairs of Moses and Aaron generalized this law. And then even the undutiful children of quite good and honest parents could buy themselves free of obedience towards their parents through sacrifices, in order to then be able to sin quite freely and without a conscience. In this way, the double commandment of God was also twice suppressed, and in its place a purely hellishly human statute was set, which naturally must be an abomination before God, because it is quite against his order. For only a somewhat pure-thinking person must see, at first glance, that such a statute can never be divine, but only of a hellish and satanic origin. In any case, this all shall soon have an end, and then there will not be much more to strive against. Otherwise, it is surely in order that a weak man lets himself be led by a strong man. But parents are always stronger than their children, and it is therefore quite in order that the children let themselves be led by their parents. But if the weak man notices that the strong man wants to throw him off a deadly precipice, the weak man would do well to get away from the strong man and find himself a safe place. Incidentally, only he is entirely fulfilling the law of Moses, who behaves as I showed the old King Uran perfectly clear earlier. Did you understand that now? 100. What is unchastity? Says juror. Well, yes. Here is light, love, and the highest truth concentrated together in one spot. Yes, Lord and Master of eternity. I would truly like to have a little light shed on the whole of Moses' law that way. And then we could live and move quite unchangingly firmly in your eternal order. Then afterwards, Satan would certainly no longer find any hole through which he could sneak into your brightly lit kingdom like a wolf in sheep's clothing and make human statutes out of your holiest commandments. I say, my friend, the hour has not yet arrived in which the dark prince of the world will be judged. But it is very close. But when he will be judged, there will nonetheless be only too soon people who will behave even worse with my purest laws than Satan himself. Light will always have to fight darkness on this earth. Juror says, Lord, but why? If all people would only recognize the light as I do now, Satan and all his malice will be eternally put out of work on this earth. It will have to be certain and unchangeable through all time that our children and children of our children will then be brought up in the same light with the best conscience and will remain in it until the end of the world, just as it can be accepted certainly and unchangeably that 2 units of the same type and another 2 units of the same type will always make 4 units of the same type for all time. No man doubts that on the whole earth, because it is an irrevocable and tangible truth. Your illumination of the 10 Commandments of Moses makes the same into a mathematical principle. But if so, to whom would it then remotely occur to call into question such truth? But as no one could doubt that any longer, he would have to also act as a consequence of such a clearly recognized truth. Otherwise he would have to appear as the sheerest idiot. Or he would hear this said about him from every sensible person's mouth. But of course, if the holiest and most important truths for us people are constantly given in a certain puzzling cloak, and man can often interpret what he likes, then there are certainly a huge number of liars, through whom Satan and his terrible entourage can keep his totally free movement in the company of people. Therefore give us, most eminent Lord and Master, the truth clearly and openly, so that in future any approach by Satan towards man will be barred by the strong wall of the most unchangeable truth. I want to mention as an example just that law of Moses, through which he forbids unchastity as a sin. What actually is unchastity then? Does this only consist of sleeping with a woman with an unwashed body, and then not washing again after the act? Or does it mean the desirous lasciviousness and sleeping with a woman, a virgin, a whore, a concubine, or a young widow? Does blind fornication belong in this category? Or even the mute sodomite sin? Or even if one has something with the very desirous wife of another husband? Should one, in order to be fully chaste, totally suppress this most powerful of all natural impulses? But if that is so, then the marriage bed is certainly nothing other than a workplace for unchastity, which is accepted in society. For who can guarantee us that the man does not sleep with his lush wife more often than is necessary to create a fruit? I have seen and known people who one could call true people of gold as far as goodness, love, patience, kindness, and compassion is concerned. But in the vexed question of chastity, they were and remain weak. They did everything, it is true, to become stronger in this area, but it was not in their nature. Not even when the natural full impotence fell on them. A lush virgin still made the same lustful impression on them. And on the other hand, I have seen and known people who remained as cold as a stone at the greatest female beauty. True examples of chastity. But otherwise in their lives, they were insensitive to everything. Nothing moved them. Affliction and misery of the poor were laughable things for them. Tears of suffering were tricks to wake sympathy. A woman was contemptible to them and very easy to do without. Something which had no other purpose in the world than a field for the sowing of any kind of grain. They found marriage to be one of the most laughable institutions in human society. In their opinion, all healthy women should be locked up in a great building and let strong men well capable of producing heirs sleep with them, so that only beautiful, healthy, and strong people would be created. But the ugly and weak women should be weeded out or used for the lowest jobs like cattle and work until they perish. Those are facts that I have experienced. Now I ask whether people who are weak in chastity do not have a very great advantage over the ice-cold heathens of chastity in the eyes of every man. As far as I am concerned, they do. Well, I do not know how things stand for you, most eminent Lord and Master, and nor can I know. In order to come into a sort of order in these points, which are forbidden by Moses as a consequence, in order not to be in the constant fear of having sinned before God with such an act. And if the act is always a sin, then you, O Lord and Master, will certainly know some medicine against it, through which one can drive out the desire and the pressure like a cold. For there is nothing more miserable for an honest person than to be dragged by the hair to sin by a certain side. Nature forces the flesh with an irresistible power. And if one falls through the free air as a normal body, then one has also committed a deadly sin. That is then a little too strict, particularly for a person who, for the sake of God, has carried his head and heart always in the right place, as far as possible. Therefore, Lord and Master, I would like to have a clear explanation about this from you. For that seems to me to be at least one of the prickliest points.